Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
fall down like dominoes. I'ma take you out with another spike drop. Overheated, but I love to lock and load. I hear the echo, I hear the echo. Bang bang, run it back, team with the versatile. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta all day. Enough with the chit chat, steady with the one tap. I'ma set it off, just wait. Oh, eres de Omega con la O, no. Sabe que la alfa soy yo. Go, vete y vuelve cuando no estoy así. Desapareció. Oh, ¿cómo piensa que no? Traigo la peña, left the shadow solo. Llama chatarrero que se va a hacer rico de lo que dejaré de ti por el suelo. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it.
특급 문을 차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고였어 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주워와 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 저지 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
This world never saw me coming I kick down every door they lock No rules, only gods can judge me Only gods can judge me Only gods can judge me
If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower.
Daughter won't tip me scales, I'm not the lotto. I got to lead with something, man, you know this is the motto. Me and the gang just hit the streets just like they was the lotto. Got the Vando on auto, they know how crazy I go. So if it's been a minute, you can play the bet. If you're independent, come get on the map. If you the opposition, don't you ever let. Cause when I get it, you know it's a all eyes on me. Looking at my team, ain't got it on. All eyes on me. Looking at my team, and they got it on. Where's the moment? Seize the day. Where's the moment? Seize the day. If I catch you on the way, cause if I catch you, you gon' have to replay. I know you might go seize the day, won't last all day with me. I want the smoke, you know the matchup is okay with me. Yeah, y'all can play with me, but please don't ever play with me. That phantom always stay with me. This battle, I'ma play for keeps. Go ahead, bring him in. Think I might be we telling them come again. You could have a good night, please. When I win, I don't talk. I don't know. It's unlikely. It's pedal to the grain until it's dirt up on my white tee. If it's been a minute, you could play the bet. If you're independent, come get on the map. If you
속도가 돈이라면 밴 on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다 가슴은 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들이 꼴 밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서줄게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 선이 목숨 내 못해 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool Ladies night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는대로 내가 다시 look nice Told you myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told you myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told you myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told you myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we drive body with a tool 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느끼 like demons 자칭 날 구기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 너의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told you myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told you myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told you myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told you myself
Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना गरीब तू बेटी चीप जब ना कटे ना तेरी ये जीप Better believe you're gonna be pick up a seat get in your team I'm the king of kings brother in arms in a battle you all gonna die if you act like a vandal bring the realm to reality from every angle this is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am a Raja I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना Cause I am the Raja 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 Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average man I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche Should've won about us traveling अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way or leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी
like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Renegade, Risco, 24. Let them all blow, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, room, boom, up 400 dash wall. Cut through 100 deep and move. Get lifted, but I need get cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body give another on me, oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shut up my son for the rain though. I don't want cut my lane. Running fist fire, ain't scared no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile, if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, feel up in the air. I be hitting minute more when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, cause you're born on the stair. Renegade, Risco, 24. Let them all blow, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, room, boom, up 400 dash wall. Cut through 100 deep and move. Get lifted, but I need get cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body give another on me. Oh, scared of my life. Skittle. Green pad flavor. Great.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah, oh. When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah, oh. When a hoop don't sleep, oh yeah, oh. When a hoop don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when it put get back pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, of a kite being my pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกหนักเอา the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมัน panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี point the proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ right point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก
What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't you push me.
All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิล one punch. You wait ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Capital said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and phone ที่คือ passion ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh.
What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't you push me.
Happy qualification day! It is a different type of pressure here at VCT EMEA today. The good news is nobody is going home, and the even better news is 2 teams will be securing their spots for Masters Toronto. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. I am your host Yingsu. I'm joined by Kukuka and Billy, and we are very proud to be from a region where there is no spice, no drama, and absolutely zero beef between any of our players. Nothing noteworthy happened last night, did it? Nothing.
No, I just went to bed.
Yeah.
I just had a cup of tea and I had a lovely rest.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. There was beef?
No, I'm saying we don't have any.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only, I guess, FNS retired. That's about it. That's the only news that came out yesterday. I know. I actually cried all night. I did cry all night. I was crying extra hard because Casey and Vitality, Kukuka, have been eliminated.
Yeah, I think that both of them could be a surprise. If we take it from the top and start from the beginning, the Navi versus Casey, such a long series. The first map going to overtime, the other 2 playing the 24 rounds of regulations. A lot of individual plays, love the fact that Navi is doubling down on this double sentinel. It gives them a new light. But man, if you're a Casey fan, that has to be a tremendous defeat to take, Billy.
I know. I want to see Casey come back stronger in stage 2, but yeah, thinking about that Vitality foot game, I mean, this was not a game that I probably expected to see in that very first lower bracket, and I think that your heart has to hurt for Vitality, right? I mean, we kind of bidded them as being our super team coming into this year when we looked at that roster, and you know what, thinking about their performance, I don't want Sivov to get any hate. I think that he had a tremendous time coming into stage 1.
So you want the other players to get some hate?
No. I'm not saying let's not start beef. Let's not start beef.
You're very good at that.
I'm just trying to defend him as being the player that came into this team. Like, honestly, Vitality, sort their roles out and they'll be fine.
I think that I was also surprised. It's good to see Foot in this form after the defeat that they had on the first day. You could see that it was not the same light for them. But Zeus chose violence. It's good to see him having this performance because if they want to do a lower bracket run, of course it started yesterday.
Yeah, and the road is going to be very nice because it leads to Masters Toronto. And Billy, our teams today, there will be no tears by the end of today because nobody will be eliminated. But 2 of them will go to Toronto. And it's besides Liquid, the other 3 haven't been to a global event event this year, yeah, so that's exciting.
It's very exciting. I think for me, like I mentioned it the other day as well, when BBL won that first match, I'm so excited for BBL. Not only making it to playoffs for the very first time, but also playing in a qualification match for the very first time, and possibly going to an international global event for the very first time. So that's the team that I'm keeping my eye on coming into today.
We haven't seen Team Heretics or Team Liquid just yet, and I am a little bit concerned. As you guys know, every single region has felt it. Over in VCT CN, in the Pacifics, in Americas. It's been the same old story. Of course, I'm talking about the first seed curse. One by one, the top seeds have fumbled their initial shot for Masters Toronto, and only RRQ, yes, RRQ, have managed to dodge it. The curse has arrived in EMEA, but unlike the rest of the world, we do not believe in curses. We're not afraid of it. Our teams are built different. They're here to break it. Now, channeling the Indonesian power that blessed RRQ, I've put my top agents on the case who are here to flip the script.
I've got onions on my mouse pad.
Okay, good job.
Keep them here.
I wanna get the Omega prediction from you guys, Giga quick. Give me the 3 teams making Toronto, and give me the 2 teams making the grand finals here at playoffs. Go.
For me, it's gonna be us, Fnatic. Oh wait, can it be us, Fnatic, and Liquid? Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay, yeah, us, Fnatic, and Liquid, and it's gonna be us versus Liquid in the finals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think I agree.
Yeah, I think Liquid.
Dude, there's a small chance actually. I could see BBL going on a run.
BBL could
on the
do,
lower. I think BBL are dangerous. I agree with you though.
I think BBL are like the dark horse of playoffs.
Yeah.
I think people underrate them a lot, but they are like really, really good. Like really, really good in my opinion. Like when they're playing good, they have very talented players, and I think for me, I respect Yampy a lot. I think he's a great IGL and he's a great player, and I think when you have a leader like that, like when you have a strong leader, I think you can do a lot and you can upset a lot of games. So yeah, I believe in BBL as well.
It's a hard team to anti-strat as well, just because they have so much.
Oh
individuals.
yeah. Sometimes I don't know. Levin makes the riskiest decisions. Sometimes
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like, you
very
can't
hard
prep
to
for
predict.
that.
Yeah, it's
You
very hard.
cannot prep for that.
Well, be careful what you wish for, because Team Heretics will be taking on BBL for a shot for Toronto. Do you agree with some of the things that Neil was saying? You know, BBL, they're harder to prep for. They bring a little bit more surprises. What's the playstyle mismatch here?
I think that he has a point in saying that it is a different beast to the ones that they've been used to playing. The separation in groups, of course, puts the focus on just the 4 teams that you have to be, the 5 teams that you have to go up against. And when you look on the other side, it's been so different, right? He is right to say that BBL, it's a difficult team to prep for because they've been doing a lot of prep and changing a lot of things. And if you look at different maps, you're going to see different approaches.
I think as well, a lot of their game plans so far has been how can they set Levin up for success, and they play very unpredictably. So like, how can you actually anti that? How can you come in and be able to predict whatever Levin's being set up for? We've seen it time and time again throughout kickoff, throughout stage 1 here as well. So yeah, I think for them, they're going to be kept on their toes coming up against BBL.
What you guys didn't see from that podcast clip, check out the podcast, by the way, on YouTube, is them both saying they would rather play Na'Vi. They were like, we hope Na'Vi win. We would much rather play Na'Vi. They're not going to get that. But one person, though, surely, Billy, that can go toe-to-toe against Levin today is Miniboo. He is back in our live form.
Oh, 100%. Last week was all about the Boo brothers. You know, they both had an exceptional performance against Fnatic. And I think that we're finally back to prime Miniboo as well. well. I think that he's been doing so well. You can see that the confidence is really lifted with him as an individual, but also within the rest of the team too. And I think having that prime player being able to pop off really does help lift the confidence of the rest of the team.
Going into stage 1, every team had a different set of homework to do. For Team Heretics, is can you go back to being what you were last year? Everybody was excited for you. Everybody was cheering for Los Niños. And one of the key pieces was Miniboo. Yes, last year was a little bit about, you know, who can play this tournament and whatnot. But seeing Miniboo like this makes and rounds up Team Heretics as the final boss of EMEA.
There's a lot of number ones on this stat right now. Just Heretics in general have been playing really well. And Neil even touched on a little bit about what's been going on with Miniboo. And I think it's really interesting here, Kukuka, he spoke about, we'll see this quote. He doesn't feel like it's not just Miniboo that didn't perform. It's as a team they didn't perform. And Miniboo maybe just took the brunt of that because stats.
Yeah, exactly. Stats, he's the duelist, you know, like it's a very long list of things that are going to point at him. But every single time that we've had a conversation with them, it's been I think that the good thing about them that they've been also speaking about throughout the entire year is that we lose as a team and we win as a team. We are going to stick together. When we do good, is because all of us, and when we do bad as well.
It's kind of what I alluded to, right? You have that player that's able to pop off. It kind of lifts the rest of the confidence amongst the team. And I mean, if they keep performing the way they're performing, they're
win in Toronto. Say it, win in Toronto,
right? No, but like they need to win.
We can only break one
EMEA
curse at a
first.
time,
They need to win EMEA first, Bill. Let's just calm down.
Do you know what?
One trophy.
Do you know what, RQ?
Trophy.
Do it for us. Do it for Team Heretics. Do it for all the curses out there. I'm just going to leave this here. I think we're going to need it throughout today. Let's talk a little bit about BBL though, because
I can't believe you had that ready then.
I did. I carry this around with me. I have Indomie and I have this in my bag at all times. But for BBL, you know, dark horses, maybe underdogs, maybe at this point unexpected. Is that real though? Isn't that a fake narrative now we've seen them play? Because they're just good.
I think that people want to wait until it actually happens because, as you said, today there are not going to be tears of sadness, but I could see some joy. Any of the storylines that we could send into Toronto today are so good for BBL, from qualifying into their first playoffs to qualifying to their first event in 2 days. That could be absolutely crazy. Same goes for the rest of the other teams. We have very, very good storylines, but if you're a BBL fan, you've been through thick and thin, and you know that, Yinsu.
Yeah, I know that. Like, shout out to AIM DLL, my brother. But yeah, sorry, carry on.
I think as well, the one thing that we have to consider, and this is what I was shouting about, is the form that they're in, right? 4 weeks of going 2-0. Team Heretics are going to be looking to put a stop to that today. And when we look at the roster, this is the first time BBL have gone international with their roster, and they're deciding now they're going to make playoffs, potentially going to make Masters Toronto. I think it's been such a turnaround for the organization.
I have a lukewarm take. I like the fact you mentioned they've gone international, but in my opinion, their best player is still a Turkish player. Okay. And it is not Levin. It is sociable. The oldest rookie in the entire world, fluent in English, beautiful English he spoke the other day. And just for me, it's been a long time coming.
Absolutely. I think that I was asking him here the other day, maybe he didn't understand the question I think he's definitely in the running for being one of the best tejos, because the most important thing about teams is when you peak, right? Is you're going to have a moment where you're at your best set of the performance. And I feel like for BBL, we're still not there. As you were saying, Billy, they haven't lost a map in over a month. Like for them, this is all going in crescendo, and Sociable is the perfect example of that, because the performance that we saw the other day did not make any sense.
No, I have to agree. And the fact that his response to him potentially being the best tail in the region was no idea. It's just crazy to me. He's been so good so far. But yeah, I mean, top performers stats-wise in playoffs so far is Alpha. Sociable is the Turkish player that sat right behind him. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on today.
I genuinely believe that if they make it today, it will be on the back of him having a crazy, consistent, reliable performance. He's just, for a Turkish player and a rookie, I guess, however you want to say it, he's just very reliable, right? Because usually we expect the newer Turkish players to just be a bit more explosive, but troll every now and then.
Yeah, and it's very important that we make that differentiation there, right? Between the duelist that comes from Turkey that is going to be explosive, and someone that plays in an initiator role that has that potential to clutch and has that in-the-moment decision-making that has made Sociable what he is. And also, look at your screen. Magnum the other day also had such a day, especially when the map went deeper and deeper, the better his performance was getting.
Yeah, I have to agree. He had a great performance yesterday. And it's people like that. We're talking about Social being a rookie, but Magnum, as someone that's been here, has played in these pressure moments, he's going to be all guns blazing in this qualification match today.
Yeah, and he's changed, I feel like, since he's been back. He's been a little bit more gobby, you know? He likes to yap a little bit more. I love that. And speaking of yapping, obviously, we have a couple of Turkish players on the other side as well for Team Heretics, and there were some pretty wholesome moments with this particular one between Sociable and Vut as well. I love it. I mean, wisdom, right? How do you say this in Spanish? Is there a saying in Spanish for this?
Well, I only think of Miley Cyrus when I see this quote, but
based.
But I will have to think of one.
There will be one.
I'm sure there is one, but it's also in response of what Sociable said about Heretics. They are the mountain to be climbed. If they are the best, one day someone will come over them. And he felt comfortable enough to say that, you know, Mantos said they're very cute. One day.
The funny thing is, when he said this, I had to ask Bea. I was like, what does he mean by that? Like, am I reading into this a little bit too much? But it's true. If you want to be the best, you have to be able to beat the best. And so I think Sociable coming out here, saying that in his first interview with us here in VCT EMEA, honestly, hats off to him.
Yeah, you gotta love him for that. And of course, the stakes for BBL simple, right? They want to go to Toronto. But for Heretics, we already mentioned it a little bit. They have to win, not just today, but a day after, next week, and all the way to the grand finals. It almost feels like a failure at this point if they don't make it to a final.
Yeah, I think that at least getting to the final, maybe getting their first trophy after all of the finals that we saw last year could be there. But just making it to Toronto, it should be
bare minimum.
Absolutely bare minimum. Especially for what we've been seeing for the past month, they owe that to us.
Yeah, and they haven't lost.
I mean, I just think that Team Heretics right now, if they lose today, it's just not great. Like, they are our best shot at Toronto right now, in my opinion.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure about this one. No, I'm kidding. But BBL, they have never made a global event before, but they are one win away from changing that. All they have to do is take down Team Heretics, who still have not lost a single game this split. It's time to get down to business and send it down to the stage.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pot. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah.
We have never seen BBL make it this far in a tournament before. They are just one away from Masters Toronto. But as both of you said, for Heretics, they have to win today. They are still the favorites. They've not lost a single game this entire split. Will it start today? We'll see as we take a look at the map vetoes, because there's a few different places we could go, right? Where would you like to see this go?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a couple. I mean, I think for me depends on what BBL are going to be banning and how Team Heretics is going to react to that. They're going to decide to take the Lotus out. They've done this in the past, even though they've also had some showings. I think this just leaves the door open to go and see exactly that. Icebox, Ascent and Icebox. This is a very interesting first two maps.
They remember they're Turkish. Nice.
No, see, I like this. I wanted to see BBL pick into Ascent, given that when we saw Team Heretics play, it didn't look great, right? It was Apex that managed to push them over the edge with that one. However, in saying that, that was in week 1 of the regular season. Knowing Team Heretics, they will have 100% gotten that Ascent up to scratch by now.
I'm in the camp of, it's not a lie to say that Heretics' worst map by a long shot is Ascent, considering they never play it.
Yeah, they banned it. They literally perma-banned it for an entire year. It's a map that it's never been their comfort zone. And as you're saying, Billy, the showing that we saw back in week 1 didn't go their way. But if you are Team Heretics and you've had that extra time to prepare for today, you know that there is 2 chances for you to go. There's not that many options that BBL can take to break you down. And Ascent has looked like a weakness on the side of Icebox as well. Miniboo is going to be extremely unleashed. I think that if you're BBL, you need to shut that down as soon as possible.
I heavily favor Levin and BBL on Ascent. I think Heretics, I think we're going to get all 3 maps.
Yes.
Yeah,
And Haven, the last
so.
one, isn't it? That
Haven is, that's a banger for both of
I
these
think
teams.
that I'll be happy. I don't care who wins today. I just wanted to make it to the map 3.
Do you really not care who wins today?
No, I don't, because
You're not going to go for Heretics?
No. I'm gonna be completely honest. I love the storylines for both of them.
Yeah.
For Heretics, I freaking love them to have a flawless run, make it into Toronto, smash all them noobs.
Yeah.
I want that. But on the other side, BBL and what they've done this year, looking so unstoppable today, beating Heretics.
I'm telling everyone in Spain you said that. I'm telling everyone. Let's take a look at the agent select here, and we have some changes.
Double duelist.
I love it.
I like this. I like this a lot. I'm glad that they've taken Miniboo off of that Waylay. It didn't look like something that they were 100% comfortable with when we last saw them play Ascent. And like I said, I was expecting to see Prep going into this. We have Woods playing the Jet. I'm here for it.
Absolutely. I mean, Turkish, Jet, Ascent, loving this combination, loving Team Heretics, doubling down on this double duelist. I really want to see how the dynamic is going to be, especially on the defense. The possibilities for aggression from 3 players that I'm seeing right now, also comboed with a Sentinel like Benji Fishy and Rians. Just Rians. It's amazing.
We have a very tasty best of 3 coming up. And just in case you haven't had your lunch yet and you're still hungry, fresh out the booth and toasted to perfection, it's Panini.
Thank you so much, the desk there, kind of leading us into this one. Obviously, the agent change up here has caught our eye, but we want to start that step before with the veto. Mini, there's a lot to be said about this, but kind of, I feel like BBL have known their win content. They are the underdogs coming up against the undefeated Heretics thus far, but have they found enough room with Ascent being first?
I think Ascent is the absolute map that BBL needs to pick here to test Heretics' map pool.
Yes.
We've been saying this about some other teams not being tested, but BBL have chosen the right map here. Heretics have avoided this map. They've lost on it to Apex of all teams. And the rest of the maps, we've got Icebox, which Heretics' Icebox is beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
It doesn't tick my boxes as a coach, but like, it doesn't matter. Like, if I'm saying it's beautiful, despite not ticking my own boxes, it must be beautiful. And then Haven, like,
if we get there, we can start that conversation.
There's so many. Both teams play beautiful Valorant, and these maps are the maps I want to see it on.
Yeah, and we can now start looking towards the change-up that Heretics went for here. That Waylay just didn't look quite good. That was featured in that series up against Apex earlier on. It didn't look like it suited them by any means, but we focus on the game for now. We'll touch back in on this role, well, not even role swap, but the agent change-up coming through. But it will be, of course, Heretics on the defending side.
Heretics are ready for this mid approach.
Well, there's one thing to be ready, it's one thing to deal with it. Miniboo saved by Woot there, but the patience pays off. Takes the TP out, and it's a great first strike.
Yeah, surprised how BBL have all this utility with the triple initiator and walking straight through the smoke.
Almost
off
greedy.
guard.
You know, trying to save all that util potentially, and going to be punished off the back. They're left with 3 standing. Sociable, Levin, Profek. Still able to maybe navigate some options. You see a very passive hold on this A site.
Yeah, we'll come down to Boo here, just alone on this A site. Does have the paranoia. Oh, this is nice.
Timing. Oh, the shot's real nice as well from Benji. Quick trade though, but they don't know about Boo. And look at this man, so ready for it. Waiting patiently, and he gets his reward. Sociable now trying to maybe cut off the support system, but they can play the numbers now. Even Miniboo waiting there. It's lovely from Heretics, but BBL missing some steps, it felt like.
Yeah, if I want to talk about the compositions a little bit.
Yes, please.
The triple initiator is, in my opinion, is an attack-sided composition on this map. You have all the utility to take all the space you possibly want. If the opposing team tries to re-clear you, it doesn't matter. You can just util back. All this recharge utility just gives you so much space. Didn't quite work out on the pistol round. And the opposite side, Heretics' comp isn't supposed to be an amazing defense comp. It's got double duelist, which traditionally has gone on attack. If they can start getting some rounds on this defense side, like the pistol, it could be looking good for Heretics on Ascent.
And normally mentally I'd check out a little bit in these rounds, but we have been seeing these back and forth moments. Maybe not so much with these 2 teams as such, but I do want to keep a little bit of a close eye on it. It seems very all in for now. Going to have to go through their protocols though, because we can see the setup in place. Now, Benji's already got one just, I imagine, revealed there potentially, or actually no, it doesn't even look like the assist was on that one, so maybe just a shot in the dark, but rewarded nonetheless, and this approach is already not finding what they want.
Yeah, that approach from Heretics felt reminiscent of last year, the Benji, Cypher, Rian, Soba on the same site.
Deadly duo.
Yep, recons, wall bangs. Everything going on.
And speaking of Benji, what a return to form for him as of late. A lot more of that kind of clutch potential rising up. You roll your mind back to the kind of Sunset days. This guy was getting 2-3 Ks every time, it felt like, closing out rounds for Heretics. Starting to see a little bit more of that from him as well. Love to see that kind of coming back into form. And for Heretics, it has been this road of recovery. Kickoff was a disaster.
Yeah.
So for them, what a return of some of these elements. And I think that's one of the things we're impressed with this team, is the resilience overall.
30 seconds left.
This is looking simple stuff. Oh, he's put it on a show for us. But maybe Sociable, he gets another. Yeah, well, it was a nice try. Making something out of nothing, took 2 players down.
Yeah, we didn't quite touch on Wook Jet, but he switched to it on the Pearl as well for the double duelist. Again, traditionally not kind of the thing that you expect from a team like Heretics,
sure.
But I can't doubt Wu, is basically how that goes.
Yeah.
Wu to Miniboo this stage have been phenomenal. Like beyond phenomenal.
And it feels like they're almost sometimes underrated for what they're doing, statistically, even just visually, how good they are here. Certainly deserving their flowers throughout this run. However, Bite come in here for BBL, gonna have to deal with what remains with Heretics on Heretics' bonus here. The Bulldogs, the Guardians, and it looks simplistic. Yeah, very singular in approach here. Boo, gonna be forced off from the high flash, and I think that should at least allow them the sight.
No Sentinel on the attack side for BBL means that Miniboo can get this flank in undetected.
Now you say undetected, but there's a player put to place on this. Done for! Magnum sat back down. Miniboo so swift with it. And now they've got problems, right? Nowhere feels safe, so BBL maybe looking for some security. A quick dash to split the ideas of where they want to push from and hold from, but Benji there. Gonna find Yampi. There is not much going right for BBL in this one, and this strangling hold of this site is gonna get harder and harder to breathe against. Rien's now taking the steps. It's Miniboo to clear the last 2. And Heretics look very, very comfortable on that retake.
Yeah, that's a worrying round for BBL. They're playing to their comp strengths to some degree with the Teo bursting in, but Heretics have identified already one of the major weaknesses it has. And like I said before, this is going to need to be a big attack side for BBL in this composition matched head-to-head, sorry.
Yeah. No, just watching this one back. Again, the early identification. I think I can lip read that, but the early identification and even the fact that they're pressuring those backlines so early, you know, that first buy round coming in, they've already ripped that away from BBL. The fact that Miniboo's on that backline pushing in, taking away Magnum, and it's a cold start for BBL here. Look, we know they're the underdogs in this regard. We know they're coming in on the back foot if you're up against basically a flawless run team, but they need something to work out for them here. Some of these players yet to even get on the board. It feels very cold.
Yeah, and when Miniboo's opening up like this, like already looking warmed up, highest rated player of this stage, I believe, so far. It's looking great for Heretics.
Certainly is, and this is the map choice of BBL, so this somewhat frozen start when you know that Icebox is looming. That could be recipe for disaster. However, we wait to see if there's more life in them yet. We've been giving a lot of credit to BBL, playing within their means perfectly, if not over-delivering in some aspects. Some very talented individuals, the coaching staff, everything about them we've enjoyed. But it does feel like maybe they've hit a bit of an overmatch here.
Yeah, I have to agree with all of that. There's some teams, I think, in our league that can learn a lot from BBL right now. But Heretics looking different levels right now.
Benji, I like this. Making a risky approach, slipping back towards stairs to supplement the site, and just eats the flash. The flash was, I don't know who that even came from in the end, but at this point, Yampi and Magnum, can they still get under the skin? I don't think so, absolutely not. Heretics making them look, you know, near on college level, amateur at this point. Nothing seems to be going right for BBL. I need to see them with a buy. I need to see them back firing here.
Yeah, and that's the big problem. When you lose that pistol, lose that bonus, you start to look a little bit silly. Like, we're looking at essentially the first real gun round of the game is already 4-0 down. I'm surprised BBL on that bonus round going for an all-in approach. Traditionally, they go a bit more spread out with the triple initiator, sorry, taking a bit more of that map control. I wonder if they're going to switch back to that style, or they go for this all-in style. Looks like they're going to continue with the all-in style.
The tempo change potentially here, but still the setup, still Benji to have to handle. If he suppressed, that'd be marvelous, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. Levin looking for anyone, but for now, struggling to get cleanly on the site. Already hindered slightly, but pathway open, but the TP taken. Miniboo's here, locked in visually, plays it forward. He's dealt with. Nice from BBL, very heads-up work. Hindered on approach, though, through from Catwalk. Benji! Back-to-back kills, but BBL fighting through. They've got potentially a plant here. They have numbers advantage. This is what the doctor ordered. But Woot against them in a 1v3. Can he isolate? He has a fair fight on the first. Yampi, would you be your first challenger? Not gonna happen. Big round from Yampi there. And a nice reaction from BBL. This time, able to make it through onto the site.
Yeah, BBL, it seems like they've changed game plan completely. It's going to be an all-in style with this composition, trying to overwhelm the sites with Teo. I liked Heretics' approach and reaction, though, again, playing a bit more of a retake style, knowing that holding these sites is going to be a little bit difficult. The flooding didn't quite work, though.
That haunt was lovely that came through. Starting to see that more and more. Magnum doing his work, yet to get on the board, at least kill-wise, but certainly facilitating that push to be as comfortable as it felt, even though with all that drama going on. Operator still in play for Woot, though. Big investment here.
Here we see the Sentinel utility being used on the A side of the map as an anti-KO ult setup here for Heretics. Expecting Yampi to use the KO ult early.
Oh, it's going to be Woot then standing to attention. Does he get punished early on here? Ah, yeah, he absolutely is. But Rien still holding the line. Denies that. Oh! What is that from Rien's? No vision, doesn't matter. Sociable gone. They're already dwindling in numbers. Woot's tucked in the corner. This is still fine for him, apparently. No pressure for this man. Where's that pressure coming from A main, though? Yampi didn't need the support until then. Miniboo left on his own. Does go down, leaving Profek in a 1v2. He's sprayed down. There is little to be done in that, it felt like. Even in all that chaos, Heretics still looking like they're in control.
Yeah, Heretics reading the KO ult beautifully, knowing that it's likely going to be a fast round using that KO ult. Rien's got some beautiful kills. Wu, in a very awkward position, still manages to do damage.
Yeah, the fact he's still able to fire off from there. Bloody hell.
Heretics look like they've been practicing Ascent.
And we were kind of talking about this. This is a BBL timeout. Do not fear, the stage will not be going red just yet. But it was something that kind of reminded me, I hate to bring up Fnatic because you're here because it feels even worse, but it was kind of, it was felt reminiscent. And I was wondering what the tangibles look like now we're in here, but it felt reminiscent of that sunset being brought into the veto late in, let's say, you know, towards a qualifier, not sandbagging, but kind of to try and round out their veto process, right? Because when you get to those bigger events, all these teams will be looking at your veto process. Obviously, Fracture's not high up for Heretics at all, and Ascent has also not been a good map, so having two of those unavailable wouldn't be acceptable if you're going to those bigger events. So to see them try and maybe bolster that here, putting in work here, feels like this is an indicator to not just BBL, but every other team.
Yeah, I think the context is just slightly different in the Fnatic instance. We already qualified, so we're just doing a little bit of trolling.
Yeah, you're like, well, why not?
But in this instance, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, they have two clear weak maps technically before this game, so they need to make one of them at least look good.
Yeah, and I think this is so far. I feel like they found the right reactions. I like this kind of double duelist here. It looks nice. I do want to see if BBL, though, come in maybe a little bit hotter after this timeout, maybe readjust mentality, because so far they haven't really been testing Heretics.
No, it's been a very direct approach. Heretics haven't had any problems with that.
Swoop gonna put on a show for us here. Playing up towards heaven. You can see the utility coming in. That's gonna be handled by Boot. And away we go! Levin brought out of the sky! And this is just a simple purchase, but it's made it look lovely for Woot. Back-to-back impact. He's still firing a feel-good round. All around. He almost got Profek pinned there, but just missed the timing. Has a look. Oh, come off it. Easy, Tiger. Profek going to be given an opportunity, but you can see it instantly being shut here. They are flying in Profek. It ain't going to happen. Heretics about to hit that Brazil number real soon.
Yeah, BBL trying again. They were faking towards the B side of the map, but whilst they were faking, they executed at the same time, so the fake wasn't really coming
Timing's
through.
not there, yeah.
And then another signal for Heretics, if none of this refresh utility is being used from BBL at the start of the round, there's going to be some red flags. Like, why is there no util being used? Potentially they're going to be grouping up and execing. So Heretics having some easy reads on that anti-eco round.
Stay focused.
Ult-wise, not much here for BBL. One away from Levin though, so that could be nice to have, but on the other side, starting to really build that full hand up. Benji's got his, Woot's got his.
This is a must-win round for BBL.
It does feel like the difference of a complete blowout, or maybe, you know, get enough rounds on this side, but you're already talking about the comp, how it suits this side, and they should be trying to get as many as possible. But Woot, once again, right place, right time! Levin on the receiving end of that 3-3-8 more often than not. And this is just going to start feeling so uphill.
I didn't realize how good Woot was with his operator.
But he's just
been phenomenal.
And he's everywhere. It feels like you're not getting away from him. There's something very oppressive about having to deal with someone on this op who's just constantly around the map. We've seen him in the previous round over towards A Heaven.
Yep.
We've now seen him towards B Main. This needs to be added to the checklist for BBL to remove that, identify it. But right now, this checklist feels like it's already missing steps.
Usually with initiators are supposed to stop the
Yes.
operator. They've got 3 of them. It's not happening right now.
He's here again, omnipresent. And whoa, just caught the flash in the end, but then Benji allowed to swing. It's still a nice combination, still effective trading for Heretics as BBL trying to take those next steps in towards the site. Once again, they're gonna at least get towards a plan here. Sociable, the only one disconnected from this. Still standing on 8. Manageable with the operator. Utility for the post plant. I mean, Sociable's there, but he's got a lot of work on his hands. Sacrificial on the first swing. Boo goes down, but Rienz trades it. Again, numbers still on their side, but the HP is becoming a factor. Rienz on 27. Yampi's patience! The discipline there from Yampi. Just gorgeous. Did he get both? And it was a needed round. They might just get it. Woot, though, not gonna work out. Magnum in the end. Gonna secure BBL their second. And a vital round.
Yeah, Yampi there leading from the front. It's going to be difficult to replicate that round specifically, but buys them a little bit more time to figure out what's going wrong on this attack.
One enemy remaining.
These are the sort of games, though, you look to your likes of Yampis, your big boy players who've got that experience, who can keep them mentally in this game, focused up. Sociable coming out with the op as
Looks
well.
like a set play here for Heretics.
Let's see what
Something
the game
fast,
plan is.
potentially.
Well, speaking of fast, Levin's off. He's not going to go well here, though. Heretics already have players down the deep bottom of mid. Prophet removes Woot, but look at Mini Boo. Going to use this as almost a get out of jail here, but at this point, the damage once again done. Number advantage.
Everything Heretics are doing just seems to be working. Like another set round this time, aggression, and BBL are caught off guard.
And I quite like that. It feels very disruptive to pull out a really aggressive round, almost like a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
At those sort of points. Momentum completely then just gets put off track.
Yeah, it's a beautiful variation on the traditional vision strikers, using the Euro almost to TP in there.
It worked well. Here. Jungle camp from Benji.
It was interesting.
Here now in the foliage, we see young Benji Fishy having a little look at some feet. But they're going through the list of trying to remove some of this utility, and in the meantime, BBL taking steps towards middle. And Heretics already kind of understanding that space has been left somewhat neglected. You can see Boo's reposition, you can see Rien shouldering that angle. So awareness is there, and there is no pressure through B main. So it all comes through market.
Boo smokes himself off here. He's got a timing here that he can hit.
And waiting on the contact from Rienz. Oh, more than contact! But there's the kill, and there's Boo striking off the back. Lovely little synergy, a 1-2 between them. Yampi, you got a clutch for me here. He knows Boo's waiting. Similar scenes on either side. Ult there. And Yampi, this would be magic for him. But it ain't gonna be easy. First one not gonna happen. Heretics is 3, striding back in on the site.
Yeah, one thing I want to touch on here is that we were praising BBL for simplifying with the Jet picks. Like, Levin's been very good since simplifying to Jet. The teams look better. On the map where you see Jet's farm quite a lot, Levin having a poor performance so far. I'm not going to put it all on his back necessarily, but he's not being set up for success here.
And I mean, if we talk about that, let's...
Very clean, boys. Let's go.
does look mechanical, doesn't it? But if we talk about that bigger picture here as well, we can't ignore the fact that Heretics were the one that put the likes of Durka in, back in his box on Icebox. That was one of those where they're very good at handling these jets, handling these traditional plays, these aggressive plays. Certainly not the first instance we've seen them achieve this. Let's see if Levin can once again try and approach this. A lot on his shoulders here. It'd be lovely to have a little bit more front line working for them.
It's a KO again for BBL. Same strategy as before.
Minibu, same place this time. We saw last time around Rienz actually define the double through there. That looked like a leg, it is. Magnum down only 30. Rienz now takes his time and strikes. Magnum gone, but they take away Minibu, so the site is looking a little bit more vulnerable, potentially a plant. That's what they would need to at least get the time on their side. Spike now being shuffled in, and oh my word, Boo, he knows his angles, and already a pre-take here. Wu wants all eyes on him and wait for the others to come through as well, but BBL fighting back, couldn't control in the end. Profik from the back line's doing wonders, leaving just Benji alive. Praise that clutching coming back on for them, but the time is low here. Not an easy scenario. Can he find one? He absolutely cannot. BBL clinging on to life with a third now in their pocket.
And because of Yampi's performance so far, it means he gets that KO ult for a second time. KO on Ascent being one of the most powerful ults in the game. Heretics had the read again, how to play around it. Maybe doing the exact same setup wasn't the play, but they were ready for it. BBL able to convert off the KO ult.
Need a little bit more of that from Yampi too. Keep those spirits up, keep them feeling good. And yeah, this is first time we're seeing this for Wu.
They've now got 2 rounds to prove that they don't need heroics or a KO ult to win some rounds, BBL now.
Early control over towards B main though being showed here by Heretics. Putting pressure towards it. Feeling no resistance now. This should allow that cheating of the third player either towards A, which I think they're getting here with Rienz. Here comes the paranoia. Minibu forced off this, but Woot out in no man's land. Can he make it his own? He absolutely can. Trying to find a little bit of a corner to play from, and he's got it. He's not been traded. He's not gone down. He knew the swing was coming, but he couldn't hit it in time. Rienz and Minibu still fighting from the site. Got Heretics what they need. This time, willing to take the challenge on the site itself. Not sitting so passive, but Minibu popping a lot of damage here. Profik's got ult. Spike's down in a precarious position, but with 55 seconds, they have time to work.
Spike down towards short though. Wonder how they're going to approach this. Profik does have his Omen ult, so that could be a play they do. You see Benji already rotating towards B in case that happens.
They've got so many bodies, they don't have to take a risk. They can leave it 3-1, 2-2. They could do whatever they want. Sociable needs to get a kill here, really, to alleviate some of that stress. But can they split their attention? Profik trying to take steps in here. Minibu to the right here. There's the eyes draw. Now we got to look towards Sociable. Can he get the kill in time? There's going to be the salvos going through. Force them off the angle, but they don't know about Minibu until then. Great from Sociable. But time, 13 seconds. It's time to get a wiggle on. Gotta go fast, boys. 9 seconds, door shut. It's still game on here. And now they know the post-plant position, at least for Profik. Smoke comes through, and they are divided. Can they stand on their own 2 feet? The crossfire now negated. A tap on the spike draws Sociable out, leaving just Profik in the 1v3. Incredibly hard to handle now, but great damage on Benji. They're not safe yet, Heretics. And he knows the spike's not being diffused. Can he keep his cool? Can he keep his nerve? The second try now for Heretics. Oh, what a try from Profik! Boo in the end stays ice cold under all the pressure and gets the defuse.
Really well played round at the end there for both teams. The seed of doubt put into Heretics' mind with the Omen ult, and then Sociable Profik just kind of ping-ponging off of each other there. Just beautiful play. But unfortunately, 8-3 down right now for BBL. It's not looking great.
Last player standing.
Yeah, you can feel it was close, but still, again, that scoreline ever present here. Heretics firmly in the lead, and BBL still looking for more. Around to pull out all the stops as Woot gonna instantly invest the knives.
Yeah, Woot's creativity. I even forgot that round went on for so long. His creativity in that round, the ways he's playing is not like a Jet I've seen before.
No, like I like the synergy with Minibu as well.
Yeah,
already seeing them work
Minibu's the
together.
operator player.
Oh, this is Oh, sociable. He didn't even know it. He didn't even know he was walking into his death. And it feels like Heretics just constantly getting these man advantages early. And there's no trades to it.
No, there's nothing.
And again, Miniboo here. Can you escape him?
Once again, you see Yampi trying his best to do some kind of distraction towards B main, but this isn't a good enough tactic.
No, it isn't. Miniboo will stand. And how long will he stand? Long enough. Levin again. Oh my god, I thought that was on, but Magnum from afar still going to do work. Profek saving him. They're digging in on this one, a 3v3. You got to know that Yampi was disconnected. Oh! A quick beheading. As now Wu plays it forward. This is looking lethal. It's lovely from Wu. As Yampi late to the party. Doors shut on him. This is a tough task here. Gotta face it, and he actually gets his man, but look at what he takes for it. Down to 4. A valiant attempt, but not enough. Heretics now sitting safe at 9-3, Mini.
Yeah, 9-3 on defense there. The side that I had more DAX on the numbers for Heretics, but it looked like the Wu-Tang Miniboo show there.
And look, we've got a little bit of a treat here hearing from Miniboo, so let's head over to that. It's behind the wall. They've walked in late to this. Fnatic having to dig deep here. But Rien's doing the dance on the back of the site, and there's a problem. Miniboo swings. Oh, and he's focusing the back lines. It is divine work.
I think we have everything, like games that we play. I think we play like really methodical. But if it gets like a 1v3, any player from Team Heretics can clutch this and just hit like some insane shots. And we can be really chaotic or really slow paced, depending on the enemy we play against. So what's needed to win the game, we're gonna do that.
Let's go, guys! Let's go! Well played, Dennis. You're playing so well, bro.
This year, sadly, we started as a 3rd place and we didn't qualify to Bangkok. So it was a little sad, and I reality check that like international events are not given and you need to reach for them. So I mean, it would be nice to get back to internationals, you know, like just a feeling of going to Toronto would be amazing, you know?
And it is a reminder that this isn't just another game for Heretics. This is to set the records right for them here. Bangkok obviously weighing heavy on them, a disappointment in the start of the year. To come back now on their flawless run, now a map and a half away from Toronto.
Yeah, if they can make a statement in this game, looking into Toronto, they're going to be one of the favorites like they always are going into those global events.
Certainly are, and it takes a lot to stop that level of dedication and want. BBL, the question is, how bad do you want it? How deep can you dig here? That's the real question on my mind. Levin's had a brutal game. It's not been easy for him. He's got to activate now. We've got to see all of them firing on all cylinders.
And they're playing in Ascent with no Sentinel on the defense. It's going to be very difficult. They're going to be hitting shots, and that initiator utility is going to be having to get the information that the Sentinel would not be usually getting.
Show me how much you can do. Already good info early on here. At least of some sort of presence. Whether there's commitment behind, we're yet to see. But it seems this slow build towards A is happening.
Yeah, Miniboo TPing across so he can set up his TP lineup for the A split here. Oh, it looks like a crunch into Garden.
This is nice though to offset the tempo.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It's an assassination! Magnum instantly deleted. I could watch that all day long. But you want shots to be hit, and they're doing it. Oh, there he is. There's the Levin we were begging to show up. And now Wu left in the 1v3. It ain't looking likely. Profek, safe work from hell.
Yeah, Heretics coming in with the beautiful microplay there. Whenever they change their comps, you can expect it, but it's all on Levin. Tripling his kills in the pistol round.
I mean, he needed that, right? That could be that little confidence boost, that little bit of a, you know, a reminder of who he is. But watching this back, I'm sure we'll see it at the start. That little crunch, as I said, it was so systematic, that destruction.
Nice, boys! Nice boy again!
There he is as well. If you want to see someone pumped up, you kind of want to see Yampi being one of those players, right? He is that emotional leader.
Yeah, it's good to see that despite being so far down, it's not dissuaded him at all.
Nope. He's the most hot-blooded Finn I've ever seen. Normally ice cold, but this guy does get the people going. Evan once again right place. Ooh, tries to do the dodge, good damage. I mean, it's not ideal, but you'll take it at this point. That's nice though. He's playing air training, and he's setting the high score. Just down a woot now, 1v3. Not impossible, just improbable. Especially when the spike aim with you. It feels like they're tracking his every move here. Yeah, he's been caught. BBL now. Another clear step. This is what they needed.
Yeah, 11 did do a lot of damage there, but I was 0-0ing because I wanted to just see him get that momentum going. If you get a couple more kills,
then you're feeling it, right?
Eco Cobra momentum can lead on into these gun rounds. It would be potentially better half for BBL here. Sociable here.
Sociable's a treat to watch there. It feels like you put any aimer in that position, they do well. It's like Demon 1 comes to mind back in the day, this now.
Just a pure headshot.
It is, it's real nice to watch. So, bonus round is looking pretty tasty here for BBL. A lot of rifles, not a lot missing. Of course, on the other side.
They can break Heretic's economy here.
It's game back on.
BBL's economy is not looking too shabby either.
Heretics now, sending Miniboo in deep. Really trying to peacock that presence. It doesn't seem to dissuade BBL yet.
Usually, Miniboo in that kind of situation is looking to break the Sentinel utility. Nothing there to break, just distracting a little bit. Feeling out the map for Boo's call. Looks like they're expecting some kind of aggression, but it's not going to be happening from BBL's side.
And again, Boo for me, there's been a lot of discussions about mid-rounding IGLs, how well they're doing across regions here, but Boo to me is still one of the brilliant ones. A great mind for the game.
Absolutely.
See how well he handles this. Obviously, BBL, as much as they may be underdogs, they are certainly in the limelight today. Yampi, maybe forced to fall back here. This feels very tentative across the map. We're down to 35 seconds.
Maybe just the one smoke for Boo. He used the smoke earlier on A. Maybe waiting for the second now to exit B. It's going to be all on Yampi's shoulders on this B side of the map. Tough spot for him.
This ain't going to be easy. Sociable now noted they've getting a good read of where these players are, and here it comes. And there goes Yampi, unable to really put up a fight, but with 13 seconds it felt dicey. But Heretics slowing down the tempos worked wonderfully for them. This bonus not finding the damage that BBL would have been dreaming of, and that's a little out there. Not bad for Profek. Gonna need a lot more of that. Rien's vulnerable. Down on only 10. But the numbers stiflingly favored towards Heretics here. Okay, Profek, Paranoia. Hold on. You gonna make me pay attention to this, Profek? Let's see. How far can you take this? Not far enough. Rien's there. Make sure it doesn't go too far. Another weapon lost. That could have been a conversation. For now, though, they get to 10.
BBL just trying to do a little bit economic damage there. They knew if they could flood into that site, get the retake going, it was so important to the context of this half.
Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
A bit unsure there for BBL's side why Yampi was alone on the B side. Maybe that one smoke that Boo threw towards the A side of the map was enough for BBL to over-rotate towards that side.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what's going on here. There's one of our commentators. Pal.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Tricast buddy.
But a big swing point here now, because this feels like if BBL get the next, then you're starting to look at the ults coming online. Then you're starting to look at that money getting a little bit more robust. And it feels like the momentum doesn't get taken away. Heretics have done kind of what you'd expect in the fact that, yeah, they lost the pistol, that's fine, but they win out on their first buy round. So far, kind of following traditional trend. This next one, though, is key to me. There's no massive ults here yet, though, either for Heretics.
Big thing for me, though, if BBL were able to win that round, the operator could have come online for 11, and that now they're playing a very important round without an operator. And for Ascent defense, that is one of the win conditions.
It could have changed a lot of the outcome, at least with maybe even confidence levels coming into this, but pause to get minds set right.
I wonder what else Heretics have got up their sleeves. They've clearly been cooking some stuff, so maybe some more set rounds that BBL aren't going to be able to predict.
For now, they can kind of play it out as they see it, but this is, you kind of feel like this is either opens or shuts the door in this one moment. tempo. Benji, but not much more.
Rian's just choosing which lineup he needs. Yeah, it looks like Heretics just playing it very slow. Their game plan is just a slow, methodical ascent, letting Boo work those mid-rank calls later on. A main's going to be denied from BBL.
In response, though, they have got at least a shoulder on B main. It's going to be again Yampi. I do worry if he's left so isolated so often, but I'm sure there'll be adjustment.
Nice little attempt there from BBL. They threw the KO flash over from the B side with the haunt, trying to catch someone out of middle. Nice to see that micro there. Doesn't catch anyone though.
Dust somewhat settling from these early moves on the board. Has Sociable seen Benji, or has Benji seen Sociable? Doing the dance back and forth here. Yeah, there it is. Pixels shown, and Benji's got it. That's a big pick here. That opens up middle, but it does leave it in a 2-2. So it's not like they have a huge advantage until, well, we look towards the site. And look who's in the corner. Magnum, this is a tough position. The paranoia flies by. But Profeg, wait, he's got 2 out of this. How's he just found 2? And they don't clear Magnum. Oh, it's game on. Surely. A 1v3 needed from Benji is not going to happen. BBL, their patience is in the right place.
Yeah, Profeg, someone I've been highlighting all year as a potential one of the best smokers in our region, I believe.
Wow,
and I
big
thought
compliment.
that I thought him and Ruxic were going to be those players coming up from tier 2, and he's having a game right now on the defense side.
19-12.
It was so sick. I don't know if this was on purpose from Heretics, but they reconned on top of Miniboo's clone and sent in him like a droning recon. I hope that was on purpose.
Was that on purpose?
I hope it was. If not, Rian's is being flamed a little bit here, but.
I mean, if it is intentional, if EVS, if we could ever find that, I'd love you guys endlessly. I know I'm being a pain in the ass, but for now, Heretics, hey, here's the change point. We were saying how critical that last round was. Well, now you're seeing it. Now you're seeing the Sheriffs. Now you're seeing the hero guardian for Wooten. That's about it. Still deadly.
See that recon flash coming in again.
Oh,
BBL?
you could see it! You said before it didn't catch. This time, Sociable gets his man. Lovely from BBL. The reward there now. As Boo and Benji got to face the music. Not bad. My word, easy now, there we go, 11. Okay, step by step, we got to close the game now. Heretics not having the run of the house here. And I'm very impressed. Couple ults now getting very close by. And it looks like there's going to be a timeout already. And here it, yes, it kind of looks like it was sent in. They the recon drone. I love you, EVS. Americans could never. They could never. Honestly. But okay, let's kind of take stock then. After I've absolutely glazed the EVS team, they'll be saying,
Sure.
yeah, boy. We got ults coming in, and we've got a big momentum change, right? BBL have taken back into this game.
Yep.
Now Heretics, not one to turn down a challenge though, right? This is now going to be them put under the pressure to step up to the plate. We've seen a good defensive side in some regards coming out. So where do we sit on them handling this? You know, what's the look back here for Heretics?
I think for Heretics, they don't need to be too worried yet. I think a lot of this is looking like, again, a pistol loss and then Profig having an insane round.
Yes.
To me, I haven't seen anything yet that has made me too worried for Heretics.
Okay.
Obviously, if they start losing a couple more, then it's, you know.
Ooh, yeah.
The one thing is, though, again, I don't think BBL can afford that operator. And when that starts getting into play too, that's just another angle that BBL have to potentially shut down Heretics. This round, I expect Heretics to just work around the Sova ult they have.
Yep.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple, stupid. It's a classic. 1 away from Woot's ult, 2 away from Miniboo's though. 1 off from Sociables, 1 away from Magnums, a lot cycling through 11 as well. This round could really heat up. As Heretics once again, pace change though, a little bit earlier, a little bit more aggressive on taking this control, and BBL challenging some of these. In a bit of a different position too, and actually willingly forcing further on A main.
Yeah, BBL can always do this with their composition. They can always go for these refights because they have so much utility. There's a utility disparity between BBL and Heretics. If Heretics want to fight that one-on-one, BBL are going to refresh their utility later.
They're almost forcing them into this setup. Sociable spotted.
Drone going out. Drone is down.
All eyes. Did he get away with this? I wouldn't say Heretics are a lazy, clear team. Oh, but he's found the timing just right. And he gets his reward, marks his man, Miniboo's gone. Okay, I mean, I'm starting to believe a little bit here in BBL. They've been convincing me round by round. And that smoke holding back basically the majority of Heretics.
Yeah, Heretics has a very clear plan of what to do this round with the Yoru ult orb, but
I know exactly where you
30 seconds left.
11 in the middle, nothing. Okay.
He's trying to play this out. Oh, the faith in the reveal, but Rien's up middle. They brought it back to a 3v3. Benji low, boosted alive, and Rien's there. Levin still fighting, and Levin coming online. We said we needed it, and we got it! Levin, after a disastrous first half, finding his footing when BBL needed it.
Yeah, that's everything for BBL. And now Operator Economy comes online. Levin can lean into that too. A hell of a turnaround for him. Only 1 kill on that attack side. Up to
guys.
9
if
already.
If we talk, we will win this game. If we don't talk, we will lose.
Keeping those comms up.
Keeping it simple.
Love it, love it. Oh, it's making me smile because I just want a close game between these two.
Yeah, it seemed like Heretics in that round, I was trying to say that like they had a very clear timeout. Yep. They were getting a bit complicated, taking A, going back, taking the orb. They were going to do a kind of a Sova ult, Yoru ult combo of some sort, but the basics in that round, the fundamentals, just checking those corners, having the util there to check the corners just wasn't there.
But keep in mind, do not forget the caliber of player Heretics have. There's always a chance you get a mini-boo round. There's a chance you get a woot round. There are options.
Yep.
And BBL need to keep that in mind. Oh my word.
Woots looked phenomenal with these knives this game already.
Yeah. I want to see BBL keep this really clean if they can. I mean, it's not an easy task to do, right, against someone who's got this firepower. But already not wanting to probably approach that B site, already hearing that Odin rattle off those bullets.
Looking like a B split here for Heretics.
Who's got ult?
Sociable Magnum bunkered in with that Odin and Tail ult.
Yeah, we have to commit to it soon enough. There it is, just denying that access towards site, slowing them down. Now, supplementing and reinforcing the rotation. And it is sight time. Sociable gonna spot the barrel as well. This is beautiful. Woot's still alive though, now he's dead. And now things are looking even better for BBL. Levin even showing off himself here, maybe unnecessarily, but fair play. With 10 seconds, do what you must, Rien's. Whoa, making this look not impossible. 5 seconds time is a factor. What a banging shot from Rien's. Plants online. Is he the one to do it here? 3 bullets! Oh, he lands it! I told you! These players are like no others. They'll get you around like that. The second you thought you were safe, Heretics remind you who they are.
And it always seems to be Rien's in those moments, saving Heretics when they're down in the momentum. They needed that round.
Oh, they bloody did. Breaks the 3 rounds back to back for BBL. And look at this one from Rien's. And it felt like it, for BBL, they took their eyes off of who they were facing for a second. These kind of individual moments. You get punished. And you can't forget about it now. They should be on red alert, but the ults are coming online, Mini. This now changes the dynamic, and it looks like it's changed the pace.
Yeah, fast now here. Sova ult AX coming in for Heretics.
Evan already expecting the dash towards the site, but he's waiting to find a target, but it's Profek again, straight in, but Heretics trading out better. Rien's, are you aware that you're being closed in on? Yampi is just around that corner. It looks like Rien's is aware though. Oh my god, the timing. Yampi, this is a brutal fight. He wants it, he wins it. And now surrounding on both fronts. Sociable still has utility. He's got his drone. He's got bits to play with here. And he steps out on his own. Boo, tucked in towards hell, misses the critical shot, but Benji doesn't, leaving just Sociable alive. Hard to clear this. But his salvos now. Swings the smoke, doesn't find anything, sends the stun off to the right. He can't handle it. Benji dragging them up to 12. Heretics getting the gap they needed.
Yeah, I love that pace change up from Heretics there after having a big scrappy round where BBL are going to be feeling a little bit emotional, maybe talking a little bit what happened last round, how can we counter it, and Heretics not giving them time to think about that and straight into that ace site.
And it all felt safe and secure for a moment, right? We were believing in that comeback from BBL, the gap getting closer, and then that gear change.
Let's move.
That moment showing who Heretics are. And now can BBL respond in kind.
Another simple approach from Heretics.
Yampy with a judge. He's not stopping. He's been seen. They know he's here. But can they remove him, right? The smoke feels almost obvious, but he's still going to stand his ground. Takes away Woot. Good trade, though. And now the site is under scrutiny. It's under pressure as well. Levin trying to backfill the space, but they know they've lost control of the site. Miniboo's there, but they can't hear him. They can't see him. And now they've dealt with them. BBL only losing Yampy after he took one with him. In all that chaos, they step up.
Yeah, just praising Heretics for the pace shift, but to do it again against a composition that has that KO knife available, the KO knife just hits all of them. Not able to do anything there off of that Euro ult there, Heretics. Great flood in from BBL.
That's a confidence builder again for BBL. Quickly, okay, breathe. We've still got a chance in this. Yampy's got ult now. 2 away from Sociables. Profect not a million miles away on the other side, pretty far from their ults, pretty far from a full purchase. But do remember how they got back in this game off the back of Rien's. 2 of those Guardians, one with Woot, one with Benji. Sheriff's outside of that. And this looks like a similar piece. We've seen this before. I mean, this time, no spam in middle.
Give that Guardian over to Rien's again.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, Woot's on 10.
There we go. Thank you, Woot.
They're listening. Coach Mini's back. This feels like the pistol round.
It does, yeah.
Oh, my word. Oh my god, hello! There's a lot of players in that smoke! Levin farming up! A feel-good moment for him! And Boo with 5 to find and a ghost to face his opponents with an in-zone flawless here. We're up to 10 now.
And I was starting to get worried that we're going to have a very one-sided affair. After we bigged it up, it's a beautiful game of Valorant between 2 good teams. And BBL, they're doing their best to make us not look too stupid.
And a timeout for Heretics here. Maybe time to pull out a set piece, a play, something in mind. This is very late in the day, and it's a Weber conversation rather than the Niels conversation.
Yeah, Weber usually talks a little bit more in these moments, I feel like. Has a bit more of that kind of mid-round, mid-game adaptation approach, it feels like. I think both go back and forth sometimes.
Yep.
But Weber, very good strategic mind for the game.
How much do you pay for that shout-out?
I was thinking about it recently because I watched the podcast with Benji and Neil, and I remembered that, you know, I am friends with these people, so I should probably say nice things sometimes.
Well,
I used to be a competitor, so I actually used to hate them, you know.
Got it. Now you're like, okay.
You know.
No, I think a lot of us have been impressed with what they've been able to achieve. Again, it's not the fact that Heretics were good once, it's the fact that they're getting back to being good. Now, this half, though, is a solid reminder of the fact that BBL are dangerous. You know, we've been talking about them as the dark horses here. Obviously not on the flawless run, but my God, you know, eye test alone, they are passing it. And they are making this work for themselves. It could be all over in a blink of an eye in one round, but for now they are going toe-to-toe with Heretics and making them work for their dinner.
Yeah, it's a good sign they're shutting down the explosivity from the double duelist. Heretics might need to now adapt and play a little bit more of a style that the double duelist isn't as good at, just to feel it out more.
Seeing the Outlaw out for Yampy, and you can see the light shields on the other side, so this is a big investment, and probably a valuable...
It's the Odin Towers play. Oh, that's unlucky from Profect.
Couple nice looks from them. I've been impressed again with BBL, these little like set pieces. Even though now going to be the one to wait and see. Are they committing? They are. You can already see him out on side. Hello and goodbye. A quick trade for Benji leaves this now available. Ult to come through, and they've got a lurk in middle. Oh! Big shot from Yampy opens up the retake now. 3v3. His ult could be key in this one. Changing out back to the Vandal. And on side you've got Miniboo, Boo, Benji waiting. Ult comes in. BBL getting closer. Haunts there. Prowler's there. Magnum sends it in. Benji looking for it, but he's blinded. He can't remove this. They've got to get going now, though. Time running short. Benji again finds Profect. It's all down to Yampy who falls. Heretics, you can pressure them. You can get the map close, but it doesn't mean you're going to win it. 13-10. But what a great first map.
Yeah, beautiful first map. We highlighted this as the map that BBL could punish Heretics on, and we didn't know what to expect from Heretics. Great first half from them, and getting over the line in the end on knockdown pick.
Yeah, if this is the sign of things to come, I cannot wait for Icebox, so don't go too far away.
Nice! Look, guys, we're so good! Nice! Let's go!
Very clean, boys. Let's go.
Ah! What the? What? Bro! Ah!
You are the best player in the world.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's an excellent start for Team Heretics in this qualification game versus BBL. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back in the studio with Kakuka and a very special guest. Now, before I introduce you, I have a very important question. Do you think you would be able to beat 100 men? Can you take them on?
Easily.
Yeah. Welcome, Gorilla. See what I did there? See what I did? I've been sitting on that for a while. But yeah, Ascend, a great start there for Heretics. Did you expect them to beat BBL on BBL's map pick?
I think especially with the comp change, like as soon as we saw the Yoru and the Jet come out, as opposed to the Rayleigh, I think that Heretics had a much better chance, just because I know that BBL are a very like prep-heavy team. So yeah, I think that kind of threw them up a bit.
I absolutely love this idea. They've been so extremely successful running the double duelists. It looks like it's kind of natural for them. You give Woods a lot of that flexibility that he also likes, but the freedom to do some crazy things.
And for a team that never plays Ascend, they bring out a comp that no one else runs. It's just their comp. But it also helps that Rians is Rians, and he probably won Kakuka the most important round of the entire match.
Absolutely. Heretics is such a momentum-based team that when we see a 1v3 like this one, in which the economy was not in their favor, he just had this Guardian using perfectly the timing for everything, even planting the spike at the last second and getting those beautiful kills is the kind of round that literally brought Heretics back on the board. BBL were getting round after round, and you know, even though he thought it was decent, everybody else was losing their minds.
How would you have dealt with that if your boys threw a 3v1 like that against Rians?
I mean, at some point you just gotta put your hands up and say well played. Like, I think Rians is one of, if not honestly, probably the best initiator we have in Europe. In the world at least.
Trent exists, but
Trent exists, but I think Rians is better. Like, that's just my opinion. So at some point, like when you have world-class players like that, they pull rounds just out of nothing.
Yeah, and they snowballed that to a win, but it also helped that Kakuka, they had such a great start to this map.
Again, it goes back to the momentum. They know this and they're aware of this. The best thing that you can do when you think about the map, you're starting on the defense. You have this double duelist, and you see a composition on the other side that does not have a sentinel. You try and abuse it, and even though this position was great from Magnum, Minibu gets the kill. And look at what happens here. This is, as I say, the bonus round. The moment that this is open, the reaction from Wood to go on the smoke dash, create that distraction, and the paranoia coming in from Boo. This shows the one that we're seeing from Team Heretics. They're so quick on the reactions. We're so exceptionally right.
Kind of annoys me that they perma-banned Ascent for such a long time. If this was in their repertoire the entire time, you know.
They were saving it for today.
Yeah, they were saving it. What a great time to bring it out as well. And Gorilla, of course, you talked about the prep and maybe what they couldn't anticipate. There is no way that we would be able to predict that Wood, who has not picked up an AWP this entire year, is going to pick up an AWP, get, I think, 7 kills out of 6 rounds with it. How do you deal with that when something like that happens in the game?
Well, I mean, on one hand, when you have a triple initiator comp, especially one with a Fade, and Fade is so good at like dealing with the AWP, you've got the Prowlers, the Eyes, the Seizers, like you shouldn't be taking as many AWP or sniper kills in general as you can. But then on the other hand, like with a comp that BBL run, they don't really have a lot of like, call them mini smokes, right? Like the Cypher cages. Yeah, they have the jet smokes here, but like it just means that Root can just post up wherever he wants, and at some point you're going to run out of smokes, right? You're going to run out of util to kind of block his vision.
Very nicely done, we would say, from the side of Team Heretics. Now, they have a great opportunity to close this out 2-0, break the first seed curse, make it to Masters Toronto after missing out on Bangkok. But Kakuka, is it really that easy as we head to Icebox?
I mean, as I said, on terms of preparation, and as we're mentioning for BBL, they know that the moment that they ban Lotus, we are going to Icebox. It's a map where we've been speaking about how Minibu has been performing the last weeks, and it's a map where he should be completely unleashed. If we add that to Wood now playing the operator and how they complement each other on this map, things only get more and more scary from there.
And I'm so glad you're here with us, Gorilla, because you faced them on Icebox already. Koi have always had a very good Icebox, so is there an Icebox you think you prefer here? Who would you be leaning towards when it comes to these two teams?
Honestly, I'm leaning towards Heretics if they're running the Neon again. Even from last year, dealing with their retakes especially, and the fact that on defense they just group up towards the center of the map and just want to flood. They don't want to let you plant. They don't want to let you get in good positions. It's so hard to deal with. Like, you've got to have a really solid game plan. But then again, on BBL side, when you have the comp change with Levin going over to the Jet and just letting him just be unleashed as he was in that defense half. You know, that's honestly a lot better than what they were running at the start of the split, but I think Heretics is just too good.
Do you anticipate more changes from BBL? Would you like to see it?
I don't think so. I think what they have going for them is probably the best with the players that they have.
I think that we also saw it coming from Foot, if I'm not mistaken. The sticking to the simple composition that gives you a very clear idea of what you want to do in the map and where your strengths are lies. Yes, it might be easy to read for the opponent, but it gives you a key in comfortability that, of course, plays to their advantage. I think on the side of BBL, we see the players playing to the best of their ability and following what they've been doing on the. Okay,
it's Heretics that change it up. I love the Gecko so much.
I absolutely adore it. I think that bringing it back from not seeing it through the entirety of the regular season to now seeing it after Navi, I believe it was Shao, the first one that did it. We're seeing a lot of teams. What do you think it is, Guriel? What's the strength of Gecko that makes so many teams want to pick it?
I think it's the plant installation. The fact that you can just send Wingman just to go and plant somewhere.
You're getting coy. You need to say carnal.
My Spanish is not that good. So you can send Wingman to go and plant and then fight the site with it as well. And it's the same with retake, like I was saying. I think the Gecko only enhances, like, you know, that you can molly back Yellow, you can molly Jail, like all these positions when you're wanting to retake. Exactly.
Yeah, and I love that they've gone back to their champs comp, just plus Tickle. And we remember this fondly. But here's the thing, Pansy and Mini. Heretics, they are just one map away of going to their first global event of this year. Let's see if they can take us through.
Well, that is the question for us as well. Is this going to be over in 2, or is there a fight back for BBL? At this point, Mini, how do we feel about the comp change? I mean, it's not massive. Do you think it complements what they were doing even more?
I think the Killjoy is just more efficient on this map. I think there's the turret and the alarm bot is able to cover more space on Icebox, especially towards the middle of the map on defense. So I think that it's better for Heretics as well. The Vice is a little bit more anti-stratable. BBL could come in and know that Vice was going to be used towards the middle of the map, but just trigger it every round. And so the Killjoy is a little bit harder to anti-strat in that way, I think.
One of the most beautiful maps to watch here. If you're a Heretics fan, this has been a highlight, to say the least. The neon looking just unbelievable with Miniboo. But BBL, if there was a time to show your capability, it is now.
So Heretics grouping up, keeping it simple, 5 towards A, but already we see BBL pushing out the space towards B.
Okay.
They're pretty good at doing these flank retakes, but looks like they're going to be flooding in here on B. On A, sorry.
Yeah, he tried to get ahead of it. It was actually perfect to take the head off of Miniboo. So if they're able to deny Miniboo here, this does change the matter. This is only round 1. BBL wanted to stick around on the side here, turning the flash just perfectly for Yampi. That is beautiful for him. Doing well here, BBL. Trying to draw the players in on the tap of that spike. Boo and Benji going to have to react in some kind. Yeah, they got a stall on this plant, though. Boo's going to have to try and back away a little bit here. Still wants to do a bit of damage if he could, but actually threading the needle going forward. I like this. Boo. Ah, nice try for BBL. 5 alive, and they seem aware.
Yeah, BBL, like we're talking about Heretics and their beautiful Icebox, but BBL are no slouches on Icebox either. What I like from them is their confidence or maturity to leave the A site open sometimes, and if they need it, they can have Yampi sat at that back site with the KO flashes fighting out if they really need it, but sometimes they just let it go.
Yep.
Play for those retakes, play with those pre-flanks.
In-zone flawless to start things off. Yeah, you love to see it. Get fired up early here. And Heretics gonna just have to go through the motions. Look, we know what Heretics are good at on this map. Now, yes, there have been some adjustments though, so that could obviously cause some of that prep work from BBL to be maybe not as valuable, but it looks like they've got a game plan in mind from the word go. So sit back and watch the next couple of rounds. I want to see BBL try and keep this clean though.
Yeah, I was looking for Heretics to do one of their set rounds here, but I'm not sure what they're planning here. Looks like maybe we're going to see Miniboo running under tube, creating a distraction towards B, trying to get up close and personal with the classics at some point.
Yeah, And on the other side, we know who's going to be waiting for it too. So Levin's going to be there, and so is Profek. So it'll be mostly on their plate. Maybe Magnum if he does lean over that far, but it is go time. So there we go. Miniboo going to try and cut through, draw the eyes away, but Levin's still training towards main. Miniboo trying to cause as much of a distraction, but Levin unfazed by it, unmoved by it. Down to 3 now. Oh, it's just unreal from Levin. Miniboo still being a nuisance, but it feels like he's only going to be a nuisance here. Yes, handled. BBL, make it up to 2.
Yeah, cheeky idea, using the salvos to try and break the turret. The turret didn't get destroyed for some reason, so in future rounds they're going to need to figure that one out.
Yeah, I don't want to think about turrets. They don't go that well for me.
What is that? I don't know the reference.
I had to come back in and cast.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually sorry about that one.
Okay, bonus. What do we have? Full armor coming out of Heretics. I mean, they heard. They were in the receiving end of that that outlaw, so don't blame them for that. But bonus here.
All missiles away.
Let's see what we get. BBL get a miracle from this, or the Heretics get back on track. This is a necessary round. Denial of removing the turret early.
It's just standard A default here for Heretics, using the salvos early to deny the space, getting up close.
Yeah, a bit unorthodox. That's a little bit of a deeper look, but doesn't see much yet. One of the only EMEA players to really flourish with the Stinger so far.
Not our strong point.
Nope. It's fine. Americas do make it look like a, you know, essentially another rifle. This is enough utility now going through. They should be feeling like someone's trying to make a bit of a play. Now they've identified Yampy early, about the minute mark.
Yeah, Heretics has been really slow in this round, knowing the implications of losing to the bonus round. It's going to be this A finish though. Great knife from Yampy.
Yeah, that's lovely. The timing 4 found that. That cheats over at least another player, maybe 2 even.
4 over towards the A site now for BBL. They're ready to fight this with these scrappy guns.
And again, even just be able to keep the turret in place, keep that faith in mind. The flash through the wall is perfect. But Boo gonna get Yampy. I guess he was maybe a step behind, so he didn't get caught on the flash, but Sociable gonna try and duck down and survive. But Miniboo doing what Mini does best. And he, oh my god, wait, Sociable, you serious? Getting 2 from there. I thought 1 was fair game, the second, I don't know how the hell that happened, but Magnum trying to walk this back. This is not gonna be easy. 3 players, but they line up, that makes it much easier. Stall on the spike though, they need to deal with the back line, and Rien's making that near on impossible. Magnum still going walkabout. Oh, that got so close. And that's a bonus 1, sorry, a bonus nearly 1, as Heretics only make it out with 1 player left alive.
Yeah, BBL losing that round, but I'd be happy with that result there.
Yeah.
Lots of economic damage coming through. I do love that slide up Miniboo, that slide up onto the fridge. Fridge? I don't know what people call it, we call it fridge. Not something that many agents can do. Well, it looks so different on the Neon than it does the Jet.
Yeah.
And he always seems to get a kill doing it.
He is a treat to watch here on that.
I think in these later rounds, just the anti-bonus from Heretics, I don't mind the simple approach. I want to see a bit more of an exploration around the map though in the later rounds. But looking like a 5A approach here, identifying the weakness from BBL that they like to play off of this A site.
Stanzo, look at the damage that they've done already towards Miniboo, taking him down to 75, forcing him away. So they've stalled out that first wave of approach.
It's a chess game right now. BBL, no.
Tried to steady the aim for the second, but it wasn't to be. But already a nice little 1-for-1 here. They've fought out at least for the front of the site. I don't think they can really gather the back unless they swing perfectly in unison. Woot taking a lot of damage here. Desperate to try and deal with the players by Dice, but BBL holding the line so well. Okay, BBL. Yeah, I feel like we might actually have a game here.
Yeah, the chess match is coming in. Heretics identified from their preparation that BBL like to play off of that A site, play more for retakes and cap that flank coming in. BBL changing up the style, keeping 1 deep on B. We keep seeing a push on B, and then 4 people stacked on the back of that A site, just ready to brawl Heretics every time.
This is that early testing period almost, both kind of getting a feel for each other, figuring out what's going on. And obviously the A-Site simulator carrying on here, but maybe this time we do get a bit of variety, as we do see Sheriff's out.
I think I would have liked to see a timeout there from Heretics.
You'd have hit the button.
just said what I just said.
I said what I said.
Just said, like Weber and Neil, they're smart enough to say what I just said. if they did it, I would prefer it on this round right now on the ecos, so that, you know, if they take it next round, it's a little bit too close, if you know what I mean. That information, kind of like, yeah, the other team's going to be thinking about this gun round.
Oh dear, it's not pretty for Yampy there. And yeah, it's a judge recovered, but it is a player taken down. So it does add a little bit of worry to my mind, especially in the hands of Miniboo. I mean, let's have a look here. We know that there's a second string to this boat, and that being Profek, and he's been very solid. And he's actually got support from Sociable now, so it's not an unmanned site. Heretics aren't going to have an easy time now.
The Yampy judge always puts a smile on my face.
Why is that?
Just the Sliggy Piggy judge skin.
Yeah, it's cute. Very cute. Now BBL's patience is going to be tested. Their resolve, and it's brilliant. I don't know if he caught it just a second before. I think Profek just knows his lines. Taking away Boot. Now Profek, yeah, still farming. God damn, this guy is clean. Benji, I don't think you're going to get much more here. 1 HP in a dream. Oh, a flying Magnum will do the job. Woot, 1v3. Not going to be going so good here. Singed and put down. Profek very clean after a bit of a shaky start.
Yeah, just the eco there for Heretics, but it's nice to see the aim display there. It's just a bit of confidence building, knowing how good you are sometimes in these rounds. That translates over to the gun rounds.
It's certainly not an easy role playing on that site there, and it is now the Heretics timeout. So, a little bit later, and obviously giving BBL the opportunity to have a talk during this time, but as you said, you'd have preferred it a little bit earlier.
Yeah, but the problem now is that the ults are coming online, and it's a completely different discussion. You kind of got to go into the discussion saying that BBL changed their preparation, and then park that to one side, and then say, but there's some ults on the table. How are we going to deal with that?
Yeah, if you're talking about the ults as well, for BBL they do have Profek, so the Viper ult is there. Very, very important. Magnums as well, so some key ones already in place and only one away from Sociables. On the other side, Miniboo does have his, Rienz has got his, 2 away from Boo's and Benji's, and actually 1 off from Woot. So yeah, the conversation...
next few rounds are going to get messy.
Yes, so I do wonder how they're going to divide this conversation for Heretics and where they want to put their focus, because this initial 5 rounds has been waving that BBL banner. And I wouldn't put it past Heretics from being able to adapt. I think that's one of their strong suits here. They don't ever feel like they're completely out of a series, but they do need a reaction now, because this is certainly not going the way they expected.
No, absolutely. And it can't just be all off the back of a Rienz clutch. I want to see it from adaptation strategy.
So you're putting on Weber and Niels?
Yeah, it's going to be all Weber and Niels' fault if they start losing this one.
Weber, Niels, don't be rubbish. Cool. Well, let's see. I want your judgment afterwards. Do you approve of whatever the adjustment may be? But now it looks somewhat like what we've seen before.
Looks like Icebox. 4 towards A.
Yeah, rinse and repeat. Pace change though. Earlier control built towards on the backside of site here.
Heretics may be identifying that the Killjoy ult often used as a retake setup for BBL, and they would be right to do so.
Timing becomes the question.
Rien's probably going to use this Gecko ult to get into the site. See if Levin can catch a timing here.
He's looking for it. Have to steady himself. Drones there. Steady steps towards the site, and there's the lockdown.
That's early. I'm not sure what's triggered that.
Well, the ult's going to be used to deny it, and Levin's gone down. So back site now under the Heretics banner. They've controlled this well, and the spike planted. They've got time on their side. And this post-plant becomes difficult. They've got a lot of utility to layer onto this. Miniboo just going to try and hold on and do as much damage as he possibly can. Kind of let off the leash almost. Chomping at the bit as Rien's actually going to send in the ult, and Miniboo swings off it. There's a lot of players here, but the flash is fantastic! Miniboo blind to the world. 4v4, but can they dissuade this back line? So much stall on the spike. They would need to get deep and get deep fast. Rienz isn't even allowing it. You can't get past go at this point. Rien's impact alone is outstanding. As the spike feels impossible. Got to half, yes, but to deny the final 3. I don't think it's happening. It's not. If Heretics get that spike down, they get into that post plant, there's so much utility, Mini.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. There's too much Killjoy, Gecko, Viper, and Teo all providing value. Something I missed there is that 1-off of the Teo ult meant that there's a complete counter there for Magnum's ult. So playing that retake setup doesn't do anything at all. The Teo ult comes in, Easy post-plant there for Heretics.
So Weber and Neil's off the hook for now.
Off the hook for now, yeah.
Good stuff.
But I'm a bit stupid too, so,
well,
you know.
I wasn't going to say it. But Boo and Benji now 1 away from their ults. We're looking at the cycle coming in. Levin 1 away. 2 still sat with BBL. We did obviously see Magnum's invested just last round. This is different.
Oh, he just moved just slightly off. And it messed with his aim.
It felt like he got too much pressure from the spam coming in, maybe feeling he'd gotten seen or something. He looked uncomfortable there, but if he'd stuck to it, probably would have had his man in the form of Mini Boo. And with all of this control, they can stack bodies towards this A site, but now down a man. This makes it incredibly difficult.
Proactivity again from BBL.
Yeah, but look at
drone
Benji.
and flash potentially.
Oh, the angle's so nice. Yampi tried to kind of find some unison with that, but he couldn't do it as Rien's already denies him. Trying to play up close here. Magnum's in a lot of trouble. Does get away with his life though, but trying to keep some control here towards May's side. Sociable now spotted. They should have a decent read, but they don't expect Magnum to just go striding back in. Brilliant understanding of the tempo coming through, but Miniboo still alive, and Miniboo being dangerous. You gotta pay attention. 38 seconds. What does he do with this? Spike down. Miniboo left alone. And he wants his man, he wants Sociable, he wants to find where Profek is as well, but time is not on his side. And has he let it slip here? A fair fight found and a body dropped. Miniboo looking for heroics with 5 bullets to play with, and Sociable under pressure. Sociable chooses correct on the coin toss, and he gets the defuse.
Great attempt from Miniboo, but that round was all down to Magnum. Coming in as the sub for Chiwa. Some fans had their doubts.
I had doubts. I think a lot of us did.
I had some, but I think he's the perfect substitute for this team. I don't know what the position is now, but he's been fantastic this split.
And
he might be playing the best Valorant of his career right now.
I tend to agree, and this map was always a great map for him too, especially
That's
on that
true.
Killjoy. Those lurks were always filthy.
I can't believe I forgot about that.
Yep. Every now and then, I do remember something. It's surprising to everyone involved. But BBL now getting a lot of ults building here, and you've got the buy on the ropes from Heretics. So BBL, look, it ain't pretty, but it's working, but Yampi can't see a thing! Oh, out in no man's land, instantaneous punish. They are losing players so early here now. Miniboo finally quelled, denies his big springboard towards the site. Sociable, I think, is going to be spotted on that. And the lockdown going to force his hand here. Fight forward or fall away. It looks like he wanted to fight. His hand forced Neron in the end, giving Heretics such a strong advantage.
Wonder if Boo's going to invest the Viper ult as well here. If the spike goes down, I imagine it. Lots of ults invested this round for Heretics.
You heard it. Rattling off the voice line. You're looking at 11 to be maybe 1, but hard to make this work. Boo knows his lines as well. So Magnum are removed, and I don't even think they got halfway on that. They didn't. 11. Can you go nuclear? Can you be the one to save the day here? Tries to bounce out of it, keep them on their toes, but time is not on their side. A second attempt and a second wrap around this ult. Sees nothing, looking for a body out of place here. Another! Oh, 11! This is unbelievable! But Benji, now the onus is on you. Now the question is on him! Benji with the answer and the Red Bull clutch.
Incredible back and forth at the end, but it's Heretics with one of those set Neon plays. That is the opener into that round. Using the Killjoy ult and the Viper ult to finish it off. Beautiful from Heretics there.
And I love this. We're seeing the best of 2 players here. 11 on one side, that explosive jet, and then Benji clutching up. Classic. Love seeing this between the two, the best of them both. 5-3 now, scoreline getting a little bit closer. Money now broken for BBL. And that timeout seemed to have found some of those solutions for Heretics. But to find repetition is what we look for here.
Heretics just have so many creative plays that in those moments where the economy's not looking so good, they can pull something out. Back down to an anti-eco for Team Heretics. It's going to be a slow round.
Maybe trying to find Yampi, and they've caught him. Just drifting towards yellow. A little lackadaisical about it all. Trying to find opportunities where maybe there aren't any. Profek's been a bit nasty though, so you've got to be cautious with him. But is that enough of an opener? Taping down Yampi, is that enough that makes them want to go towards B? It certainly caused fear among BBL. They put 3 bodies behind it now, leaving just Profek to defend this A site.
They need to take some risk, and they've chosen the wrong site, but they've made the right choice overall, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and you can see the layers to how hard it is to hold this site by yourself. I mean, you've got Miniboo on the hunt. It's impossible. The floor's not lava, but it certainly feels like it, like that. Utility just layered. And speaking of layering, look at this again. This has kind of fallen out of favor now this round. Heretics looking to take that step back closer. 5-4 would be a great scoreline now. Plenty of ults to be played within the next. BBL do any sort of damage here. Any small silver lining to this. And you can see it. You can see the plan from Heretics is clear as day. Deep post plants leave maybe Rien's a little closer, Miniboo a little closer. Make it hard for BBL to work back in on. Nice from Levin, but it's small victories now.
Yeah, possible retake there, I'd say, for BBL. Once again, Yampy trying to make plays with the judge. A little bit one-dimensional at this point.
Sliggy fault, I think.
Yeah, Sliggy's fault. That was Sliggy's fault, I think.
That's a Sliggy round right there. I think Team Liquid run that one time. Wide swing.
Obsessed with the judge.
Yeah. Really flawed mentality.
Yep.
Probably why he's not a coach anymore. 5-4 though. This is a big round. We got ults. We've got Magnum one off. Yampy's got his. The rest are pretty far away for BBL. On the other side for Heretics, Miniboo's got theirs. Rien's as well. So look to see what they could achieve here if they need it. And similar scenes, this feels repetitive, but it is Icebox, so no surprises there.
Yeah, when the middle of the map isn't that important on this map, the extremities are going to be explored a lot more. 4 on A once again for Heretics. BBL coming over again with 4 themselves.
Oh, yeah. Find a pocket to work from, but here comes the ult. And Miniboo's found Profek, you can see it. It's just so well constructed. Dealt with by Magnum though.
Now gets his ult.
And he does have the reactionary lockdown. So this will keep them in heal here. Woot Salvo's already gone, we saw it earlier, so no opportunity to do much. And Yampy is now gonna have to scurry back towards B, leaving Levin to control towards middle. They've stalled them out, but it's still 50 seconds.
Levin's done well to hold the angle there. Knows that it's likely going to be this A finish. Yampy just confirming it with that knife. 3 on A for BBL.
Magnum's been solid from this angle. His timing's been fantastic. He's going to hear these steps though, but... Go barrel scene. Okay, holds for just a little longer, but he knows that his time has gone. Looking to go on Levin to pick up the pace. Beautiful correction towards Rien's, but a great trade from Woot. Steps towards the site now, hard fought, 420 seconds, 3v3. This ain't easy now. Heretics not feeling safe about this, and Magnum chomping at the bit. Oh, it's gorgeous from him. Lovely little back and forth and sociable. Does he get the timing right? Oh, Heretics. Just finding some safety and security at the end then. It felt like on a knife's edge there.
Yeah, Icebox is all about scaling and knowing how to just scale together. And Heretics doing a wonderful job scaling in, getting those trades, understanding when to take deep site control, when not to.
It feels like there's not ever like an easy answer to that, right? That scaling just feels so fundamentally solid here. For Heretics with the utility they have, the layers to it, and just kind of knowing what to do with it. Even though they got close, you can still see what they're trying to achieve. So I'm wondering what BBL try and do as a reaction, right? Because we've got a couple more rounds to play with.
Nice, Benji.
So what is the game plan now? If you're in BBL's shoes here, 5-5, close half here, hard to handle, you're on a broken purchase, but is there something in your mind that you'd like to see them attempt?
I like what they've been doing so far overall. I think we got to remember that Icebox, in my opinion, is more of an attack-sided map. 5 already on the defense, 5-5 is looking like a decent half already for BBL. So I've not disliked what they've been doing. Maybe they could explore those flank options a little bit more. We saw them pushing up B early, but never quite committing.
Yep.
Playing more of a flood style on that A side of the map. They need to disrupt that post-plant utility somehow if the plant is going to go down.
See if that is something that we maybe have in that 12th round potentially. This one?
Yep, just the eco here.
Yeah.
Just the eco, Levin with a Marshall.
Crowd trying to will on BBL here. Not an easy position to be in though. A hard round to face. As really, it is only Magnum on this side. He is going to be joined by Profek. This utility, it has been on point. Paving the way for Heretics, and Magnum praying for his life. This is a problem. He's got a corner to play from. Profek helping him out there. How much can one man do?
Soon to be 4, though. Oh, no.
Okay, still good, still good. Back we go. Oh, not good, not good. Very bad, bad. It's gone bad. Again, you're just witnessing the protocol list, though. Yampi's hit a good shot there, but again, it's not like one shot is going to give you everything. A second might help out now. And suddenly it's game back on. They know about Profek on the site, though. He's doing the dance of re-ends. Oh, and he's good at it. Benji left in the 1v2. Can he clutch again? He kept them secure before. He kept them in the round before, and Benji on 49 HP. Hasn't got an easy task here. A Phantom found for Profek. Evan's still on the backside. Benji looking for someone out of place, but they're not giving him what he wants. As a glance around here, shoulder seen. Evan still holding that same line. 30 seconds. Benji pausing to add that paranoia. Good find. And the spray was right. Just at the wrong time. 20 seconds and 10 HP. Trying to work out this puzzle in front of him. Levin just needs to play calm here. Benji. Oh, he's desperate for someone to make a move. Oh my good God, is this how it goes? Levin, death from above. The pace save card thrifty to tip the scales back in BBL's favor.
Yeah, and I was just praising Heretics for those deep sight takes, but against the eco, Miniboo overextending there in my opinion, and Rian's looking a little bit nervous with his aim there. Uncharacteristic for him. But it was, yeah. BBL will take that one any day.
Yeah, that's a dream come true. Yampi on the op. Give me some of that.
Judge now op. Most weapons this map.
I love Yampi on an operator. I don't care what anyone says. Give me this every day of the week. Even a wander in middle now. He's active. He's wanting this. Vying for a fight, and the heartbreaking fact is they are actually going B, where he'd been posting up previous to now, but he's holding that midline. The slow build towards the B site is coming through from Heretics.
Yeah, BBL have rotated and matched them once again with numbers. Woot does have this tail ult.
So like a little gap there almost, but I don't think it's particularly playable, but that's a lot of players spotted. They know what's happening now. Oh. My happiness is removed. The Heretics, step by step. Oh my God, you saw it then, like a trap sprung. It was instantaneous. With a man disadvantage, they have a lot of their body still here, BBL. Oh, that's nice, Levin. The aim is on point here. Levin's gone down, but they still have at least a bit of side control. 2 tucked towards yellow, 1 off towards that B-long post plant in a 3v3. All from site side, though. Woot's got ult. Does he get a chance to use it? Sprays and praise. Benji, the savior of Heretics, not again. Surely, oh, Benji cannot be broken for this round and bringing Heretics back up to 6-6.
He almost won it the round before. Closing out 6-6 there for Heretics. Good half from BBL, though. 6 on defense, not bad.
Yeah, they are keeping this one nice and close. This is what we wanted. If you want Toronto, you gotta fight for it. And we'll be back after the half. So 6-6. Is this what you wanted here? A nice close game, both teams firing up back and forth. I feel like we're getting a great game out of these two.
Yeah, I absolutely want to see the third map, so I'm a little bit biased towards BBL right now.
Okay.
They play a very methodical attack side of Icebox, which might be good against Heretics because they're not going to get caught off guard, I don't think, by those neon set plays that Heretics have. They're going to be very explosive at times with the neon. Miniboo's going to be sliding into spaces, but hopefully BBL know that and could just do their methodical style.
Challenge is there, isn't it? The opportunity is there.
That is dangerous, though. 86% defense win rate for Heretics.
Quite high. It's quite a large number.
That is a big number.
Yeah. Ooh. Already nice early spam there. And it looks like Magnum's very aware, though, of what Heretics might be wanting to achieve from this. Already taken away Woot. Lovely start for him. And again, crediting Magnum on this side, he is pretty lethal. If he's allowed off the leash to kind of play those timings and work himself into the map, I do want to keep an eye towards his performance on here. But a 5v4 though now, and they slow down the tempo.
We can already see that, Heretics re-clearing Levin.
Yeah, that's nice.
Knowing that methodical style, they're going to be spreading the map a lot more than Heretics, which means there's weaknesses sometimes. Maybe a player off by themselves.
Though it kind of gives this display that both teams are very aware of each other and try to work on some of those conditions. For now, BBL taking those steps towards the A site. No surprises. Love Radiohead. Flash going to come in and Miniboo go. Oh! Stop it, Miniboo! You're not meant to get two there as Benji shutting down the round. It was all so close and beautiful, but then Miniboo just slides in and takes him away.
Yeah, beautiful flood on A there from Heretics, knowing that that Gecko Flash can just do everything to retake. A Neon sliding in also helps.
God damn. Magnum can't be happy about that. He can't be happy.
Nice, let's go!
We are kind of getting the openers and closers right now for Heretics. You got the openers in the form of like Miniboo getting so much impact, and then you got Benji shutting down rounds. Scares me. Really does scare me. But as it stands, BBL will have to suffer through this round. Sheriffs and odds and ends.
Just a couple of sheriffs from BBL. Magnum exploring already. What you wanted to see.
Yep. He's found.
He's got a timing. Oh, no he doesn't.
Well, my joy is ruined. Happiness is over, and we're back.
It's Levin's go now.
Spike planted.
Oh, Miniboo's tagging everyone, I think. Oh dear. Well, let's see how we do with 3 classics and 1 sheriff.
Another retake from Heretics. Gonna show their protocols off early in the first 2 rounds.
Clearing a lot of the corners. Oh, it's so simple for them. It's so simple! Levin, valiant attempt, but finding 2 ain't gonna be enough against the 5.
Was that a backwards moonwalk slide through the tube?
It looks like a TikTok reel, you know what I mean? Like, it's just ridiculous.
Those ones
how
where
smooth.
they fake all the kills and it looks beautiful. Miniboo doesn't need it to be fake.
Oh, damn. Okay, bonus round. We saw a little bit of damage in that, so it certainly won't be the most intimidating round in the world, but it's a valuable one for BBL. Needing to get this started for themselves after a bit of a colder start. We're starting to see the strengths of Heretics start quickly here.
This is usually where you'd see Heretics do one of their set rounds, but with the Marshal, just keeping it passive. Fairly standard approach here from Heretics. BBL, knowing Heretics like that early aggression sometimes, gonna be methodical and slow. Icebox here.
Icebox
3
now.
towards A, defaulting out, checking all the close corners. Got the Viper and the Killjoy, just making sure that there's no B or mid push. BBL know how important this round is.
Every step feels so heavy. Trying to walk forward here. Heretics.
Oh, cheeky.
Oh! God damn.
You cursed him.
Don't you dare blame
It's your fault.
It's probably that Fnatic team he was in
Oi.
for a while, I'd say. Ruined his confidence.
He went off by himself. He was full of confidence. It's just that Benji shot his head off.
He didn't have faith.
Okay, okay.
But I do believe you're right. That was a little bit of a checkmate, and he's had a couple of those now. It feels like, again, when we're talking about how much they were prepared for this, Heretics seem very aware of what BBL would like to be doing. Again, Magnum's been caught twice now trying to do that. We saw Miniboo finding him over towards Kitchen. We've now seen Benji catching him a little bit earlier. Heretics very well prepared.
Awkward plant here. Without the Gecko, they need to get closer up into these sites.
Not getting the shot off, but Boo does. This is the bonus, and they're winning it. This could be heartbreak for BBL. This was meant to be the round that they fight back on, but as it stands, it's as clean as anything for Heretics. Upgrades aplenty, and a dreamy start to the second half now. This is looking like they are starting to eye up that Toronto ticket now.
I was giving praise for BBL's methodical style, but again, it's those individuals being caught out. Magnum should know better on an anti-bonus round.
And it's an early timeout now coming in for BBL. I think a necessary one too, because the game is
Nice woot.
About to either slip away or be brought back. Because we look at kind of map 1, I guess, if you want to look at that as an example. If BBL get the opportunities they need, they work on those win conditions, they have what it takes. We saw a 13-10 map 1 after a deficit and then just couldn't quite keep up towards the end. Here, 6-6 on the half, and how quickly it's become 6-9.
Yeah, that statistic about Heretics defense is looming over the rest of this half. 11 is having a game though, 15-9. Could be something they're looking into here.
What do you do? It feels like they haven't quite got the beat on Heretics yet, right? I don't feel we've even gone kind of into those deeper post plants, or nothing's going effectively their way. It's very early. It's still only, what, the pistols and then
it's the frustration of losing to that bonus round, is that you don't have time to... By the time we get to figure it out, there's ults up, and it's a mess.
Oh, good. The stats are...
Oh, God, thank you.
It's not helping.
Captain Cow's really
He's
helping
compounding
things
the
for us.
problems. Not unless, well, if you're a Heretics fan.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Life's great.
I always want a third map.
I know. We're just out here wanting more VALORANT, a child game, but we may not get it. Everything indicating that Heretics are steps away now, rounds away. Getting back to they want to be at those internationals, fighting for their place at the table again. BBL left with a broken bye, and their hopes resting a lot on this round.
Yeah, just a couple of Guardians here. Worked for Heretics with Rians on Ascent. Gonna need to make it work here. Drone's gonna see nothing. It's a complete open space, but BBL haven't done anything with it, so Heretics able to retake that space.
Yeah, the question marks just kind of being erased on both sides.
Right there.
Bit of info spotted, but again, we talk about patience, and it looks like BBL is playing very slow.
Big duel on B long.
Those two players there. You can see the line they're trying to take. This is still about to bubble over. Magnum is going to find Riens, but Boo's won out against Levin. So they lost on one side, they won on the other, but the majority of Heretics are still here, and they don't look particularly threatened or moved. The layering this time certainly not to the same caliber we saw on the other side. Good from Profek, but traded in on Yampy, the one with the Sheriff, trying to keep this close. But Heretics trailing ahead now, 10-6. Really punching up the numbers. I've got to see BBL respond now. We have to see if there's any big trump card they have to play. It's got to be now.
I think I want to see them just go into that simple icebox approach that Heretics had. Just group up, scale up together and exec. Even that round, we saw Levin by himself. And then the AX is coming in before Levin's done any work. Like, let Levin work a little bit. Give him that space. And then decide what to do.
This could be the 11th for Heretics or the build back for BBL. How do they want to approach this? Standard as you like. Maybe just going to be cautious that Heretics could throw caution to the wind and pull out something a little bit more aggressive, offset the tempo. For now, not the case.
Once again, Heretics with the Killjoy Sab towards the A side of the map. oscillating between leaving it completely and like re-clearing the space. Is a very interesting game from Heretics on this defense.
Oh, they wanted to challenge Boo there. In that secondary position, giving up towards Yellow, doesn't want to stick around on his own, but he is getting put into a corner. He will need some help here. Fast rotate from Mini Boo. They've done enough to pull at least one player away, but Boo's pretty secure in his own sight. Now, if Yampi takes him down, it's a totally different scenario. Boo's still here, and they're calling the rotations. They don't know about Boo. This is going to be a horrible surprise. Boo's let them almost pass. He's caught. Massive work from Yampi. That opens up this rotation to not look silly now. Levin searching deeper too, holds a deeper line. And I think Heretics are aware of that. They gambled on that 4-1 setup. They've got to be heads up about playing this back in. Plant's going to come down as Profek falls. Levin, can you deliver? He does, in the way they need. Takes away 2 from that CT side, and now they can reinforce towards the site.
2v4 here. Not much util on the side of Heretics. Going to be a really tough retake to get in here.
The opener and closer, though, the deadly duo themselves. Top of the board, I'm pretty sure, for Heretics, but hard to navigate through. A site still to clear and a deeper post plant. It's not happening. BBL stabilize in the key round here, getting up to 7, but breaking the run from Heretics.
Yeah, this time BBL did go for their methodical B long and A at the same time approach, but this time letting Levin do his thing before executing. Heretics had the wrong read there, stacked forward towards A. Boo completely caught off guard on B.
Big boy ult's coming through now. The stats, again, compounding. But BBL, can you go against the odds? That is a question here. Can you rise to the occasion to pressure Heretics? 1 round's great. You're gonna need more than that now.
Oh. More simple approach here for BBL. Scaling up together. They have the KO ult if they want to use it to get in, but they're noticing the site is weak, so we're going to keep that for the post plan. On the other side, Heretics have that KO ult to retake.
Pop the ult here for Yampi.
Let's see if those stats go up or down now for Heretics' retake.
Profek shows his hand. Oh, it's lovely. Really controlled from Profek. He does well to buy time and costs them mini boot. Now Rienz does trade, so we're back down to a 4v4. Ult is here for Wu. Where does he place it? Right across the site, forcing the swing from BBL. And now they're still holding the ground though. It forces them forward. Yampi's always up for the brawl. Bringing it to this 3v2. Boo and Benji now. The timing, not good enough. An eventual late lurk. Magnum. Oh dear, this actually gets really problematic. Benji going to be forced away, but he's got half. This causes all that U to be brought on here. Benji trying to make mountains out of molehills. The Sociables utility doing everything they needed. BBL, it got dangerous there. Magnum just that little bit disconnected. It could have been a real problem, but they get away with it.
I thought Magnum had a great timing. It's just that Killjoy turret was in a very unusual position, caught him off guard. But at the end of the day, it's Teo difference right there.
Yeah.
Salvos and the ult needed to secure that post plant.
Oof.
I got so confused that I thought it was Martin lurking from mid.
I love his accent so much. It brings me so much deep joy. We do have the ult coming through from, I think that's Levin popping that. Yeah, indeed, of course. So we wait and see how that one goes through. And we talk about simple in approach. It looks simple, but it looks pacey. And Magnum's been caught again. They are reading him like a book. This simply is not working for him. Trying to find new ways to approach, but again, man advantage up for Heretics. Boo spotted on site. They're going to know Benji's nearby as well. Both bits of info could be key. It is. Levin takes away Boo. And now with the plant down, they've got it back to this 4v4. Oh, that's too far, but he still gets a man. Levin making so much out of what felt like an overstep, but it's back down to a 2v2. Profek has been sharp on his aim, though. Yampi's still alive. Do they know about him? They do now. He's been cleared. Profek called upon. Oh my god, the ult's coming in as well. Profek has to be on his toes here. It's clear towards mid. He's got the green light, but can he land the shots? The HP is low. Time to be bought here. Viper util on the site buying time. But Wingman's on the case. He's got to deal with this now. Oh, Woods, the one to take him away. 11-4-4 for Heretics. It got close again.
BBL on that 4v5, making it almost doable. having to push aggressive on that B site. Magnum once again getting caught out, but it's Levin understanding that he needs to take more space on this site.
Wood,
in the end, Wingman
I love you so
securing
much, bro.
that
Good job,
2v1
bro.
retake.
Now we're looking at the ults here, still in the hands. Benji's got his, Miniboo's got theirs as well. One away from Boo's. On the other side, a couple of bits to work with, but this is now getting to crunch time. 2 rounds away for Heretics.
I'm out of here.
They've got to keep their composure though, keep their cool. BBL looking dangerous on this side, finding their footing.
Spike drop.
And they've cancelled this stack here.
Yeah, with the retakes looking as good from Heretics as they are, they can gamble as much as they like. Reclearing B long now for Heretics.
Timing could be good for Yampy if he can give away a little bit of position, you know what I mean? Kind of show a bit, but not fall. That would be fantastic.
That should be enough for BBL to accelerate onto A now.
They gotta go. Now, Wu actually took down Levin, but still, the red carpet's rolled out, right? VIP access. Now, it's not Magnum this time on the low.
Sociable.
It's Sociable, and maybe that's a little bit of a misread. Maybe Wu even seeing someone along with the side with Levin, so maybe not thinking that Lurk would have been in play. This time he's gonna be cleared though. Boo goes back and brings it back down to a 3v3, and the ults are here. Look at this. Boo's got his, Benji's got his. What's the answer?
The top site plant, though, is a good position for BBL to play from the belt.
Not up on belt, down below here. Miniboo gonna pop his ult as well. They want this in the bag. They're eyeing it up. Denied on the first. Magnum's gone. Profek still fighting. It's all on Yampy. He knows where the plant is. He's bought a couple of seconds. Oh my
nice.
God, Yampy, you absolute animal. A 1v2. Oh, it's huge. And he's still doing the right thing. Yampy, keep your cool. Get back there in time. Can he deny it? Oh! Just stolen. 12 for Heretics now.
Ooh. My heart can't take too much of that.
That was rather close.
It's sociable there. He's become the lurker. These lurks have not worked at all for BBL, and we're sending a Teo now to lurk. Imagine if in that post plant they had Salvos.
Let's go! What is he doing? What is he doing?
Can feel it. So close now, 1 round away. Toronto on the line. This is pressure now. BBL gonna feel it too. Miniboo even on the operator here. This is everything.
And a push out from Benji, a new look. He can hear all this information.
Lockdown's in. Levin looking to deny Miniboo. Force them back. Create some security, some space on the site. How far do they go? It looks like they're pushing it. They're pressing the issue, and they're being denied on the first attempt. Miniboo taking damage, tries to go forward. Yampy coming alive. Sociable as well. BBL making them work for this. That road to Toronto is not easy to walk. Rien's now in a 1v3. Levin, Yampy, and Sociable against him. He's got a hard fight. The first man spotted, and he ain't gonna win it. BBL not done yet.
BBL once again looking quite good on that B side of the map. Usually when they finish that, they don't have numbers going in because they're in a 4v5, but maybe that's something they end this half with, pushing into OT.
I mean, the money's broken. Heretics not gonna be able to afford much here.
So let's go, boys.
Ults online for BBL too. If they can save these ults for the next couple of rounds, not have to use them on this anti-eco,
That's a dream.
they have some win conditions.
They do. Miniboo Stinger, light shield, so he might be trying to be still a little bit more involved here. Rien's gonna be calling in the support. A lot of pressure felt early. It's a long rotation here. And for BBL, this looks very likely.
Yeah, site open for them. The flood coming in from Heretics, slide in from Neon.
This is nice. This is really nice. Miniboo and Benji making the best of it. The second it was denied on that spike plant. Oh, Yampy keeps his cool under pressure there. Miniboo gets halted, but still a 3v3. Don't think this isn't impossible. Sociable now going to be brought in. They got to get bodies on this site. Get that plant down, and they've got it. Oh, this is so scary, so sketchy. Nice control as Boo dives on in. And it is going to be 2 standing. BBL making up to double digits here. But the ults being utilized, or at least one of the 2 being utilized there.
They'll take it, but it's not ideal. Viper ult still to work with.
One enemy.
Nice!
Looks like a timeout coming in potentially.
Looks like a Heretics one. Want to get across that line. No mistakes now. And for BBL, they can be the ones to make Heretics sweat. Make them work for this. If you want Toronto, work for it. If you want to get it in 2, prove you can do it. That 3rd map, we want it. Let's see if BBL can give us what we want. Heretics here have the opportunity to close out 2 more rounds in regulation to play with.
Yeah, they have the Teo ult to play for the retake, but Viper ult on BBL's side, they're not going to want to give that up. Viper ult in post plant is too strong. So I'll be interested to see what Heretics' adaptation is here.
Deep breaths now. 12 to 10.
Looks like a standard defense up here for Heretics. 3 towards A. Sentinel Viper towards B. Taking a few more duels towards this A side of the map potentially. Stopping BBL from scaling in and getting that plant down. Maybe Neon slide onto Belt, maybe?
Wait, is this aggressive? Okay, they tried to get a little in their face. We haven't seen Miniboo digging this deep yet.
No.
So good burn some of that utility up to force him away from this.
As long as Boo has this line on B long, they know that BBL are heavy here with numbers.
You could consider a lurk, you could consider it, but it's not here. Boo's playing a really dangerous game though. They're confident in this, and Miniboo's going! Let off the leash and then put back to bed! BBL trade up here, Rien's gone! Profek swinging up now, this is huge for BBL! They knew there was something afoot, it didn't feel right. And they were absolutely on the money. Plant now in, Boo and Benji. Okay, break down the door on 1. Benji, you still going for more. Oh, he is! 31 HP, he's brought it back to a 2v2. And now we've got to look towards Boo. Where are you in this? Navigating the pit. Having a look. Trying to find anyone lingering in the depths. Benji got caught on the drop down now. Boo on 1 HP. The dream not looking like it's coming alive in this round. Can't find a player. They're not giving him what he wants. Profek! Big impact here. Now 1 more chance in regulation to close out for Heretics. Or we're going OT.
Love that composure from BBL. It looks like they had the perfect read. It's almost like they knew that this play was coming out of Heretics. The tail ult into Neon slide deep doesn't work for Team Heretics. The timeout call fails.
A broken buy for Heretics. The 1 round that could get them there in regulation now. Scrappy at best. What's the plan for BBL? A lifeline given off the back of Profek being marvelous. A change of view.
Drone is down.
Looking over towards B.
Yeah, Heretics just running between the sites right now. Earlier in this half, that looked like a good sign. Now it's not looking so much.
Magnum back to doing what he does. He's been caught here a couple of times. I need to see him play this right. Woots directly looking his way. They've given up a lot of this B site now. I mean, hard to hold with just that stinger.
Yeah, they're pushing deep here, BBL. Killjoy ult gonna come in. Magnum does get that 1 though.
He doesn't need to do much more than that. He's really caused them an issue. He can fall away from this here. Play the timing, and that's what he's doing. Taking that long road back around towards B long.
Benji's looking to get his Killjoy ult down, but can't find an angle.
Oh, it's looking like OT is on the cards here. Benji and Boo again. Boo, good first step. Takes a little bit of chip on the way, but Benji falling. Leaving just Boo alive in a 1v4. It's OT. It's going the distance now. They're back in the game. Doing better than map 1. Turning up on their choice of map.
Great sign from BBL that they can go behind, pull it back. Ascent almost to OT this time on Icebox.
BBL.
Let's go! Let's go!
What a treat to watch. Resilience in droves from them, proving they're up to the test. All the pressure was on them and they found what they needed, but OT is a different beast now. Gotta try and keep this building. Heretics back on that attacking side, and now BBL on the defense.
No timeouts being used for this OT yet. Simple approach from Heretics, 5A this time it looks like. And BBL rotating with 5 members.
Whatever it is giving away the game. Looking at that mid walk as well from Yampi. On the other side, of course, Benji. But he's pretty deep at the moment. He's not particularly playing close by. So this is so quiet on the map. It feels so heavily weighted towards this A side. They are playing out of the site, BBL. And now they're going to fight back in. It's this kind of standoff, almost denial on the plot. And now what's the plan, Heretics? Levin! Outrageous! He just goes forward. I can't believe it. But it ain't over. Benji! What in God's name is that?
I need a replay. What just happened?
Because it looked like it was on the cards for BBL, and then Benji just goes nuclear.
I love the play from BBL, dodging that drone and flooding in, but somehow Benji once again closing out the round.
The ultimate closer. Show me this magic here. This is when it looked good, right? BBL, brilliant. On it, Benji just up. Oh my God. Yeah. That's the Benji that strikes terror into people's hearts. 12-13 now, one more round for Heretics, but this was the side they couldn't quite close on. Oh, but this time, Boo off to the races. A 1-for-1 trade.
No timeout here from Heretics, using the momentum that they had on attack. Feeling the energy right now.
One suppressed.
Can it be suppressed? Can it be stopped? Can BBL quieten down all of that momentum? 3 players here. Woot still towards yellow.
I do know though, he shot off Benji again.
The final boss, it feels like when the stakes raise, so does his gameplay. Matching it in quality. Leaving just Woot here, still controlling the corner being a problem. And it looks like BBL are starting to really stall out here. They got to make a go of this. 50 seconds, they could change their minds. But with only 3 players, what are the options?
Cooling down, shutting them down.
They're going back in. Flash through the wall, it's all on this. Survive or die, Rienz tips them forward. Yampi, the last to fall, as Heretics carry on their road for revenge. Toronto locked in, and they have been merciless in their path.
BBL made them work for it, but Heretics are looking back to a global event, and hopefully as one of the favorites going into it.
Outstanding from them. A close game, and as you said, fair play to BBL. They looked brilliant. A lot for them to look on and be proud of here. But the storyline, all eyes go to Heretics now. At start of the year, something they can forget as their story begins in Toronto. And how far can they take this? Bloody hell, what a performance.
Great, just a great game overall. We asked for it, we wanted 3, but they did enough in 2.
I'll take this too. This was a solid performance. And I have to say, BBL, what a surprising dark horse they've been.
Yeah.
They pushed Heretics hard there. I wish we got a map 3. But today we had vintage Benji coming out. We had Mini Boo firing. Everyone was playing a fantastic game. They showed truly international quality here today. And I can't wait to see how far they can take this.
I'm so excited. Even Woot on that jet.
Oh, yeah.
The jet operator, just all of them, like you said, all of them had their moments today.
God, that has got to be such a moment for Heretics. A really hard run coming back into this. Doubts aplenty. A lot of people questioning performance, looking for roster changes. No, they went back to the drawing board and they brought themselves back to business. Absolutely exceptional. And again, now we're seeing Ascent thrown into that map pool, but they don't look immovable. They do still look human. People can look at this. They've seen an icebox here that was challenged, brought to OT, an Ascent that didn't look flawless, a 13-10. This is a team that's going to have to fight for every step they're going to take.
For sure, but when they do have a little bit of time to go back and look at those maps, Weber and Neil are always bringing out new things, new comps, new strats. So I don't have any doubts in my mind about this team.
No, I'm very much with you in that. And as we wait for the interview here, just a moment to look back on this one, got to say, a proud moment for Heretics, and I can't wait to hear from them as well down on the stage.
Thank you very much, Panini. I'm now joined by Wood from Team Heretics. Welcome back to the global stage.
I missed it so much, I'm not gonna lie. I missed it so much. Like the feeling of like eating steak every day, staying in the good hotel. Of course.
You miss living the good life, the high life?
Yeah, like you're living in a hotel, you have infinite money for food, like it's perfect.
Have you ever been to Canada?
No.
Oh, I think you're going to have a very nice time. Now, when we saw you guys at kickoff, there were some moments where maybe Toronto seemed out of, it was too big of a dream, the kickoff team Heretics. So how extra good do you feel knowing that you had to go through all of that, miss out on one global event already, and then qualify in this fashion where you didn't drop a single series?
It feels amazing, like all our, our purpose is just focusing on next games, you know, like we don't think about like Canada, we don't think about international events. We are just focusing on next games and focusing on that game. So we're working on it, and I hope and I believe my team, because my team is crazy good. Like I believe we will be better than this.
Where's his Ascent been this whole time? You know, you banned it so much in the past, and then you didn't want to play it that much this split, but it was great.
Last year we didn't have like time because like we qualified for every international event, and it was like so hard for us to like work on every map. But this time like we had the time. Also we didn't like fracture, as you see, like, but it's going away from. It's Heretics. In like 2-3 days we can play one map, we can change comp. Like expect everything from us. And that's why we are the strongest team in the world right now.
Sunset's coming back, so life is only gonna get better from here. I don't know why Fnatic are distracting you right now. They got a game to play in a minute. Texture has been very vocal about how much he misses you guys and wants to see you. Now you've made it, would you like to send him a message? I think it's that camera, down this camera.
Which one?
This one right here.
Texture, I missed you so much, Samchon. I hope we're gonna come together in Toronto and eat together again. I'll bring you Turkish dessert as well.
Oh, that's so sweet. So is Texture the player you want to face the most when you go there? Is there anyone else you want to play against?
Yeah, I think playing against Texture is like insane experience for us, because I think he's one of the best duelists in the world. So yeah, this might be Texture.
Will you be confident to take him on in that op battle? Because your op today was beautiful.
Not really, bro. It's Texture. I'm not off player. I'm playing Theo.
Yeah, but then why were you opping today? It just came out of nowhere. We're already surprised.
It depends on enemy. Like, if I'm feeling the op is good against enemy, of course I will op. But against Texture, I don't have a chance. Like,
I love how humble you are. He's gonna love this answer. He's gonna love this answer. Now the job is not done because you are Team Heretics. You're always looking ahead for that trophy. There will be a trophy here in EMEA, one that kind of escaped you a couple of times last year. What do you think that you have this time around that you didn't have last year, which will give you the win?
I think for like EMEA stage, this experience, because in first hour, it was like my fourth official. It was grand final in EMEA when I joined the stage 1. Also in stage 2, we were like almost burning out, all of us. So we were so bad. But this time we are in like perfect timing. Like we didn't qualify for international event, first international. So we had the time for work and we just put everything on it, like for win it.
We've never cursed anyone, so it's coming home this time? The trophy is coming?
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Last question. In order for you to get to that trophy, you have to go through either Liquid or Fnatic. They play next. Please, in front of them, give me your prediction. They're all listening.
I love you, Fatih. I love you. It's 1-1. Third map is gonna be delayed.
Oh, you leaving after that? In front of Paddy? You're not gonna go for them? We can't show you what Paddy said, but I'll let you off the hook. I'll let you off the hook. But congratulations once again. Thank you so much for joining me, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. See you.
Heretics, they have made it, but there's one more spot up for grabs today. After the break, Liquid will be fighting Fnatic for Masters Toronto.
Red Bull gives you wings.
전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서줄게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 선이 목숨 내 못다
그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려 나와 버스 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈에 시선은 너는 새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 소리로 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like 3, 2, go
Told to myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad
Don't worry, Team Heretics fans, I'ma feed you good. We had Vut for an interview. I'm now joined by Rians here and Billy as well. First of all, massive congratulations. You've made another global event. Vut was talking about how the one thing he was looking forward to the most was eating free food in a hotel in a different city. Is that also your favorite thing? Do you have anything else to add on top of that?
I mean, I think as a team, all of our favorite thing is to eat food like crazy, you know. Every single evening we go out as a team, like eat crazy food. And then one more good thing for me, you know, every single day in the hotel someone's cleaning my room, so it's
That's crazy. I miss being a kid. I'm gonna have to put, you know, I'm gonna stir a little bit, okay? I'm gonna instigate just a tiny bit considering everything that's going on. Are you looking forward to potentially going up against Aspas? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. But I think people want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to play because I think he's a good player, you know, and it would be really fun to like face him again after champs last year. So yeah, I would like to play against him.
All right, Billy, save us. Sorry,
Yeah,
I had to just
I mean, that
get that out of the way early.
I wanted to
Yeah.
ask you more about like what's changed from kickoff to now, because of course kickoff it was a little bit of a shaky kind of start for you guys, but now there's just seems to be a flawless run.
I think most importantly what changed in our team is we didn't have fun during the kickoff. Like we were working, but we didn't enjoy the working, you know, like every single day everyone was depressed, mostly me, I'm not gonna lie. And like it was just bad. And for me, if you can't enjoy the process, you cannot enjoy the results, you know. So what we focused on stage 1, like we had a lot of talks with like teammates, team, like coaches, everyone, and then we just fixed our problems. And then yeah, now we're enjoying every single day, you know.
We're back.
I was going to say, you're feeling
back.
better now, right?
Yeah, of
okay,
course.
good.
We are back, baby. And speaking of having fun, I don't know how you can not have fun when Benji's on your team, because this guy is always smiling, he's always being a little bit goofy, and he was always doing things like we saw on Icebox. I want to give me through your thoughts of what was going through your mind. How did you react to when he clutched this up in round 8 earlier?
I mean, for me, Benji is an amazing player, you know, and I always expect him to do some crazy things. Like when I watch him, even 1v5, 1v2, 1v3, it doesn't matter. I just believe like he can just win, you know. He can just one-tap everyone and win. And the second map, I'm not gonna lie, not only that round, but he had also a crazy round on attack when we were playing attack. On overtime, I think. Yes.
It was, yeah.
Yes,
it was
yes.
overtime.
I think overtime, and he got 3K. I think he saved us like it was very needed save, you know, and he saved us. Thank you, Benji Fishy. I love you.
I mean, you all take turns, I think. Sometimes it's you know, sometimes it's Boo has God knows how many crazy rounds Boo has had at this point. Earlier, we had Gorilla from Koi, Coach Gorilla, here with us, and he spoke about how you're the best initiator player in the world. You're even better than Trent. How do you feel about, you know, potentially earning that title? And do you also think that you're probably the best initiator in the world right now?
I mean, I actually don't think that I'm the best, but I'm just working hard. Like I just try to improve myself every single day. Like I still keep playing ranked and stuff to improve. I still watch other initiators game. For example, Trent. I mean, you already said, but like I think Trent is like amazing player, and I said this before, but like he was literally my idol before. Like Sasi was the first my idol, and then the second one, when I swapped my role to Breach, I was watching all of his game on Breach. Like he was so good, and now, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm the best, but I'm just working hard for it, you know.
Be a good matchup again, you know, when you guys play each other again, a little head-to-head, we look forward to it. We also really liked some of the ideas you guys brought today, going back to some of the older Icebox stuff we saw at Champs. You're playing the Gecko again. We have we're showing some of this, so talk us through this.
I mean, I think our coaches like Gecko so much, and then they were keep saying that we have the best two Gecko player in our team is Wood and me, like basically. And then like they always wanted Gecko, but I was playing Sova, and then we just decided to switch because we had a lot of great stuff from before, you know. And then we mixed the comps kind of, like Teho, Gecko, and then it was just good.
Do you have a preference between the two? Do you prefer the Sova or the Gecko?
Personally, I like Sova more, but for the team, I will say Gecko because it helps more, you know. For example, in the first comp, like you kind of don't have flashes. I don't count Vice Flash as a flash because you cannot use it while attacking. But like Gecko is easier to attack, or like easier to do some setups on defense, for example. So I would say Gecko for the team.
I love that.
I love Gecko as well. I llove Gecko on Icebox. I think there's only one person in the world that we already know what he would say if we said, oh, what would you prefer? I think Mini Boo is the one that's never gonna say no to a Neon, right? And somehow the Neon just looks so different on Mini Boo compared to other players that pick up this Neon. With Sunset coming back, first of all, how much are you looking forward to that? Second of all, how much is Mini Boo looking forward to that? And can we expect more Neon?
I mean, of course you can expect more Neon because I believe he's the best Neon player, for sure. And about Sunset, for me personally, we were like super good at some point, and then at some point it changed and we were super bad on that map. Like we lost against Vitality twice, I think, and then in Champs, EDG beat us 13-1. Like I don't have great memories lately on that map. So I would say, like, I was not...
You don't want to reclaim your throne?
I mean,
you know?
that's actually, good mindset. Actually, I wanted to come back. We will be the best again on Sunset, no problem.
I love that.
I was going to ask you about that. Do you feel like any sort of pressure now going into Masters Toronto? Because of course the last grand final that you guys would have played in is that Champs grand final. So how do you feel going into EMEA grand finals and potentially getting your first title?
I don't think we feel pressure. We're just happy, you know. And I think what we do good as a team is like we handle pressure really well. So, I mean, like it's fine. We're just gonna play every game like the same. I don't know how to explain. I'm sorry, but like.
No, it's good.
For me personally, I don't separate group stage game or playoff game. I'm always the same. Like I always wanna win. I always wanna go like full tryhard, you know. So it doesn't matter.
That's a good mentality to have.
It is, and EDG is not there this time, so don't worry. There's going to be no trauma past anything. But thank you very much, Rians. Congratulations once again. Have a good rest. We'll see you next week. We will see you guys, however, after the break because Fnatic are taking on Team Liquid right after this.
And while he's waiting for the
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart.
What a treat we have today. Not only will this match determine which team will be the next to make it to Masters Toronto, but it's going to be between Fnatic and Team Liquid. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm back here with Billy and Kakuka. I mean, where do we even start with this? We see this all the time, but it always delivers.
Yeah, it's been quite a while, but as you're saying, it always delivers, and especially with the form that we're seeing from both of the teams, the win that we saw from Fnatic, Team Liquid smashing everyone in their group, one of them, it's going to be one of the better showings that we've get. It never gets old, and it only gets better.
It's almost been a year, and we get to see it now. Yeah, I'm super excited, and I think that, like you say, they've been such titans of their groups coming into this, so yeah, I can't wait to get started.
One of them a little bit more of a titan than the other, really, in considering the Liquid will be coming in as the first seed. I think the stuff that we did earlier worked, at least. Heretics, yeah, first seed curse doesn't exist. Let's see if it applies to Team Liquid as well. Of course, they played against each other so many times. I think we've been there for every single one of them.
I think we have.
Yeah, I remember every single one of them fondly. Yeah, very, very fondly. But I don't think we've ever had something this important in EMEA, though. It's usually both of them go, you know? When one of them goes, they both go.
If you take a look at the ones that Team Liquid win, it's actually the most of them are the grand finals, right? Like we see a final here, another. So it's when the match actually gets elongated that Team Liquid is most likely to get with the victory.
It's after they both qualify, you know? They usually, Billy, don't meet each other until they both qualify. So this is new, this is nice.
Well, I'm looking at that grand final in 2023, and I mean, Fnatic went on to win that Masters anyway, even though they lost that grand final to Team Liquid. And I mean, last year's was results. Maybe Mystic and Enzo just feeling the curse against going against their former team, so didn't pick up any last year.
I mean, I believe Kamek is the only player that has a good result so far going up against Fnatic after leaving. I could be wrong. But what I'm not wrong about is stealing some stats from Reddit. And of course, Fnatic, they are the first team in the partnership era to reach 50 wins. And they've done it with, you know, a couple of different iterations of this roster as well. And just to put into perspective how impressive that is, Kakuka, Heretics are second. And look how many wins they are behind.
I think that some people, I'm not going to say forget because I think that the Fnatic name is still too important. But every single time that we go to a global event, most of the teams say we want to go up against Fnatic because you cannot forget this. For the longest time, the mainstay of EMEA was Fnatic, and they're still going back into the form. So reaching those 50 wins, and especially the state in which they're coming today, only is a showing of the Fnatic that we are going to deliver this year.
5 years of Valorant and people are still saying that they want to come up against Fnatic. If that doesn't tell you at home like who people love the most, especially within our region, I mean Fnatic is a household name at this point.
Yeah, and before Heretics kind of came and stole our hearts, Liquid was always there with them. You know, you ask anybody, who do you like the most? Which team has the most fans? Liquid is up there. But here's the question. We've seen a lot of iteration of Fnatic. People have opinions about which is the best, which era is the strongest. I think that 2023 speaks for itself. But do you two, I'll come to you, Billy, first, believe that this team Liquid is the best Liquid we've ever had?
I honestly think it might be, and it does hurt me to say that a little bit because I love the former Team Liquid that we had, but genuinely they're looking so good right now. I think as well they've just been so ahead of the curve in terms of the meta and just like their preparation as well. I think Coach Lohan has been doing a phenomenal job with the team. So yeah, honestly, I think this could be the best Team Liquid that we've had.
Yes. I think that for me, it's not only about the combination of the 5, but if we look pound for pound at each of the individuals, Patite completely unleashed, all of them having their ups and their lows. Nats now in IGL, given the speeches that we've been showing and how well he's controlling the team. We already knew that he was brilliant, but the fact that he can also do an IGL in Camo after the year that he had in Koi, being one of the best duelists that we have in the regions here, like I can stop me. Yeah, stop me eventually.
I mean, Coach Lohan clear Sliggy, like every facet.
Everybody knows.
Let's be honest, how is this, you know, it's a very hard case to make to not say this is the best Team Liquid we've seen so far, but we also have a newer face coming in. Some of the other teams have been cursed making changes before this stage, but for Liquid somehow, this has been a bit of a blessing.
And also considering and following on what I was saying of having their best show in Serial, mostly playing on the Sentinel, coming into this team, feeling out a role that was already empty. After coming from an international event that he was not part of, he goes out and plays the Astra for the first time. Same with the Tejo, and takes up a lot of responsibility within this roster.
Yeah, I think you have to look at the flexibility that he's had to have coming into this roster. It's crazy to me that this is a player that was playing on Chippy Chappas back in VCL East last year, but he's come in, he's done such a great job, he's been fulfilling that role in whatever role he needs to fulfill, and now the idea of him coming in at this stage and being able to make a global event with this team, it's such a success story for him.
How much pressure is on his shoulders though, Billy? Because we talk about, you know, a good group stage showing, they're seed 1, so they haven't had to play playoffs so far, but Billy straight in, and it's against Fnatic to qualify for his first global event. It's not easy.
Of course you're going to feel the pressure, but I think in that moment you can't be putting teams like Fnatic, players that are on Fnatic, you can't be putting them on a pedestal, right? You just have to take it at face value and go in and focus on your game.
And considering all of these circumstances, I think that he's going into this match as much prepared as he can. They've had their, as I said, their highs and their lows. They've been winning a lot of matches, but also losing some matches, having very close encounters, and developing their own identity. And that is so difficult to do in such little time that I really think he should feel comfortable playing within that team because he does really fit. He's not only filling a role at this point.
Yeah, and our rookies are so confident right now, right? They're not the ones that feel shaky at all. But one guy, he's looking to make his 4th straight global event. It is Patitech, and this is what he had to say ahead of today's game. I'm now joined by Patitech from Team Liquid. Hello. Ahead of a very important game today. Now, been a while since you played against Fnatic, but you've traditionally not really struggled against them. You've had some really good results against them. How are you feeling this time around? And I guess with how they're doing right now as well, what kind of opponent are they today?
They are a tough opponent for sure, but I think their playstyle kind of fits us. So I think we are well prepared. It's kind of, we need to show it on the server right now, you know. But I'm thinking good. It's gonna be a good game.
Yeah, and the maps are interesting too, I think, from your strength and their strength. Yeah. There's been a lot of, I guess, opinions of the style that you play and the comps you play. You know, some people say it's fun, some people say cheese. Yeah. How would you describe some of these comps we've seen from you?
I would describe them like in your face, you know?
In your face?
Yes, because we always try to play in the opponent's face, you know? We try to always look for the game and don't let our opponents play.
Even when you play things like Deadlock, still very much in your face?
Yeah. Deadlock is like, we play in your face, and then when that doesn't work, we go back to the setups.
Okay, you have two different plans.
Yeah.
How do you personally fit into this setup in terms of being in your face?
Well, I'm chilling. I'm playing Techo, you know, so most of our pirate agent at the moment, but he's nerfed to the ground, so I don't know what I'm gonna be doing in the next patches, but yeah, I'm chilling on Techo right now.
And as you know, there's been a lot of talks about vibes on teams. It seems like more than ever, a team that's winning always has to have good vibes, and you guys are also a team that is known to have very good vibes. So how do you out-vibe the other side, you know?
I think by being calm, honestly. I think we found our groove by being calm, and I think when we are too calm, I think that's when I come in and kind of hype the team up. But also when we are too much, then I slow down, and then Nuts comes in with his speeches. He kind of puts us into the motion, into the position, how we should be playing. But going up against them in the Vibes play match, I think we are winning.
I mean, there's a bit of a war right now going on Twitter. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about between the fans. You know, there's Cats, Kiko, Nats fans beefing a little bit with Boaster Crashies fans, you know, saying their duo is better. What does Kiko and Nats have you think that Boaster and Crashies do not have?
Oh, Liquid duo is 100% better.
Yeah, Cats is better?
Of course.
In what sense? Sell it to me.
In every sense. In every sense. In vibes, in gameplay, in every sense.
Are you a Cats fan as well?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I love that. And very last question. This is for Masters Toronto. I don't know if you've ever been to Toronto before.
No, never been to Toronto.
But you're on a pretty hot streak when it comes to making those global events. So what would this one mean to you?
I think like it would be the most hard to get and the most valuable, honestly, because
rewarding,
yeah, because it would be the 4th one in a row that I would play and qualify, so it kind of means a lot.
Oh well, I can't wait to see if you can make it. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
The vibes seem pretty good with Patty, but are you on the side of Cats Nation or are you on the side of Boaster and Crashies?
Oh, it's too difficult. What, are we just speaking about the vibes?
Yeah.
Just the vibes?
Yeah.
Then Crashies and
okay.
Just because of the vibes, yeah.
I can't believe you're actually making us choose.
I'm making you choose, yeah.
I think vibes is, Boasters and Crashies.
The twerking, I was about to, but I'm not going to.
Honestly, look at this, they heard you.
Apparently,
Kaya's getting involved.
Damn, polyamorous here. I was going to say, like, on the... It's like he's going in them. Okay.
Sorry,
different vibes for today. But I was going to briefly, before we move on to speak about Fnatic, speak about Liquid. Now that Vitality is out of the competition, they could be, I believe that within all of the regions, only G2 has made it to both events this year. So for Team Liquid, we're speaking about the getting to that grand final back at kickoff, not being able to win it, having the showing that they had just ending there in groups, and now having the possibility to get the trophy and actually make a name for themselves. There were many questions being put on their shoulders.
And the champs points is going to look very nice for them. On the other side of those, on the other side of this though, for Fnatic, we've seen them play already. What did you make of the performance against Foot? In particularly the fact that Alpha finally remembered he's Turkish. I've used that so many times.
Oh, I mean, it was a dominant performance, right? Like, I don't think there's any other words that you can realistically.
I've never seen Nats do that.
That's what I mean.
The vibes are high. I love that. I love the little heart as well. But yeah, no, I think that it was a kind of a surprise. I think that we all kind of thought that Foot were going to put up more of a fight than what they actually did. And Fnatic, they just looked so much more prepared coming into that match.
Not many teams can make Foot look the way that they did, and it's only a Fnatic that has been already through that loss against Team Heretics. And speaking about it, yes, you get to play more matches, which I always think it's a big plus going into an international event, having an extra rep, and also coming off from a loss is also a process that you have to go through. They were in too hot of a streak, and as we were saying, Alpha was on a different line. We had him also for post-spawn later, and the way that he was feeling himself, the way that he really looked like he had regained that confidence.
He's the kind of player that you know that if he is confident, it's GG.
Yeah.
But if he has a little bit of doubt, you know, Liquid is definitely going to have a very good chance. I do wonder what version of Althea we're going to get today, because speaking of how long we've been doing this and how long this game has been going on, it is basically the 3-year anniversary of Alpha getting signed to Fnatic, which is crazy given that he was 16, you know, when he first joined, and he's only 9. He's not even 20 years old.
I think it's crazy.
Sociable's 29.
Yes, I know, but we've been speaking about how good Alpha is from the very beginning, right? Back when he was that rookie, very fresh out the slammer, just going out against very, very strong teams in the regions, always showing up his performance time and time again, lifted trophies. As we're saying, he's still too young. He's still too young.
I think yesterday was, the other day, sorry, was definitely like a superstar performance from him as well, going up against Foot. And I think part of that is because he was on 2 of his most comfortable agents. I mean, we look at the Killjoy, and it was something that I questioned coming into this stage with the Teho meta. Are we still going to see Alpha on the Killjoy? Are they going to flex into, you know, more diverse Sentinels? But still managing to do an amazing job on the Killjoy and the Raze as well. I mean, it's always a delight to watch Alpha on the Raze.
Yeah, it is. And back to what you were saying, 19 years old when FNS retired. That is insane.
That's crazy.
That is the most insane thing ever. I know he's watching. Hi, FNS. I know. How are you doing? I know he's watching. And I hope he has some opinions on the map vetoes. I wonder where this is going to go. In your opinion, since I know FNS, you know so much about this matchup. But what do you two think? How will the map vetoes go today?
This might look like a lot, but I'm going to explain it to you very, very easily. On the left side, you're seeing what Team Liquid, this is the regular season when they've been banning and when they've been picking. So you can see they've banned Pearl every single time, and they picked Split 4 times. The time that they picked Fracture, Split had been removed from the pool. So every single time that Split was open, they picked it. For the side of Fnatic, we'd see exactly the same. Every single time they've banned the Pearl. The only one that we see up here was against Vitality, in which they did the power move of just banning the Icebox and make Vitality ban the Pearl because it was also their ban. And again, we see a couple of Lotus here because both Giant X and Team Heretics removed Split from the pool. So going into today,
we're not going to see Split.
Can you imagine? I mean, okay.
Yeah, after all that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've explained it perfectly. Both of these teams banned Pearl, pick Split. So now it's just a question of who's going to have that Giga Chad move of deciding to leave Pearl and let the other one ban it.
Technically leave it open, as in you don't need to ban it first unless you're like very scared of your opponent.
And I love that they both ban Pearl because as we know, when we go to global events, we do not do very well against other regions teams that play Pearl. So this could already be a nice little premonition. But if we do see the Split, who do you favor?
Oh, it's a banger double duelist head-to-head.
Yeah, I think I favor maybe TL just because they've looked so overwhelmingly strong on it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see where the map vetoes come up. Very few rivalries run as deep as this one. Fnatic and Team Liquid have faced each other across every era of Valorant, and no matter the roster, the match always delivers. This time, Masters Toronto is on the line. Let's bring out Fnatic and Liquid onto the stage.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You play the hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shouldn't slide like me, no. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said I can keep up, play father Lita, big queso, humble with the ether, but I still took a heater, no halo, I've been with a handgun, I've been on my King Kong, from Halo, I've been on, what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You play the hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shouldn't slide like me, no. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You play the hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shouldn't slide like me, no. Cholula with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what?
Everything is on the line here. You win, you will follow Team Heretics all the way to Toronto. And if you lose, that lower bracket is looking a little bit dangerous. But let's talk about the map vetoes here, what we're going to see. The split is what you both think is coming up, but the question is, who's picking it?
Well, Team Liquid, actually, who had the advantage, so won the coin toss by default because they're seed 1, choose to be Team A and ban the Pearl. And yeah, split is there.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. Like I said, this is Team Liquid's strongest map. It's got a 100% win rate in kickoff and stage 1, but Fnatic finally deciding to play into that icebox. We haven't seen that from them so far, and I think that what do you prepare for if you're Team Liquid?
It's a power move after power move.
Yeah.
You see Team Liquid being like, we want to be Team A, so we can choose the side on that last map if we get to that, because they value that, and they probably see that this is most likely going to go the distance. And also peeking the split. Also, another thing that they didn't need to do necessarily, and as you're saying, really, finally seeing that icebox coming from Fnatic is the response to what Team Liquid have been putting on the table with that little time that Fnatic have been having their match against Heretics just last week, having played 2 days ago. Okay,
I think it's a risk. I think it's always going to be a risk for a team to go into a high-pressure situation like this and play a map that they have not played at all this entire split. Having said that, though, it is Fnatic's icebox, you know, it hasn't exactly been bad in the past. But let's talk about this split real quick. I'm sure that was for FNS. I'm sure he knows he's watching. Yeah, let's talk about this split first. We all talked about how we're going to see it instantly. Billy, you kind of favored Liquid coming into this, but does it change your minds at all that Fnatic are going to be starting on attack?
No, it's difficult with Fnatic, right? Because it doesn't matter what side they start. As soon as they get that 8-4 half, they're kind of chilling usually for the map. So as long as they get 8 rounds, no matter what side they start, they're going to be okay.
Oh, we've seen the Nats versus Chronicle. I know, Sue, being a Gambit fan, especially on this map. For me, Split is a very Gambit map. Seeing this head-to-head now, both of them playing on the Viper, we know that the battle for mid is always going to be in question. And seeing these two going head-to-head, it's almost just as exciting as seeing those two double duelists within this mirror matchup.
Yeah. I love to see the double duelist head-to-heads. It's just so nice to see that. And like you say, the Chronicle Nats, it's just perfect.
It's every single player going up against their storyline after storyline. You have Serial taking on one of the most seasoned Astral players we've had in the entirety of Valorant. Kiko against Alfia. Crashy's playing against Paditek in EMEA. I never thought we'd see the day on LAN.
We made it. Also, the battle of the operators, we've seen both Kayak and Camel being actually very proactive. I think that both of them making those plays have been pretty pivotal from both of those teams, and we're going to get to see that head-to-head. Also, the double duelists, the aggressions that we're seeing, all the fakes, how you're going to utilize the Euro, how are you going to get into your opponent's mind, where we're speaking about Nats was having a crazy showing this year, and Boaster one of the most experienced IGLs that we have in the world.
And I think that's when teams have to start getting creative, right? Because there's so much footage on both of these teams playing this map. It's going to be a real test as to which IGL can adapt in the moment and can get creative, because you're going to be expecting each other's game plans, not only when there's footage on it, but also running that same composition. You know how it's supposed to work on this kind of map.
Yeah, and we've heard so many other players, coaches, so on and so forth talk about Liquid. They always do the same thing. Nats always does the same ult. And we know exactly what they do. And yet, they do not beat them. Yet, nobody has actually managed to take them down, despite saying that all of the anti-strat they do, they can predict them. So you do have to wonder, is Fnatic the team that's good enough to be able to exploit some of the things we've seen a lot in the past? But that is enough from us. It's time to jump into Split and throw this over to your casters. Take it away, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Team Liquid and Fnatic, Tom. We've seen them here in EMEA. We've seen them at Masters. We've seen them at Champs. They faced each other across the board, and it almost seems to be a decently high-stakes matchup. Think back to Stage 1 and Stage 2. Team Liquid's run was ended by Fnatic, and now it might not quite be elimination, but that spot on the line, the stakes are high again.
It's also it's always nice to get 2 chances, right? To make it to an international event. So the second chance doesn't feel quite as nice. A little bit more pressure, a little bit more sweat. So we're looking at both these teams wanting to get it done the first time around. And as you said, it has been a seasoned matchup. One that if you look at best of 3s, has always gone the way of Fnatic, except events outside of the VCT. So always going to be interesting, of course. This is a matchup that has happened so many times, all the way back to First Strike. So that was before even I was here.
I remember.
And I'm old.
Many months ago. Yeah, of course, Nat's been a member of a lot of those looking back at last year, but it was a team that he didn't have, I guess, the pressure over that mold in the way that he wanted to. Now, this is his team. Let's see if he can lead them to victory over Fnatic. As you were saying to me earlier, Tom, and VCT, BO3s don't go their way. That's a sneaky play by Nats. Right up the rope. Goes past one and takes him down. Fnatic, though, trading blows for the most part. It's left Boaster alone. Coming into this game, he's got the highest clutch percentage alongside Camo, but that one just took a hit.
Yeah, I was going to say, he doesn't have the Boaster smoke to help him out in this scenario, so it will be the pistol going the way of Liquid. As it was mentioned on the desk, it is something that especially Fnatic have been known to have very hot starts on this map. In fact, when they started defense last time, they went 8-4. And then the time before that, they started attack, and they went 8-4. And the time before that, they started defense, and they went 8-4. And then the time before that, they started on attack, and they went 8-4. And the time before that was attack again and 9-3, so they ruined it. But that was
pattern's gone.
The point made. Fnatic always start strong and then actually teeter out a little bit in the second half. We've seen OTs for them. Liquid, on the other hand, they have only lost this map once this year, 8 times played, and that was in a mega OT versus EDG. So, I mean, EDG, you know,
acceptable team,
kind of a good team.
Acceptable team to lose to.
Didn't make it to Masters though, which is mad. I still can't believe that's a thing. It doesn't make sense to me. Champions curse in full force. For now, though, of course, minor investments. It's an opportunity, especially looking at Kiko, to try and farm up some orbs. Got that Outlaw in play. Shots fired. And, well, hit. He doesn't get the orb.
Careful here. Get in the way. Fnatic, as you said, very weak investment. It looks like the idea to pressure towards this B side, even just limit testing what they can get away with. TP goes in, no immediate reaction. Starting to get a sense for how those rotations have come through. They pressure Serial up close, but there's the Outlaw in full effect. A double from Kiko saves any further damage. Could have gotten dicey if they got control of the site, but Liquid were quick to react.
And that's exactly what they wanted. That's orbs farmed up for Kiko. 2 away already for that showstopper. He's definitely been a player that I think needs no introduction, but still needs to be highlighted. Like, he has had an incredible season kickoff. I think not really even arguable that he was the best player. An incredible performance from him individually, and also flexing between that controller and obviously coming up with that double duelist. Liquid, well, it's not quite the full rifles for them, but they are very good in these sort of scenarios. We'll see if they can do it in the bonus.
Now we see the Outlaw again, but it swapped hands to give Kiko a rifle. Both of those players end up falling immediately. Fnatic not pulling any punches as Boaster through the smoke drops Camo. All right, well, we didn't even get to talk about potential in this round because there was quite a lot of it. Serial was one of the players coming in with a weaker weapon. He's been able to upgrade at least. Not on the Spectre anymore, but it's over the corpse of his teammates, now leaving Patatek and himself. You say to do it all normally, but this isn't a round they're likely to win at this point. The question of damage comes into play. You really want to see some of these players fall for Fnatic. Crashy's low, 10 HP, Boaster on 55. There's definitely potential.
I think Patty as well just has to say, like, you look at Nats already down on 100 credits. You at least need to hold on to one of these rifles.
Yep.
Probably shouldn't be the Bulldog, so Serial's going to go looking, but he is found immediately by the side of Fnatic. Around looking squeaky clean for them, as good as you can get in terms of these third round purchases. And to be honest, my highlight is going into this, and it's, yeah, I think he's just trying to pick off one. It's not worth it though.
No, it's a big cost.
And an in-zone flawless comes off the back of it. Yeah, I think a gun lost in a scenario where it really didn't have that much of a benefit. And I want to see now what that's going to do in terms of damage to the economy, because as I said, Nats did not have enough to buy into this next round.
That's because of that rifle they bought up that ends up being lost, giving it to Kiko. The idea being, you know, if he just grabs that one kill, an orb maybe early on or late after control is seized, you've got a showstopper and a real opportunity to fight your way back into the game early on to put that 3-0 on the board. It doesn't connect for them. And so they're left in this position, as we are. A technical pause called in the early stages of the game. There it is. You love the red, Tom.
Yeah, both social media managers from each of these teams are smiling, heading over to Twitter to make their memes while we sit and wait. Hopefully it's not something that's anywhere near as problematic as before. I don't think it will be. We haven't seen anything of the sort just yet. But I want to talk again about sort of the players we have coming into this match, because obviously this is one where you get that double duelist, and we'll always highlight a Kayak versus Camo battle. I think it's going to be a fun one. But I do think in this scenario, the secondary duelists are actually more notable in a lot of cases. Like Kiko coming in, no surprise. But then I think looking back to the match versus Foot, Alpha Year was unbelievable. 26 and 10, 7 and 1 in opening duels, 234 ADR, that's average damage per round, which that's madness, how much he was able to do. If he can have that same performance in this matchup, we're talking about what could be a very dangerous scenario for Liquid. At the same time, though, as I said, it has been a struggle for any team coming up against them. Trying to face off against this squad has definitely not been easy. So I do kind of want to look at this as obviously a favored map for the side of Liquid. They've picked it knowing that it's strong for their opponents, but one where I think their victories have been a lot cleaner. In fact, over this stage at least, nobody has even got to double digits versus them.
I think it was highlighted by the desk as well, though, that both teams have been allowing that split through, have been picking it. In fact, if the opportunity is given for Team Liquid, though, like you say, that the stats are at their back, it looks like somewhere that they can be able to battle successfully up against any team in the region. And man, I suppose any team at Masters as well, with EDG not being there. But the reality is as well, for Fnatic, both of these teams have had strong performances, even looking at Foot as a ballpark. Recently enough, they both played them, they both put up good defensive sides, and I think that's going to be the make or break. We talk about Fnatic having a good attack, having good at both, right?
It depends on the week.
That was a point that Billy made, like it doesn't matter what side they start on, Fnatic are shooting for 8 because that's what they've been hitting every single time. And so Team Liquid, they get that test right out the gate. This is the side that you've been performing on. This is the side we want to see those rounds go up, and I think further feeding into why we see that rifle picked up onto Kiko. He's 5-1, 5-0 at the time. Good chance to get the ulti there and really hammer home that defense early on. That could crumble Fnatic's early plan, but it wasn't what we saw go down on the server. Still, though, that showstopper is going to be lurking in the back of their minds. 1 kill, 1 orb, and it could be a big boost for Team Liquid. The good thing is, because Fnatic won that round so dominantly, with Chronicle picking up those last couple of kills, dropping that last rifle, not only are they close to having their Viper's Pit, but also the economy is in a very, very healthy spot. Minimal reinvestments when we do get into round number 4. At that point, it should be a difficulty to break their economy.
I think also just what we have a minute, like the overall context of this veto is quite fun, because you've got Split where we have an unbelievable amount of data. We see both teams running identical compositions with what they sort of plan to do going into this matchup. And then you have Icebox, which is the opposite. We've got Fnatic who have not played it the entirety of this year. Haven't played it, in fact, since 2024 in July. So it's been a very, very long time. A map that historically is fantastic for them. They pretty much built the comp that ran it for a stupid amount of time and made me very upset to cast that map. And then you have Liquid on the other side, who have played it a couple of times, experimented with comps, tried Waylay in the mix, tried putting their duelist on a Gecko to try and make things work. Both times failing versus squads that are already out. You're talking mates in KC, teams you'd expect them to beat, maybe even beat comfortably. So it's not a good map for them, but it's also not one that Fnatic plays. So we kind of go in blind. My expectation is we're going to see a swap up again from Liquid, and when you lose a map twice in the same stage, you're going to have like different variations, different ideas. So we'll have to see.
We will. Well, we'll have to wait a while to see, Tom, because we have a little bit of an extended tech pause, and while our league admins are working hard on fixing that, we're going to toss this over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much for that, Mitch and Tom. We do have a tech pause going on right now, but don't worry, I will keep you guys updated as soon as I hear anything else. But for now, I'm very, very, very pleased to be joined by a group of people that like to yap. So we're going to yap. We get to yap. We do this once a week. We get to yap.
I'm starting to think It's not Lauren and Mike. It's actually Tom and Mitch.
I agree. I agree. They're always at the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
You didn't get to yap earlier.
No.
So
no, I didn't.
congratulations. You have an opportunity right now. Let's yap. You've played against Liquid on Split.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Bear and Billy were both, you know, leaning more on the Liquid camp when it comes to the split between these two teams. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Why?
I think it's just been like a staple of Liquid's map pool. Like they picked it every time that it's open. They always want to start an attack, so starting defense is like maybe a bit of a I mean, I wouldn't even say curveball because Fnatic start an attack quite a lot as well. So I think it's just been such a comfortable map for Liquid. Like they have such a solid foundation on it. It's like I have to lean Liquid on it.
Do you agree with some of the narratives other players and coaches have said that Liquid just do the same thing every week? They haven't been able to change much on Split.
Kinda, yeah. Like their defense, when we scouted them, they really just run the same round, if not the same protocols every single round, the same map, like areas of the map they want to fight for. So yeah, kind of, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's a bad thing. It evidently works for them. They've won every split game.
Why is no one exploiting
this year?
I think, sorry, I think there's a difference between unreadable and uncounterable. You know?
That's exactly what I was going to say. If we think about it, now that we had Rians on the desk, if we think about last year and Heretics and their sunset, many people would say, "Oh my God, they're doing the same. They're doing." It's working. Like it's working. Nobody can work against it. So why would you don't change it if it's not broken?
I think what I kind of took into consideration was the fact that they're running the same comp, so they should know how these type of protocols work, and Fnatic should be able to.
Who was first? It was Fnatic, right? Or was it Liquid that came out? No, yeah, because Fnatic
If you're
ran this
testing
last
my
year.
memory, I'm losing.
I think it is. I think I mean, oh God, she's Fnatic bias. Actually, I'm Foot bias, as you can see from this graphic. But my favorite team in the league right now. But I think they ran this last year. I think they kind of brought this out with Dirke on that Yoru. But I can't remember if they did have the Fade or the Astra. Maybe it was Omen.
Maybe it was
Omen
before
was
the
in there.
Astra buff.
Yeah.
So it was probably maybe the Omen, but
I'm not sure
don't quote
who
me on that one.
started it. It probably wasn't even our region, let's be honest. We like to nick stuff from
But this
other
was
people.
supposed to be this is going to be the test, you know, because the point that you were making, Gorilla, about every single time that it's been open, Team Liquid has picked it. The same goes for Fnatic. Every single time that they've had the chance, they're going to split. So going into today's matches, they know that it's kind of a map that you're going to see.
Are you guys upset we're not going to see the Lotus?
A lot. So much. So much. Because of a little bit of the same reasoning as this. I want to see if somebody's going to stop Team Liquid. I think that Fnatic is a very good candidate to do so. So especially the Lotus that we've seen with the double Sentinel. Fnatic leaning on a composition that has given them so much and they've proven they're so good at that I thought this was going to be it. But it was Fnatic that banned it on the last one.
I was going to say, it was the decider. Did we go to Lotus or Fracture? And actually it was Fnatic that decided that they wanted to go to Fracture, which to me is interesting, right? Because the last time that we saw them play Fracture, it really took a while for them to get back in it. It wasn't until Kayak jumped onto that operator that they started stringing these kind of rounds back together again.
Yeah.
So, interesting.
That was a fun game, though.
It was a fun game.
That was a fun game. Depends which team you like more. We did this last time I was allowed to come here and yap for 4 hours, but I want to ask you, Gorilla, because we already have answers, in just a moment, because you get debated. Back to you, Mitch and Tom. You'll never know what I was going to say.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Back we go. Back into the fray. Round 4, queued up and ready to go. Oh, no.
I hope it was questions about Gorilla's tattoos. Gorilla has a lot of cool tattoos. So I think we should just, if there's another tech pause, we should just go through all of Gorilla's tattoos.
It's a shame that is the last we see of Yinsu today. So yeah,
he's got one on his lower back. I think it's a butterfly.
So round 4, anyways, about to kick off here. Split. The map that we're on, the map we were on, nothing's changed. The rounds are the same. There's no rollbacks. And we can be thankful for that. Nats coming in with a stinger, and that's the downside of what we saw just before we had that little break.
Is it a downside? Last time he had that, he killed someone, picked up a judge, and got an ace.
That is very true, isn't it? He did have his Viper's Pit to work around. This time 4 orbs away. That will be difficult to acquire, Tom.
Difficult, but not impossible.
You reckon he can do it inside the orb, perhaps?
Who knows? Nats can do anything. Already an aggressive start to the round. Camo going, looking, and it's the bait and switch, but Camo actually predicts he's ready for Chronicle. Obviously an important part of the game plan is clearing Chronicle from that A site. Lurks around that part of the map so regularly. because of that, you can see the immediate response from Fnatic is, okay, we have to spread out and go back and clear some of these angles. We can't allow Liquid to have this much space for free.
Here.
Slow push up. Evan will find nothing. Team Liquid with a super passive play towards B. You talk about map control for free, but there's nothing being taken by the defensive side. It means they're going to be a little bit more delayed in reacting to this split that's coming through. Fnatic from main and from vents with a stinger in hand and already heavily damaged up. That's really not in the best of positions to keep this advantage in their favor. Snakebite goes down, that's going to delay them. They've got teammates coming to link up, and the wall up is going to stop any sight lines for Camo. This is a tough position, Nats, so he's got the close range angle. He's being spotted, the decoy blinds him. Great play by Kayak. They'll get themselves towards the site, but now the rotations are coming in, and there's only 12 seconds to get this spike planted. Pressure, oh, and as Camo picks up 4! It's not quite the ace, and it's not Nats doing it, but a round's a round. Team Liquid 3-1 up.
Close enough. I'll take that as a prediction. You know, I'll add it to the
sure that's how that works, Tom. I'm not going to give it to you. Flag on the play.
I like that. Just they know that a lot of the time Chronicle is going to be isolated, so they go aggro. I say they. Camo goes aggro, finds that opener, and then from then on, it is basically the Camo show, just being able to hold onto that site almost solo. Moves himself up the board and breaks back immediately. Now, as you mentioned before, Fnatic managed to keep that round flawless, so they are going to have a purchase into this next, but they are now on their last legs once again. And look at the ultimates already for Liquid. Showstopper available, Dimensional Drift 1 away. They have a lot of advantages in this round.
The last play really falling apart as you just see these players cascading into the site with so little time and offering up isolated duels. I mean, Camo's eaten well when he's given those chances. This time it's not quite so easy, but he almost gets one. The bullets luckily dodged the head by an inch. And the rotation's already coming through. Team Liquid, 3 players towards the site, but only 1 on it, and the gate crash used to get right out of there. Showstopper fired in, but it's Kiko who ends up falling. Chronicle fires right back through that smoke and ends up packing the punch that gets Viper's Pit to the site. They can now use that to lock it down, but they're picking off scalps. Never mind. No ults needed by the looks of things. It's Nats and Serial with a big challenge on their hands.
Got killed through the corner of the fake out. That was a nice shot from Alfia, and well, for the remaining 2, it almost seems impossible already. Yeah, I think again, just realizing that the economy is against them here. A faster pace for Fnatic, and honestly, that has been one of my main worries when watching the squad and the attack, is they do leave it down to the wire so regularly. Like the amount of times you'll see an execution with 20, 15, sometimes even 10 seconds left on the clock. So this time, much more of a pacey take, openers going their way, and even with a showstopper thrown in, I think it was Chronicle must have picked Kiko out of the air just after he fired it. That will be a second round on the board, and no hunting this time for the side of Fnatic. They just want to keep their own economy strong.
Yeah, the rocket almost acted like a tracer for Chronicle. He knew that player's flying backwards through the air, and he tracked them perfectly. A round up for Fnatic, and we talked about their economy being so strong. That's why they got that second bite of the cherry. Round 4 not going their way. Wasn't a death sentence, thanks to round 3 being so clean. That gets them on the board here early on. Keeps that scoreline tight. But Team Liquid, well, they're in a similar boat. They'll still be able to invest coming into this. The problem is if Fnatic get boots on the ground, because Chronicle has had that early start, Viper's Pit's already online. Yeah. And that's going to be very difficult to fight back through. Nobody knows that better than Nats.
Opening fight for middle seems to be the play. Already the spams in towards Nats' position, but this is more of a ruse. In fact, Chronicle has placed the wall and then is already immediately rotating towards the B site. There is no plan for a lurk, a late play back. This looks like a direct hit in towards the B site.
The flash coming in from Kayak. He's got his gate crash to get right onto the site, so he might look like he's a little too far away. Alfier, though, paving the way. Only the one to be found, Kiko. He's had a lights-out start to this map. The battle between himself and Alfier is something that has to be highlighted. You imagine Alpha has the upper hand. Certainly recent performances on this map, some of them have looked great for him. Camo on his way through. He's got the flash to work with. He's going all the way to backside, just opening up the info for his teammates. Viper's Pit, though, put in as the pressure's applied.
He spotted everybody, though. He knows that the majority are locked towards the backside, but they have missed out on Crashies potentially slipping the net. He was looking to just round that backline, but has decided to delay, wait patiently to come back in.
I like the idea from Camo. He faked out that he was the decoy, but he couldn't quite find Chronicle. He was too deep in there. They've got him eventually, though, and Boaster falls with him. Crashy's now up close, finds one. Defuse already up to half, and he knows that that player had to come off the defuse. Biding time here. Kiko trying to force the fight, and he will get the duel eventually, but it's Crashy's to clutch it out. A Red Bull clutch to equalize.
Solid round from him. As said, when you had Camo going back in with that dimensional drift, he spotted everybody, but the one player that managed to slip through that pit in towards the spawn and just hold on to ground was the one that ended up winning it. I think just the surprise factor of where Crashy's ended up being, and what we really have seen sort of the... We've seen the development of him as a player. Like, when he first was picked up into this roster, I definitely had doubts. Like, but the form he has found, the maps he's even won. I look towards Fracture, and individually it's a great map for him. I can only assume that was an immediate pre-fire shot on B main.
It looks
and
like...
considering, again, this is another hero rifle, there is nothing else really to play with.
Yeah, you see those players outside the barrier, you know you've got a battle on your hands, especially with that weaker buy, with the rifle in play for Team Liquid being in Kiko's hands. And now they've got another bolstering the buy. Camo, he's taken a lot of damage, as has Patatek, and the snake bite's enough to finish him off. They knew Patty's in the corner, and that's a disaster. For a great start, some weapons recovered as well. They end up in a 2 versus 3 from what was just moments ago an advantage.
To be honest though, a 2v3 from a round where you start with one rifle, it's not a bad position to try and fight back from. The main thing will be is, can either of these players quickly find an individual duel? Chronicle on the angle, Prowler even put through. Well, first shot not connected, but Chronicle and Kayak will combine. Fnatic convert, lead taken after what was a hot start from Team Liquid. Fnatic are climbing back into this one.
Just excellent utility coming through. Crashy's being able to seize those players in screens. Again, yeah, we start the round out, and it looks like somewhere that, we didn't even see the opening pick, that's how quick it was. Somewhere that they shouldn't have too much to say, but after the opening pick, after the advantage then found so concretely, losing those 2 players in screens just puts a massive wrench in the works. And again, if it doesn't come down to that seize, to the snake bite from Chronicle, and then the deep swing on screens to finish off Patatek, we could have had a much bigger headache for the squad.
Drift online, Showstopper as well, is looking like maybe a potential weakness being pressured here from the side of Fnatic, because this is again looking like a much more direct early take. They've done the same with Chronicle, already making that rotation over. This shot needs to be connected, and while Camo has to just escape that one, it leaves Kiko dead to rights, but he gets the trade. Unfortunately for them, Crashy's is just quick enough. And now with the Cosmic Divide, there were 4 ults in this round. Fnatic have already used a couple of them. But with a post plant and a man advantage, it's a good spot, and an even better one found.
Winning all their duels, and it's that opening shot missed, the Showstopper being able to find its mark on backside. Usually, we can even look at a Showstopper and say, as long as you're taking the space on the back of it, that's all that really matters. But he does that and then some with the trade out, and the immediate flood in from his teammates. Now, Serial's obviously looking to save this rifle. They've sent out Chronicle to hunt him down, but looks like Serial will thread the needle. The rifle will be carried through to the next, but like you said, Tom, it looks like a weakness has been found. Blood in the water, and Fnatic are swimming straight towards it. That B site crumbling in the early round a couple times now.
Yeah, it seems like a spot that they're not only willing to fight for in most rounds, whether it be a lurk or with an aggressive take, but the second they had the ults online, you could see the whole team was built up. Chronicle again just going, okay, I'm just going to place my util, and then immediately look to just go back and join the team. They had no point in that round where they knew they were going to go back. At no moment. They knew they were heading straight in towards the B site, and well, with it working out wonderfully.
Really
the
nice.
late lurk through mid.
Let's keep it up. Good comms, good Razor AF here. That's what we like to see. Value.
And it really is. It's value there. Also, Kayak with a great read timing-wise on that deep swing. That could spell out doom for Team Liquid if they can't find a solution.
Yeah, I think for them, 4 rounds in a row, 5 of the last 6 after what was a solid start. We mentioned it, when it comes to this map in particular for Fnatic, 8-4 is where the first half has gone the last 3 times or 4 times, sorry, they played it, and the 5th was a 9-3. So they did end up losing that one, which is kind of absurd. It was the BBL comeback of dreams, but for now at least it's proving potentially right again, because the last few rounds I don't think have been particularly close for the side of Liquid. The more direct takes with that double duelist combo, but then Chronicle has just been fantastic. And I note as well, when he is going with the team, that's where it seems like there's just so much impact for him, because you allow this guy to trade out kills, and that's the easy work for Kron.
The other thing that's kind of surprising is the fact that the Kiko Alpha head-to-head has been swinging convincingly in Kiko's favor, whether it's the early fight or the late one. He has been winning that duel time and time again, and the reality is for Fnatic, having Alfier be quiet or be shut down early and still delivering convincing rounds is remarkable.
There you go, a 36% chance for this round, because there is a single rifle once again. Kiko has been set up multiple times in an attempt to be the hero. The rest of the team just almost looking to try and set him up, but they flash Boaster off. They still held the ground. Alfier also just holding into B main with that attack side operator. And on the other side of the map, they already have an awful lot of space. This fight though, even a trade wouldn't be great here for Alfier, and yeah, immediately I like it. Just reposition to a new spot, even a stun behind it as well. Fnatic are making sure nobody's pressuring that up.
And the last time they had that one rifle, it was Kiko swinging into B main, taking that aggressive duel. So the adjustment here of saving the op, which was a last-minute decision, they did juggle it into a position where they could have that conversation. But the fact that he goes then posts up and says, all right, maybe they're going to have Kiko swing with the rifle again. I'll be waiting. And this time he would have won the duel. Instead, that rifle's towards the A site. And Fnatic gearing up to execute into it. Nats on standby too. He's seen them. Snakebite's going to go down. 30 seconds as well. This utility is going to delay them by a little bit.
I like the use of the dimensional drift. I think going in this late to a round, you need to know where your opponents are. Kayak trying to make things more awkward. In fact, even looks to try and take the duel. 15 seconds. Nats is the one to find the kill, and even a showstopper thrown in, which does eventually catch out Crashies. 10 seconds. Fnatic have left it so late to try and get something done, but the spam actually helps out, and now needs a little bit more, but straight through the smoke. It will be Nats to take down that planter. Well, the pay save card Thrifty coming through for Liquid. That extra, what was it, 9% definitely helped them out.
Oh, 100%. And what really helped them out here is they didn't have the credits, but they had the ult economy. The fact that after first pick, Showstopper can be pulled through, not even acquired there. It was already online coming in, and then Viper's Pit is there. And that boxes these players in to a tiny corner. Even the attempt to body block just ends up with 2 kills going in the other direction for Team Liquid. Well, it's not the first time we've seen an impactful late round Viper's Pit from Nats in that kind of position. This one has a different flavor to it. They have been defeated in so many of these rounds, but now they could be right back on the horse. For Fnatic, an op bot up, it's Chronicle on that lurk towards the A site. As again, they'll look for this B main pressure, but it's not Kiko that they'll meet, it's Camo.
The expectation now is that the defense will be aggressive on some part of the map, and while the Boombot going to give the game away. Although Serial is still at the back of site.
Need that back.
Nothing really being spotted for now. Ultimates mirrored once again. Just the Nightfall available for either side. But this time they've managed to find a lot of space towards middle. It's only now that it seems like some presence is being thrown in from Serial. I think they've definitely made the realization that, okay, we could have lost Heaven, so we'll reclaim that with a Prowler. The only problem is the timing for Fnatic, if they claim Heaven now, could actually be sublime.
Still up to cross by Nats.
Will they?
30 seconds left.
They've been spotted. There's an idea now that Nats should stick around. There was a gap. That gap is now closed. Nats spots them on the cross, almost loses his life for his trouble. Kiko under heavy pressure on the back side. There's a response. The shots need to land for Kiko. He'll grab one, 12 seconds again. Time pressure on for Fnatic. Players flooding into the site, the plant being stuck, and it will be acquired, but these players are out in the open. easily taken down by Team Liquid as, again, the clock puts too much pressure on Fnatic for those takes to be comfortable.
I said it early in the game, it's always the thing with Fnatic on this attack side that makes me nervous, is they like to play the clock very slow, especially if they don't meet any resistance. They're almost waiting for that trigger, like that thing to go, okay, now we go. And well, it came so late in this round. I think it was a shot by Chronicle that was the first sort of piece of the puzzle, but I also really like as well the targets that were chosen there by Liquid, because
you saw that. I'm glad you did though.
While there are people sort of planting, a lot of the time when the clock gets low, you're going to rush in to try and deny that. Liquid didn't do that. They went, okay, we already have a good advantage in this round. Let's take out the dangers. And the last guy still has to stick that plant. If he lets go, we win the round. So I think just good decision-making in terms of the targets that they chose. And while right back up to level, the 8-4 is not happening.
And I think also great usage of the timeouts from Team Liquid. The idea to just pump brakes and wait for aggression. Fnatic were waiting, as you said, across the map, expecting aggression, expecting someone from Team Liquid to make a mistake, and that would be their trigger. That would be their go moment. But they didn't have that. And Team Liquid perfectly reading into that, hey, they're waiting for us to make mistakes. Let's just run the clock down. Let's make them play late into the round, no info. And the most that they had really was seeing a player's screens, seeing Nats up in heaven. Then even the player on site's going to catch you off guard, as you don't expect them to have made those heavier rotations, but those deeper plays on B. The information kept by Serial with the more aggressive B hold being forced back early on by Alpha Air. It didn't actually have the impact that they wanted. It didn't force anybody to overthink, to commit to that site. Now they're going to look for another solution. I think the slow play has to be put on the back burner.
Well, B has been a really good spot for Fnatic so far in this match. Of course, this time not having the ultimates to play with, but that would be my expectation. Try and challenge. Serial's had a bit of a quiet game. A lot of that is that he hasn't had many fights to take, currently 2-4, which going into round number 11 is a bit of a weird scoreline to have. But now, though, it is patient from that defense. When you have the operator with vision over middle, that's been a fairly free spot on the map for Fnatic to take thus far. Well, it will be again.
Yeah, this is the same sort of play we're looking at. Players on the extremity holding, and then aggression in middle. Now the reposition from Camo as he gate crashed out with the utility thrown his way, but when he swings in with that op, Crashies is there waiting. Now they've got their opportunity. A player down, but the B site that they're looking at already has reinforcements. Patatek rotated into heaven to cover this off. Snakebite down from Nats. He's getting aggressive, they both are. They're waiting as the smoke fades, and they'll take down Crashies. That's the spike right in front of them. Nats picking them off one by one, and it's a 4-piece already. An ace on the cards. It's Kayak to deny, but the round goes to Liquid anyways.
Yeah, that's just popping off. We've seen it so many times throughout this last few months. I think he's been having a great time in terms of individual form, given the speeches as well, but that timing for Crashies was unfortunate. And when you know that your opponents have to sort of run back into your crosshair, that's when Nats really is the most dangerous player, maybe in our whole region. 6-5, Liquid after being 5-3 down, take a pause, win 3 in a row, and could go in with the lead at the half.
Perfect read from Liquid as well. Once you've rotated that third player into position, your A side is so light that an aggressive play has to be made, and using the pullback smoke to catch them off guard, not just with one. We've seen Nats do that with his orb in the old version of Viper many a time, but having the second player of Patatek there, they could push down through mid and take the info, but they didn't need to. The spike was brought to them. For Fnatic, they're stalling out, and already equal at the half is as good as it gets. And yeah,
I see Nats in these sort of positions. It definitely makes me nervous. They've left an operator on one side, 3 stack in middle. Now Camo for now does still have that gate crash online, can just take the pick and escape, but it is going to come down to the timing on the clock. He's been spotted, but just decides leaving is far more important. Althea will take the space on the side, but there's so many players already here. Serial, Nats combining. Althea has at least been able to find one back with an aid, and I don't think they realized how deep into the site Kayak was. This leaves things level, but only for a moment. 30 seconds.
30 seconds
with
left.
Boaster low. Chronicle's the one that needs to take the fight, and well, you mentioned this man's clutches, but this would be one of the toughest ones, and it isn't going to be found.
Yeah, certainly hasn't been good for Boaster's clutch statistics. I think convincingly Camo will be leading the league coming out of that half, but it can all change in the second half. 7-5. Team Liquid putting up a strong defense, but we know Fnatic can make it work on either side. We'll find out how their defense is going to go after the break.
Enemy.
7-5. Team Liquid moving on to their attack side, and it's been a good display from the factors that you want to see online. Kiko early winning those battles against Alphayer, Nats with the big plays in the late round, and great calling across the board from Liquid. That timeout they took around round 8 or so, it definitely made a difference. We saw that change to punish the slower playstyle of Fnatic, and it didn't look like there was any solution being found.
I think it's something that needs to be highlighted more. It's just the Liquid coaching staff with like their counterplays, their ideas, and what they're coming up with have been fantastic all the way through the year so far. Even implementing a new player for stage 2 and still looking like they're one of the favorites to make it to Toronto. That's what's on the line in this match. Both squads looking to play in on while Crashy's under pressure.
It's Camo going in for it, but Kayak's there to greet him and plenty of players to swing with. A big fight on the backside, and with a triple kill under his belt, Kayak may have pulled him across the line here. Hungry for that international appearance is Serial with 32 HP is the last man standing. Coming in with a 2-round deficit, the pistol will certainly help you remedy that right off rip. With everybody on high HP, this is quite the challenge.
Trying to find an isolated duel. Well, Boaster is exactly that. Wow, okay. At the speed of sound, Alpha is there behind. As Fnatic to get themselves the pistol over the line. And yeah, you sort of mentioned it in the moment. One of the things that was almost peculiar to me is looking at Kayak as a player that is yet to make it to an international, but it just doesn't feel that way. I think part of it is the caliber of players around him, but also just the fact that this guy went on the Ascension run. I feel like I've seen so much from him as a player. He had big boots to fill. Well, he has been filling them. And on the other side of things, no matter what, we will have one of our rookies making it over to Masters Toronto. For now, though, not much of an investment. Nats with a little bit extra on the Ghost.
Flash.
Okay, then.
Nats doing his best Chronicle impression. It's not quite a classic, but it'll do the job. With Team Liquid taking down 2, a rifle in the hands of Camo. This round is far from a certainty for the defenders. In fact, this could be a major upset to the flow of this early half. They could have bridged the gap, but instead they are left miles apart. Team Liquid looking like 8-6 with a big economy boost, and it's only Boaster who stands in the way. I mentioned he was tied up for the highest clutch percentage, had been in a lot more than his opponent. But this one, They're playing it perfectly. Off Patatek's contact, a big swing, and he doesn't even need any help. 8-6 now.
They get 3 rifles out of that as well. Like, that wasn't a light investment from Fnatic. We're not going into a round where it's like, oh, okay, they went in with a lot of pistols, SMGs, they went in with maybe a shotgun or 2. No, they had rifles to play with. They lose an immediate opening duel to Nats with a pistol, which, again, like, that was all that was invested. The rest was just classics and utility. And now, well, a huge bolster, a huge boost to the Liquid economy. This is far worse than just losing the pistol.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, yeah. If Serial won that clutch, that we would be in a better reality for FNC right now. This is looking pretty bad for Fnatic. 1 rifle in the hands of Alphayer, the rest on pistols. And again, a passive play coming out from Fnatic as they, sorry, on the sites. It was aggression down mid as they attempt to take control. Alphayer is going to be alone with that rifle on the flank. So those players that are defending, that are up in heaven, they don't really stand a chance. And Alpha goes running into Nats, holding his back with an outlaw. It's a disgusting play, but one that will drop that rifle early on.
It seems like now the goal is just to try and get it back. Nats has almost definitely heard players running or attempting to run through the snakebite just to retrieve that gun. The question now is, yeah, I think they just sent Boaster to save. A good choice. You want to make sure that financially you're coming in with a decent buy in the next round, and he's the one who would most likely suffer for the rest. It just comes down to trying to clear up some of these kills. And well, 2 players in the corner rather than the 1. And hey, Crashies has done very well from that. At least made it a little bit more costly. Guarding an extra few orbs, but ultimately 3 players will survive for the side of Liquid. And that 1 hero rifle will be kept for Boaster.
Luckily, Boaster's not doing his best impression of Patatek at this point. He is nice and passive with that rifle. They need it for the next.
Passive tech.
I like it. I like what you did there, Tom. 9-6 for Team Liquid. Big boost in the early half. We thought Fnatic could have closed the gap, but they weren't quite able to make it up to neck and neck, and now trailing by 3. A big challenge for this defensive side. An operator pulled out early on, and a loss in this round is a step further away from that international appearance. This is a squad that we've seen win many internationals, chain them together even at times, but last year only playing 2 games at a Masters event. No guarantee that they'll see any.
No surprise. Prowler didn't catch. Prowler didn't catch! It looked like it was a free kill for Kayak, but it's not going to land. That was a let-off for Liquid. That Prowler not quite clearing the angle that it was basically the goal to clear. Chronicle, though, has taken quite a bit of damage elsewhere, so the early round definitely slightly in the favor. Now the B main push, there's 2 players waiting on the other side. Pop Flash with Heaven already being claimed. Fnatic have taken an awful lot of ground, and actually it's Alpha that wins that first battle. In fact, they're winning the majority, clearing out that backline. Well, I think the others have already been spotted. Kiko walking into Chronicle, even low, still manages to win the fight. And the only man standing, Nats.
30 seconds left.
No spike, not much HP. Probably just going to hold on to the gun.
Yeah, I think it's the right call at this point. Better off running with full health, shields, and a few more teammates around you. For Fnatic, this is exactly what they needed. Loss in this round, as I said, this would be the final domino already put into play. But instead a chance to climb right back up. The problem is Team Liquid, they may have had a few stumbles, but they've had answers to a lot of the problems that Fnatic are putting up for them.
I say as well, though, I like the adaptations from Fnatic in that round. Like, they spot that there's players waiting around B main. I am surprised how well it went, though, because when you have that sort of heaven crunch and you have players pushing B main at the same time, and you have 3 and they have 5, you kind of look at that and go, okay, you should take some casualties. But they managed to win out the majority of the fights while fighting on both fronts at the same time. So a solid round from them. A clean one again, and that has been the story of a lot of the rounds they've won. They've been squeaky clean. For now, though, back into the round. Kayak now looking to challenge in towards middle with that operator. It's not exactly the angle I'd hold it in. Maybe just trying to sell the ultimate ruse. Yeah, okay, there we go. I was thinking that's an odd spot to sit.
Toxin screen down.
Look at this from Nats. Just pushed his way up, caught his timing on A. Should be something they're aware of, but I see a gate crash going towards it, and he will be right on the cusp of it.
I don't think they have any idea.
Just a moment. I don't think they do. You're spot on with that. And the play coming through vents will send players back in that direction. If they're spotted, oh, this is it. Nat's walking up, they're looking the right way, and he actually gets one before going down. Luckily, Crashies was spotting that area too, but the pressure on now. Rotate in from Kayak, Op is in play, and Crashies stays aggressive. That's a great play to get them the advantage.
He's connected. All three of the remaining players. Crashies has just maybe won them the round individually. He's bought time for the remainder to rotate in. Stuns, gravity wells being thrown through to slow Liquid further. And now the clock coming up to just 25 seconds left for them to try and make a move. Liquid need to get into this site. And in fact, they've teleported almost directly onto an opponent. The swing doesn't quite work out though. Crashies still standing, and Serial once again left to try and clutch things out. But let's be honest, I don't think there's any world in which he manages to get this done, especially now. The time already gone. Crashies the first point of contact, and he's going to close out as well. What a round from him.
Phenomenal defense from Crashies, a 4-piece pickup, and now just one round between them. This is what we want to see. Some of these factors coming online for Fnatic, slowing down as well over on the other side for Team Liquid, and this was a round with a lot of danger, with Nats lurking up behind them, finding that fantastic position in what could have, and for many teams, would have been 2 players dropped in heaven, a site lost, and a round gone down the drain.
It's his re-aggression as well. He realizes, okay, if he's behind, they're going to pincer me, so I need to take a fight on one front, gets a kill, gets back to the site, then catches everybody with the Nightfall. Like, that was a one-man army. Like, without him in that round, if he's the person that gets shot, I think they still lose. Like, I think Althea gets traded out. He doesn't have the util to do what he just did. So honestly, that is a full-on Crashies round and an immediate pause call for Liquid, because we've seen it before already. As said, Fracture coming up later. There was a map where I distinctly remember the Crashies Teo, he just won it almost individually. Like, he was the only person positive on the whole team by quite a bit. So you don't want this guy to get going.
With the re-aggression as well from Crashies, there was a little bit of a fail-safe in having Kayak already there, but with an operator in Elbow, he's going to be overwhelmed by the numbers. If Crashies doesn't get that kill, it could have fallen apart, but he's able to get out, and not just that, Boaster popping the smoke gives him that little bit of a safe haven, so as his opponents swing in to trade out their fallen comrade, there's a star in the way. They can't see through that smoke. Crashies is able to reset, ultimately getting all 4 to close it out. 8 on the board for Fnatic. They've been 1 behind before, and that's where Team Liquid leapt into the lead.
Straight after a pause. It was the pause that immediately turned the tide for Liquid, and well, it is a pace change. They've been very good at these sort of low buy, faster pace rounds. Whoa! From hero to zero. A lot of util thrown in onto Crashies there, and it's actually going to be the opener found by Camo, 5 HP. Well, he's gone. In fact, another's gone.
Alpha stepping up when he's needed. Kayak pulls it back into their favor, and again, weaknesses are there. Serial's only got himself a pistol to work
Nats
with,
is alive,
but it's Nats. He's been here before, but now he's been spotted. They definitely have a read on his position. He'll still win the fight. They've been isolated because of that ultimate. Serial coming up into heaven, but Nats has been spotted out by Kayak. The site control theirs. Although the star will buy a little bit of time. In fact, it won't. It doesn't quite catch them. Oh, it's a bit of a disaster. Either way, Chronicle lands the shot to close the round out, and we are tied up 9-9.
I guess a bit of an unorthodox plant, maybe not one of the positions you're normally going to put it in, and that has just gone, well, tits up, I would say, for Serial. Obviously, he's been left in a scenario that was unfortunate, but even still, they managed to make that one competitive. 9-9. Fnatic climbing back to level once again, but this is where the rifles come in. This is where I kind of expect the pause to have had its effect. A fair few ultimates ready. And already, Alpha, yeah, he's basically just had to shoot down at his own feet, but that is Camo gone seconds into the round.
Yeah, hand delivered. The Prowler goes up, and when it doesn't get contact, they think that the space is free, but what a nasty surprise it is as you hear that voice line delivered. And a rocket fired in. Two players down below. They've got a trap set and sprung with the spike now under their control. It's only Chronicle needed, but he had the backup, and now they've got the spike to work with for Team Liquid.
They also only shot at Chronicle. So Alfio is just the spectator. Serial finally deals with him, and Paradetex found another. Now the spike, as you said, is in a horrible spot, and while with Kayak picking up Serial, it's now left all onto Paddy. Has a lot of utility, Mitch, but I don't believe in this one.
No, I mean, the position's now down on bottom mid. The only thing going for him is they don't know where he's going to come from. They've set up a big swing, but it's for him coming from the attacker side. He can isolate the first duel, but he's down to 2 HP. Well handled, and Alphier, he knew he'd done damage. Maybe not that much, but confident to go out with the shorty to finish it off. Double digits for Fnatic, and the lead is now theirs.
Especially after the blip in round 2. I definitely got a little bit worried. Like, you get the start you're looking for. You think a lot of teams in that scenario might have ended up demoralized, but it's been a big talking point of Fnatic all year that this is, whether or not you agree this is the best iteration of the roster, this is the best vibes they've ever had. Like, you can see it in every single replay, whether they're winning, whether they're losing. They're having a good time. Well, now into the lead on their opponent's map choice. Going into potentially the icebox that we've not seen them play this year. It would be nice. And while the buy is a lot stinkier than we've seen, but we witnessed Liquid win around with just a ghost, so who knows?
Catch Kayak. He's safe, and they think the player backside's the one to worry about, but it's Kayak up close. Good for one. Buys Boaster a bit of time and a 1v1 that he wins out. Damage done. Players holding, clinging onto life. The nade sends them to the other side. It's Paradetex alone. He won't be alone for long, rejoining his teammates in the spawn as 11 rounds found, and the streak from Fnatic continues. They are looking to put a close to this map, a map that they have chosen against many opponents, but here it's Team Liquid's map pick, and it's not going according to plan.
The only team that beat Liquid so far this year
Come on, boys!
was the reigning champions. So, you know, Fnatic looking to add themselves to that minute list, and right now it's looking very good for them. 5 rounds in a row, no pauses anymore as well for the side of Liquid, unless one's called by the opposing side. Chronicle again has just stepped up with a double. An aggressive position to say the least, but with Nats and Camo gone, that it's about as good as it gets. Maybe you would have wanted to take Kiko, and look at the push that's already coming through from Crashies. They have this round sewn up. They know exactly where their opponents are. They've trapped them into the tiniest of boxes. Well, maybe if they went vents, there'd be a chance, Mitch, but they're not going vents.
So many things they could have done there, but just sending Alphier to swing out wide on the rafters. Whether that was a call or whether he took his destiny into his own hands, we'll never know. But either way, it works out wonderfully. Alphier heating up on this defensive side. He was put in the dirt early by Kiko, but now it's Kiko who's gone missing. And Fnatic 1 round away with 3 chances to close out this map. Let's not forget, they're defending a title here. They won stage 1 last year. They're looking to do the same this year.
My favorite thing right now is it was mentioned by the desk that this map was a Gambit or mech map. Nat 20 and 14, Chronicle 20 and 12. Both playing the same agent, both having high impact rounds. And while Chronicle, a lot of the time, Mr. Impact has been taken out. Pressure on the other side. No way! That was Alpha, got away with that one. 6 HP, styling on Nat. And what would just about keep that man advantage alive. Fnatic have taken B main control.
They lost
their nobody going in that direction either. Already, Serial will put another in the dirt. Making this into an advantageous position. You wouldn't think it with the way that the round started. But getting into that post-spawn, the only thing they have to worry about is main.
Can't believe they lost their pit, and Alpha just goes blast packing through, but he does pay a price. He's down to 6 HP. Crashy's falling. This round is under threat. They group up Alphier and Kayak. 2 duelists we highlighted coming into this. Alpha is the point of contact, and he had a chance against Kiko there. Just about misses the ship. Boaster falls. It's looking like this one is already done. Just 6 HP in it. And Alpha, I was going to say, looking to maybe save, but of course they don't really need to, do they? They've got plenty of credits, and it's 12-9 or 12-10 now. 2 rounds left to play for. Credits there. Ults online. Showstopper for Alpha as well.
Of course, a very important round for the side of Liquid, denying their opponents the victory on their map choice, but I do feel like there's a moment where you lose that many buy rounds in a row.
More energy, boys. We won the round. Where is energy?
You get into a position where, sort of as Nats was saying, it's that revival. It's the revival of the energy, the confidence, the players that we know sit across from Fnatic on the stage. They've been fantastic throughout the season so far. Only a defeat in their first matchup. Other than that, it was clean. And well, I said there were no more pauses for Liquid. They might be happy to get given one by Fnatic, who've decided, you know what? Okay, we've had a great half. We've been performing very well. But we do need ourselves one more.
Yeah, 6 in a row, and then you call the pause after we've just seen Chronicle get sniped straight through his pit. I mean, I guess there must have been other problems there. Maybe it was Alpha with his lunatic playstyle. But
it's also kind of just your last chance to, I would say, really have impact. Like, you do it when they get one more round. They have the momentum. Maybe they have more ults. You do it now, you go, okay, we're still in the lead. We still have a couple to go. We still have the finances. This is what I've spotted. Let's implement this as soon as possible. And I don't think the timing could be any better. The only risk is that you have given one over to Lohan and Yatsen on the other side, who, as said, they've been impactful with them.
That they have. For Team Liquid, you better hope that it's the same situation again. Because last time it was a closer affair. It was somewhere that they either had control, had the momentum, or it was a tight game. But now it feels like the shoe's on the other foot. It's Fnatic with all the wind in their sails. 2 chances to close this one out. Last time they lost that vent fight, this time they won't even be taking it. The C's nade put through by Space for Camo's TP, and now they've got vents control. Little did Liquid know, that's been given up. A much more passive approach from that defensive side because they've pushed up into B main, and they're leaving Alpha embedded. Problem is, the attackers are going the other way.
You can see the immediate rotation, though, from Chronicle. He's been having a fantastic second half. It seems now like they do have the read. Boaster making that move as well. Edging ever closer. And with 40 seconds left, Liquid do look to build into the site, which is slowly being stacked up.
Boaster's here. He's left that gap in heaven because they're confident that this is the right play, and now it's confirmed. Spike down. 25 seconds, flash out, but it's Kayak to fall. Chronicle not landing his shots either, and now they're wrapping around the side. He deals with that, or tries to, but Camo with another has opened up this site. A plant secured, and a Viper's pit to play inside of Alpha though. It's a target-rich environment, and he'll find one as Boaster sprays down a double in the elbow. Camo out of that dimension and out of the map as 13-10 is locked in. Fnatic take their opponent's map pick, and now just one more to send them to Toronto.
Alpha, a guy walks into a bar, and he goes up to the barman and says, yo, can I get a gin and tonic, please? And the barman serves him a gin and tonic. Yeah, it's you, actually. And while he's waiting for the gin and tonic, he hears somewhere like, oh, nice shirt. And he's like, who the hell said that? And then...
The weekend club tonight.
No, I don't want to. And then what he says, the barman gives him his drink, he has a few sips, and then he hears another thing, someone saying, nice tie. And he said, who the hell is giving me all who's saying all this? He goes to the barman, do you hear this? And the barman says, yeah, it's the nuts. They're complimentary. Complimentary nuts.
You know, my father used to say to me, if you laugh in your own jokes, you need to go hospital.
Call me an ambulance.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Renegade, let's go. 24. Let them all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit. Vroom, vroom, 400, that's roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body to get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double 9. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain though. And I won't cut my lane. Running fist fire, ain't scared no risk. Go pop 1 ring, go break 1 bench. I pop missile if I wish I put 1 pistol on my head. What's poppin' and poppin'? Love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBA, fill up in the air. I be hitting minute more when I'm on the air. Y'all boys so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, let's go. 24. Let them all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit. Vroom, vroom, 400, that's roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body to get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, scared of my life. Skittle. Green pet flavor. Take all the vice. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为现将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。娱乐下扣紧我外套，鱼篮车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标 ？Renegade go on the more.
Renegade, let's go. 24. Let them all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit. Vroom, vroom, 400, that's roll. Got to see 100 the move.
A generational showdown on both teams' favorite map of Split. But it was Fnatic that edged 1 step closer to Masters Toronto. I am your host, Yingsu. I'm back here with Gorilla and Billy once again. That is everything we could ask for, right, Billy, on a map that we know both teams love to play. Why do you think it was Fnatic that ended up winning?
More coverage of Team Liquid, perhaps. I know that the coaching staff are really well prepared for every kind of match that they've come into, and I think that, yeah, Fnatic as well, they were just able to adapt so much more, and I don't think Team Liquid were able to adapt as quickly or react as quickly as Fnatic were doing, and that was a concern that we kind of had going into this, was our Team Liquid just going to keep doing the same old things?
Oh, look how even everything was. And Gorilla, you mentioned, Liquid, they love an attack side on Split. What happened?
Honestly, I think Fnatic just had the read on them. And, we saw Alfia go for those double satchels with the shorties on, so it's like at the end of the day, they were confident, they were feeling it, and yeah, they had the read.
Somehow they always knew where Camo was. I don't know how they knew that, but he got picked off quite a lot in the early rounds.
Something that we had in our scouting is we put a lot of things into Camo's TPs. He tends to have pretty much the same TPs that every other Yoru has on both sides. Like, he always has the fallback TPs rather than rotate TPs on defense, and the same Yoru TPs that every other Yoru has on Split. So I'd say it's pretty easy to know at least where he's going, but I think Fnatic had a really good plan on how to counter that.
They did their homework. I mean, we talked about, is anyone can actually be able to counter Team Liquid finally, and it helps that we have, an uncle from America here on this team, because Crashies, prime Crashies, Optic Crashies, we're seeing here, Billy, he's just doing everything right for this team right now.
I can't believe you just gave him Unk status. That's...
MNFC just retire,
That's so funny. But yeah, I think round 6, I mean, Crashies being able to shut down Cats, he's had so many great moments, and I think on this map in particular, we know that he's such a standout Fade. We saw it throughout kickoff. This was a map that he really enjoys playing, and I think as well, being in pressure moments like this really just lives up to the sort of experience that he has coming into Fnatic.
I mean, Gorilla, you've lived through a lot of eras. I'm sure you remember T1 crashes, MV
oh
crashes,
God,
all
with
sorts.
T1 food.
Yeah, all sorts. Did you expect this kind of return to form from him, and how valuable is Crashies as a player?
Honestly, when Crashies got picked up by Fnatic, I wasn't expecting him to be as good as he is at the moment, especially like in stage 1, he's really coming out into form. But honestly, from the social media posts and the little snippets that you can see, he obviously brings a lot outside of the server as well in terms of his vibes and aura. And
Are you an enjoyer of that? Because I know there's a certain someone currently hate watching him. So where do you sit on, you know?
I think the number one thing, well, top 2 things is obviously team chemistry. Like, you know, having good vibes, enjoying playing the game. I think it was Colin or someone on Twitter said, oh, everyone's having fun, and that's really important. The other thing is like player quality. Fnatic have both, so it's no shock that everyone on Fnatic's playing really well at the moment.
Yeah, and we've also throwing back the years. Speaking of, you know, with Nats going up against Chronicle, Nats doing Nats things, Billy, because this is just this is what you expect from him, and this is what he does where nobody can stop him from.
The way he manages to slip through the net there, even after a Prowler just not seeing him, yeah, he manages to get Heaven control, he even manages to get a pick from this position, but it's actually Crashies again. We're on the Crashies hype train right now. His awareness to be able to trade that out and
we're
then
not doing this on purpose, by the way.
No, we're not doing this on purpose.
Help it.
But then being able to have the awareness of checking main, you know, going and getting a pick there, and then he's got his ultimate up as well, so he can just relay all of that information back to his team to come over and rotate. And I think again, it comes down to the impact that he's having, like you said, not just outside of the server, but inside the server too. And yes, maybe his stats aren't the best. If you went on VLR and checked after the game, oh, Crashies didn't really have a great performance. It's the impact that we're talking about here.
And it's so minuscule, right? Gorilla just like ulting there as well, being patient and so on and so forth. But it's also not easy to do that against Nats.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen Nats. When I saw this round initially, I thought of instantly the Icebox game versus G2.
Oh God!
And
my
I think Mitch and Tom were also casting that, so maybe there's some like correlation
Why
there.
is he there?
Yeah,
kind of, you know,
exactly.
How is he there? Why is he there? And this is, I mean, can we get the stat back real quick just against Chronicle? Because, of course, when they used to play together, Chron, you know, was not exactly playing his current role when Nats is on your team. And we even saw a round where maybe he like got caught out doing the exact same ult that Nats likes to do. But this is such a seasoned matchup, Gorilla. After all these years, these two, they're enemies now.
Yeah, they're battling it head-to-head. I think they're also 2 of the best players on Gambit. Like when I think back to the Gambit roster, Nats and Chronicle are 2 very big standout reasons of why they won Masters, why that 2021 was, you know, they were so good. I think Chronicle arguably a bit underrated in that. So
and they 3-0'd Envy.
And they 3-0'd Envy.
Yeah, back then as well. But let's talk about this Icebox, because this is where I personally feel like a bit of a risk. You know, you're Fnatic, you haven't played Icebox at all. And Billy, would you like to see any remnants of that old comp that they brought
Reminds me.
The ISO, you know, there was a cheeky ISO thrown in there. There was a cheeky Gecko thrown in there. It was Gecko, Sova, ISO, Viper, and Killjoy.
Ooh, I mean, it's just a question of whether or not Kayak's comfortable in the ISO for me, I think. I think I'd want to see Alpha jump onto that ISO if they were to decide to run that, because ISO's not an agent that we see Kayak play an awful lot of the time. And then when I'm thinking about the Sova and the Gecko, like, then who plays Gecko at that point too? I don't see, like, any of these players really being super comfortable on that.
What would you like to see?
I think I want to see Kayak on like a Jet or a Waylay. You know, I think set him free. Icebox is a map where you're duelist, you just need to kind of let them loose. And I think Kayaks will be really impactful.
Yes, the first time we're going to see Fnatic play Icebox in a long time without Durka.
I lied.
It feels weird that I'm saying that out loud. Sorry, go on.
I lied, just to go back to that point.
Yeah.
Kayak can play Gecko. Kayak played Gecko when he was on Apex last year. It literally just came back to my memory.
Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that.
But if they need a Gecko player, he can. Sorry, I just totally
If you
interrupted
actually
there.
manifest that, Billy, like, God bless you for manifesting that. But I mean, there's a lot of options they have, right?
Yeah.
Icebox right now is a place where we're seeing like the M80 stuff from Na'Vi. We have on the other side Liquid as well. Some teams even play the bog standard stuff. But what about the other players? So Alpha, I think, is contention, right? Do you just stick him on the Killjoy? Does he play a duelist?
I think put him on Killjoy. In that sense, if he's on Killjoy, he just puts his alarm bot mid and his turret in kitchen, and he can just go shoot.
And do you want to see Liquid bring the same comp as they did before?
Yeah, I actually quite liked, again, just give Kaiko Duelist. Like, yeah, Camo's really good, but he was also very impactful on that Gecko. Like, yeah, I know they lost against KC, but still, I think it's like kind of a nice switch up to what Liquid normally do.
Yeah, I think for Liquid, like, we need to see what they're going to run on Icebox and if they have changed anything, because of course the 2 times that they've played it, they've ended up losing it. And let's not forget that the only series that they lost during that regular season was against Gentlemates, and the decider map was Icebox. So it's been a bit of a pain point for them. So it's just, do they double down and kind of stick with one of the compositions that they have ran, or do they switch things up?
Yeah, and of course, both of they're also not the teams, you know, that has the Martine Omen or the Koala Omen, so maybe that is out of the question. And again, I will be very surprised if they do something like that. It doesn't seem like their style. But when it comes down to Nats and Chronicle, though, surely, you know, they're not going to be... They don't get to have fun. They just get to do what they get to do. So let's take a look at Agent Select. We will have a Gecko. It will be on Kron. Kayak is on Sage. Gorilla, break this down for me. How do you feel about this?
I mean, here you have 2 lots of like plant installation, right? You have the Gecko Wingman and you have the Sage Wall as well. I'm interested to see if there's going to be any TikTok walls, like walling top gen for Kayak with an AWP, or maybe like backside top site B. But honestly, I don't know really how I feel about it. It's kind of a throwback to the old days, you know, with the Chamber, no duelist comp, the triple sentinel.
How often do we see Sage these days?
Yeah,
Never.
it's quite
How
rare.
often do we see Kayak on stage?
Once.
Literally,
He's only ever played this agent the once, so yeah, I'm intrigued to see how this will go. I think Crashes on the Tejo, he's had a really strong performance on that in previous maps, so that's no surprise. Boaster on the Viper and moving Chronicle onto the Gecko.
Yep. Vintage.
It's just,
vintage.
yeah, I love it.
Let's just jump into the action, because there's a lot of fun going on here, and as Nat's is giving his speech, I'm sure he's telling the boys, we need to win this if we want to make Masters Toronto.
This is quite the composition here, Tom.
I thought Sage was dead.
We didn't know what to expect.
To be honest with you, I thought that there was no one picking the Sage anymore. So
Sage ult my composition, I suppose.
You know what? It was always, I think it was Anders, right? Who was like, there's the dream comp. It's slightly altered to what used to be the dream comp, but it still has the Sage in it. So, you know, Fnatic are still Sage believers. Maybe they'll convert some others into Sage believers. I am yet to be convinced. What I am excited for is we do have that Kiko back on the Jet. It didn't necessarily work out too great last time around, but some of the peak performances I've seen from him was on that roster. And wow, yeah, a very different team. Very different looking the Team Liquid back then. Yumpy, in fact, playing earlier today.
He was, wasn't he? And that's, I think, bringing a little bit of a different flair to the IGL role than what we would have seen back in that day. Team Liquid, defensive start here on Icebox. And Fnatic, well, we don't know what to expect. This composition coming into play is going to be a lot of fun to watch. They're on the attack, and they've already lost one. It's Alfier falling to Kiko. He was having a lot of success with this very same head-to-head, going back to split. But in the end, Fnatic were able to climb their way back. For now, a 4 versus 5, the same challenge for Fnatic.
Jack of all trades and master of pretty much all of them. Chronicle back on the initiator. It's always exciting to see what he can do. Potential for more aggression, but also allows a lot of different variations of them getting into the plant, post-plant, and more importantly, the retakes. I still think that's where that Sage Wall can have the majority of its value. It's been a while since I've seen anyone rezzed as well. You kind of forget that ultimate even exists with how things have been going recently. The Kiko fight not going too well for either side, but the plant is going to be coming in. Oh, no, it's not.
So you thought. So you thought, but the nade goes in. Now here's the wall. A little bit of safety to get that plant in. An orb, oh, it was not quite thrown through. Boaster falls, Chronicle in the same spot, and it's going to be hard for Kayak to fall back. He has to battle around this wall, and he's doing so with great success. Only one left, and it crumbles just like that. Fnatic 1-0.
So it seems like Kayak might not need to play the duelist. I think it'll be all right, lads. I think it'll be okay. You know, just coming in straight away with that. Like, the worst thing is as well is they knew exactly where he was. Like, he was stuck behind his own wall, just a crispy couple of shots.
And obviously he has the wall, so he didn't buy himself a Sheriff. And that being recovered over, and it was exactly the tool for the job. Wow, what a way to start it. I think Milan's hand might be sore again as Scud flexes those muscles. 1-0. And they've gone for, oh wow, Camo's already gone. Already taken out. Gone for a mixed buy here, just 2 pistols. Alfier can take a bit more of a risk. That's exactly what he's gonna do. Hey, nice shots. The Sheriffs are landing so far from Fnatic.
Do you know what I've realized I've missed?
What's that?
Alfier, Killjoy, and Icebox. It's been so long. It's been so long. I feel like I'm reminiscing. Like any time he gets near yellow, I'm just excited. We know what this man can do on this map, on this agent. And well, it doesn't seem like there's going to be any magic in this round for Liquid. Left with just the 2 Sheriffs to play with. Players caught running away. It almost felt like Chronicle just gave up on that one. And well, Kiko's found another. And Fnatic definitely have to be careful just based on cost alone. If they get another one quickly, we might even have to start talking about the round.
Surely not. No, there's enough time, especially with salvos gone in, to buy them that little bit of an extra window. The damage very much still on the cards. Kiko, well, he can't even get close to the spike. Snakebite going through. I suppose a bit costly in terms of the utility of Snakebite going down, but 2 picks, it looked promising in the end. Fnatic stabilized nicely. The 3 rifles carried through to the next, and a 2-0 start. Considering they were, was it a 2v5?
No, he walked into it.
The pistol could easily have swung the other way, and now they've got a leg up on this map.
Hey, look at the purchase coming up as well for Fnatic. It's about as good as it gets. Not only do they have the rifles, as you highlight, they've got the res available from Kayak. It helps when your superstar duelist plays an agent that can get a res. We've got the double up top. Camo basically being the bait. Well, the bait's got 1, but now do they expect the second player to be here? Well, already turning it back into a 5v4 scenario. That's why we have such an aggressive start. Yeah, let's see when he gets the next one.
Literally a round 3 res. Round 3 opening fight res as well. Not bad. Not bad at all. They can afford to play that little bit more direct because of it now. The advantage is theirs. Kiko in a very nasty spot. Something you won't see very often held late into the round.
He's with the only one there.
That's the problem. The drone's gone through, it's spotted him, and he won't quite make it around that corner before it's very much expected. Boaster still up in the spawn with that rotation, able to catch him. And now it's a 5 versus 3. Team Liquid won the opening duel, yet still their opponents have all their players. And it's Team Liquid on the massive back foot.
This surprise element has also faded because him being up here isn't the biggest shock now that they've left this site for so long. Kayak, immediate trade. Nats does well though. He's given them a chance in this round. It looked like an impossibility. Serial trying to fight on that cross. Still not able to get the plant in. Nats looking to come in from above. Has managed to get another, and Serial's there alongside him. This round started off bleak with a 2-player advantage for the side of Fnatic, but Nats leading by example.
Yeah, going up on a top site with 11 HP, it's a risky play, but the wall being up gave him that little bit of room to maneuver, and he spots the barrel through it. This initial fight, though, something that shouldn't have went in his direction. You think for Chronicle, maybe he thought he was already dead, but the shots did not land, at least not in a meaningful way. That sliver of health is ultimately what makes the difference between a terrible start to a map that Team Liquid looked like they were going to win the opening pistol. And actually, them stabilizing and now being in a pretty reasonable spot. Camo, I mean, that is not pretty. Caught out by the salvos. His support taken down too as Kiko falls. It's a 5 versus 3 and an immediate advantage for Fnatic.
He just tried to catch the timing, running through the salvos, but that has not worked out at all. The sheer level of aggression is met by the patience of this Fnatic squad, and Alfie already looking comfortable once again. Only Serial standing, and sure, he gets his man and another, but when you're in a 1 versus 5, well, you'd have to have the greatest clutch statistics of all time.
Yeah, it's all or nothing, and this time it is nothing, keeping them on the 1. Fnatic steaming into the lead, their attack side looking good. Their ultimate economy coming online into this next round. The battle for these orbs is also something that's not too easy to be won out by the other side. The immediate salvos coming through.
That's what I thought, bro. I can stand up. I'm getting a stand-up buff.
Oh, man. He's answering back. He sees them get loud. He sees them stand up on the other side, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Fair play. And the morale certainly in a good spot for Fnatic. This round should only see it build further, as there's a lot of weaknesses for Team Liquid to play with, and a heavy stack towards B.
Well, there's something about that round as well. It's like you look at the timing. You had the initial peak come through from Kama with his own flash, then Kiko peaks, and afterwards the flash goes off. So it just looked a little bit disjointed. That was enough for Fnatic to have some very, very easy and isolated opening battles. And we know that this squad, you go back in history about how good they are on the attacking side of this map. I think it's another one where Boaster is the king of calling. Almost surprising that we haven't seen this map come out sooner in the tournament for them, but picking it when qualification is available, a chance for them to make that first Masters of the year, one that we have had expectations. Well, they're expected to make pretty much every single one. A stack in the right place though for Liquid, but that's really all they've got in their favor.
Oh, one pick for Nats. Rifle now in his hands, and he's been able to work his magic already, and that was even with a Guardian.
30 seconds left.
Lockdown coming into play. Nats finally dropped, and here it is. The chance now to clean up the rest as the weaker weapons come cascading through. Kiko.
He's got a Bucky.
A Bucky and a classic. Yeah, it's
at
not
range from a flank.
Not quite what we're looking for. And Alphiers was watching it. He'll go down. Cloudburst to get the rifle. And this now, very doable. Look how low Crashies is, but salvos will come online. Ult is there, but they're not looking for any of that. They want to fight. That could be a mistake.
Looking to try and find where both these players have gone to. They have now fallen back into more passive positions. There go the salvos, and still unaware remotely of where these players are, even going to commit an Armageddon. Just buying that little bit of extra time, and Crashies will get the job done. 4-1. Fnatic extend their lead. Definitely a more dangerous scenario than expected with them running into the stack. And now, not only the weaponry, but more importantly, the ults come up for Liquid.
Yes, this is a round that they have to win, putting it all into it. A good attempt by Nats, but again, you just see that position from Crashies. He's got a double spray down, then salvos and ultimate online.
We have like way too high chaotic.
They can at least be happy that the ult was used, that they were able to make this one look competitive, look close, that Kiko was able to take one with a classic. Good timing on the flank, good space being taken in the background. Now Liquid call a pause. Again, acknowledgement of where they're at right now. An operator has already been bought up coming into this round. 4 ultimates in play. Credits down to 0 or 50. Sub 100 on every member of Liquid if nothing changes. And that is not a round that we can approach lightly. At 4-1 down, this is a swing round. This determines probably who's going to have the lead at the half, or if there will be one.
I think as well, going into this half, you look at their previous performances, facing off against KC, again, a team that ended up eliminated. They only managed to get 2 rounds on the defense. So that's where I'm kind of looking right now is, okay, how are this team going to be able to form on the defensive side now that there's not really the excuse of, okay, maybe there's a weapon missing, maybe there's an ult missing, maybe this play didn't go their way. They have everything here. Okay, the shields are slightly lower. That's the barest of excuses that I can give. But as you said, this has to be the turning point.
Push them into the
An
ground.
early 3 stack towards the B site for this defensive side. Having the expectation, maybe the battle for the orb, with a few players getting that little bit closer for Fnatic, but more so the potential of the Thrash being the one ult available for Chronicle.
It's a very clear early plan, but it's already disrupted, Tom. You see that the Killjoy doesn't have a turret down. It's because salvos are targeting that early on. With that utility removed, there's now a gap in middle. The good thing is they can afford to commit to that on Team Liquid because they have a lockdown. So a little bit lighter on A would be possible. But now, Nats ends up popping his ultimate, feeling pressure before it's even being applied. I mean, a free piece of utility is more or less all they saw, and that's being put into play. Turret back up and online. That's going to be covering off the middle angle. Viper's pit for A, and even the Gecko ultimate sent down B as a recon. That'll be available late round if they do end up in retake.
The switch up though, the immediate move towards middle. Like after having both sides pressured, Panitek though is there to try and hold the line. He's done well and has Nats alongside the man who left his pit to try and support. There's still Althea though, but look at the position of the spike. It's not going to be easy, the reuse of that Thrash, just to clear out any information that they can. It doesn't quite catch onto Althea, but Crashy's getting out of this position alive should be very difficult while Kiko makes sure of it. It is ult spam to say the least for the side of Liquid, but it gets you around, it gets you around.
To be honest, man, though, that's a round that Fnatic are going to be obviously not happy to lose, but the amount invested on the other side, the panic shown early on, that doesn't say that, oh, well, they've got a response to our playstyle. It says they've used their ults to win a round. A ton used up early on, and hell, we might have seen the lockdown, only that that player ended up falling. And I think that was probably an aggressive wall by Kayak, something that we'll see more on the defense than here on the attack, but they get the mid control. He walls himself up, I presume, or perhaps it was from Tube, and manages to find himself that pick deep into the spawn.
I say I don't mind it though. Like, well, when you're 4-1 down, your economy's on the brink, use those ultimates. Kiko
Poison's off.
already finding one, and with Boaster not having a gun, they have actually put Fnatic into an awkward position of their own. So for Liquid, that could be one of the most important rounds to win. Kiko looking like he's going to go back for more, and well, I couldn't keep up with where the shot went. It looked pretty close. How is Crash? He's winning these fights. He's picked 2 players within the site, and he's just the ruse. 2 players now making a walk in towards A. Only Serial here doesn't have an ideal weapon of choice. He should at least be able to deny the plant, but he's being wrapped on. He's got to be incredibly careful, and having to give away his position eventually will be taken out.
Really nicely played. They were isolating themselves, but now, oh, buying time for the flank, but Nats is ahead of the curve. If they take that kill, the defuse can be found for free. Look how far away Boaster is. He needed them to stay alive on that site to buy that little bit more time, and he's walled out by his own teammate's wall. There's no Sage on Team Liquid. Fnatic having to save that rifle through to the next, and Team Liquid stringing the rounds together.
Yeah, I don't mind the usage from the previous round, and then it still got dangerous here. Like, I think it was again, Nats having to have these sort of big moments to turn the round back on its head, and they got a good view. They got a good view. But you talk about it, those pauses once more. 4-1 down, pause taken for Liquid, immediate response with 2 rounds, still fairly even in terms of what they've got on ult economy, and in terms of the rifles there ahead, a good opportunity for them to get back to a 4-4 scenario. Of course, Kiko's position with the operator is one that definitely there to be expected. But they always still have to be careful. Those 2 ults plus Althea and Crashies with guns. This round's not that far away.
Well, that's it, right? Kiko can find himself a pick with the op or just a missed shot and get out of there, then lock down to recover the site. They still have utility on it as well. Information on these players towards B. That knife landing, it might sell that ruse, but again, retake A, something that Liquid will be comfortable doing. Turret's still online, so they know that mid is completely theirs, and there's a bit of a risk of the walk-up through kitchen. And again, the turret will see in the window.
They're going back towards Crashies. I think just maybe getting more ground than was expected. They could look to use that Thrash in this position, but still, there are multiple defenders here. Camo goes walking towards yellow. This might be a bit of a nasty surprise, but it has been spotted. Nats going forward gets, what, seemingly caught, but never mind. He'll find 2 again. Individually on fire. And for the remaining 2, sure, Althea still has a rifle. Close to manages to get one with the Sheriff. There's a couple of low players around this position. They do have to be a little careful.
Time though. 20 seconds, 15 now. And Camo still holding that back yellow. He'll fall. They've got the utility here. Sure, no, they've got no utility, in fact. They'll have to deny this just by swinging. Swinging through the orb. And, well, that was an ambitious play. The jump about. Maybe expecting them to be low. Not quite low enough. 4-4 now. Team Liquid. It looked like they were trailing and about to fizzle out. They have managed to find their rhythm 3 rounds in a row now. And the beautiful thing about this is Nats grabs those. There is a flash up top, but it doesn't actually blind them in time. He's too quick taking the kills for that support to really matter, and all it does is stop the players further back from being able to get close and have any sort of a say.
I feel like you can say this on most maps, but Icebox Nats, there's high expectations. We know what we're going to get. already though. Again, early usage of util just to deny any control of the orbs for the defensive side. Not going to allow them to get any bonuses, but a lot of information being grabbed early by Liquid. The knife, again, capturing multiple players, challenging towards that B side, but it still seems to be the ultimate point of contention. Thrash, Rez, Viper's Pit available for Fnatic, but Viper's Pit up against a lockdown is pretty much the perfect counter.
Minute on the clock and no information to play with. Slow creep up from Alfier in mid. He's trying to use this orb to creep under tube. That's somewhere that I think it's one of the only gaps for Team Liquid that we've seen so far. Ult comes into play. Patatek dropping that wall now. And that's going to delay them by quite a bit, put the time very, very low. It even stops the orb from going up in middle, so Alpha can't really do anything about this. And all the while, as you pointed out, Tom, these rotations have come through. Team Liquid got 4 players ready for the fight.
Oh, already. Camo goes swinging in. He was low. Kiko's done well, but Kayak's there with the trade. Plant
No charges left.
has come through. Potential for the res. There isn't going to be the spam. It's actually Kayak that goes down. In fact, they all start to fall, and now the only man standing was the Lurk. There's still a possibility. Both players need to cross, but the operator looking to hold, and in fact has already made it round that corner. Alfia needs to get a move on. In fact, I don't think there's going to be anywhere near enough time, even with that extra little nano swarm. That diffuser will come through. Liquid will take themselves the lead. Panatek just watching for him to attempt to cross. And once more, I'm going to highlight it. A pause called by the coaching staff, 4 rounds in a row for Liquid.
Yeah, it can't be understated. We saw the same thing on Split.
3 health. 3 health while he was running through that util.
Once they realize that they've got some problems, or that they think they've got the solution, it seems like they're spot on every time. Now the test for Fnatic, as they've called themselves a timeout here at 5-4. This was a lights out start. They looked like they were going to lose the pistol over on Team Liquid, but Fnatic end up claiming it, end up putting it 4-1 in the lead, and since then, it has felt like utter dominance from Team Liquid. Starting with a round that I wasn't too confident would be repeated. They put in so much so early on, but it ends up working out wonderfully. That lockdown we've spoken so much about hasn't even been needed, because the A site, by the time that they come to pushing it, there's like 2 players on the site, and the 1 defender is often able to at least fend them off long enough.
I'd say as well, though, that something we've noted throughout the series with these 2 teams is just a lot of what's important is that sort of mental state. I mean, I think Gorilla sort of pointed out as one of his 2. As like, if that's in a good position and you have the caliber of players, nothing else matters. So using those ults, maybe just to get them back into a position of, okay, we're competing in this map. Because at 4-1 down, they were getting rinsed. You spam a little bit, you go, okay, we're on the board, we can do this now. We have the operator, we have everything we need. And well, Liquid look like a very different team. And unfortunately for Fnatic, on their own map choice, that map choice that has been a staple of their history. Right now, it's just that.
Here. Placing sentry.
Look back at the first res we had come through. Huge impact, second, shut down immediately by Liquid. The rotations were there. There were 4 players in position.
Well, yeah, it was Kayak that got killed. Yeah. He reses, dies, and then Chronica's like, wow, I think I'm screwed here.
Don't think I'm getting away with that one. There's had too many bodies to break the wall now. Challenge under tube. I said it was a gap, but that's in most rounds, not in this. Camo has his eyes set on the prize. The player's coming under, deleted immediately. In the back, yellow player not even spotted by Fnatic, as the numbers trail in a 1 versus 3. 45 HP for Alpha. And no real chance of taking this across the line. Look where the spike is dropped to. Even if he had it, getting onto the A site would be a challenge in and of itself.
Yeah, Panatek already around position. Have a hold in case he manages to lurk through mid. It is going to be an opportunity for a 1v1. Well, with the turret holding that range and the knife even giving them the info, that will be the full force of Liquid now grouping up just to fight this last man. I don't think they're going to take any liberties with Alfia on the other side, and while Serial will remove his counterpart, a minimum of an equal footing for Liquid. And as said, the 2 times they played this map, the defense has been weak. 2-8, 4-8. Well, this is already the best performance we've seen on the defensive side for Liquid.
And it's not slowing down, Tom. That's 5 in a row now for this squad. That's ultimates coming back online for them. And yes, the same can be said for Fnatic, but now the shift in momentum, it seems like Fnatic are the ones that need those safety nets to be fallen back onto. We've seen disastrous rounds from that attacking side. We've seen success across the board for Team Liquid, and Kiko consistently looking for these opening duels. He's been denied quite a bit.
Yeah, this looked, at least the start of the round, potentially a lot more direct, and
he's going in.
He is. He's going to go straight back for a fight we've seen them take many a time. Nobody peeking over on the Fnatic side, though. Purely passive. When you look at the ultimates they have, you can understand why. Lockdown, Thrash, Armageddon, Viper's Pit, so much to play with in this round, and the same can be said for Liquid, but maybe not quite that caliber. Kiko's reposition, it's just missed. And that would have been Crashies. That would have been a lot of post-plant utility gone.
I love that too. He fires the shot on A main, instantly rotates, knowing they'd be that little bit more relaxed about
now
that.
He's back there again.
If they were rotating, they'd go right into his waiting arms. And like you said, he's right back in position, although now the pit is up. Luckily, he's got a shorty to play with. The downside is that lockdown put into play aggressively. It'll force them way back. And Nano to cover them on the cross. But as you said, the Nano, the other side puts in a lockdown. Luckily, they're able to cancel that out. Now a problem is Nats is stuck on the site, but is the defense going to be good enough to keep him alive? Yes, it is! Serial buys them that little bit of space, and with the pit up, there has to be a response. A pit in the other direction as Boaster will try to starve them of any space to play around, and it looks like it's working! They've ran into Kayak! Things going swimmingly for Fnatic. Finally, the defuse underway. It's halved already. It's getting damn close, but they'll drop it in the end. And now, the remaining players need to get on it fast.
Last player standing.
Down into that 1v1. Nats trying to stick it all the way through the wall. Crashies goes right down to the depths, right down to the last few seconds. And that's what it takes for Fnatic to win themselves around. That was counter card to counter card played throughout, just to try and outdo each other. No ultimates available anymore for Liquid, and only the singular Thrash left remaining for Chronicle. They used absolutely everything to get that 5th round over the line. And even then, it came down to a matter of seconds, and Crashies finding 3.
Desperately close. Even Wingman very nearly got it. I mean, he was about a quarter of a bar away from taking that across the line. Kiko showing absolutely no fear. This time, going earlier, going more aggressive, but he's in trouble. Gekko's ulti, Thrash on his tail. He won't be caught, though. Still safe. That Thrash might not be recoverable.
They're going to need a fair amount to do so. In fact, they might even need the sight him off. Kiko's still just looking for angles to be had, but with 15 pieces of utility being put into that backline, not really a spot left to hold. Wall already broken, and that's what we see it again. Just an attempt to try and re-aggress before they even get to the site. Spike will be dropped, but Althea responds in kind. Looking for a little more, but Kayak is there. And while only one standing, Camo to face versus 4. It's looking like an even half, but there is still one standing.
Have to get that plant in. Looks like they're deciding to just run it down. It's the right call. They've got the numbers, but it got close. Close as the scoreline in the end. There will be no leader at halftime. 6-6. Hell of a battle coming out from Team Liquid, though. Streaking together 5 rounds in a row. They had some serious momentum, some wind in their sails, and the second half up for grabs. We'll find out how it goes after the break. Well, Team Liquid 6-6 at the halftime, Tom. It's been a good recovery on what could have been a devastating half if things kept up after the first 5 rounds. But those pauses from the coaching staff, they've bought them a leg up. Coming into half number 2, you impressed with what Liquid have put down? Is the advantage in their court?
I don't necessarily know about advantage, but I do think that, well, it's not a bad stat to come out with. 47% on their opponent's map choice, but it's the best defensive side we've seen from them so far. And going into the attack, when they play versus KC, they managed a little bit more. Now, it's definitely not been their best map. Let's not pretend. This is one that Fnatic picked for a reason. But again, if history serves us right, Fnatic normally having those crazy performances over on the attack, they do have an awful lot of stall and potential for denying plants. I think that's going to be difficult for Liquid to face against.
So it utilized the deny map control in the first. Now it's the plants that they'll be looking to push back. Team Liquid deep in with Kiko. He's been getting aggressive on the defense and no change here on the attack. The space taken can already get them a plant. Kayak spotted down underneath. But how are they going to deal with him? It's a risk to go swinging in that deep, but oh, it almost works out. But Kayak up to his old tricks here in the pistol. It's a triple off the classic, but still a 2 versus 2. He goes in through the orb, wrapping around, but it's not enough, leaving Serial on 1 HP. But the pistol round this time goes to Team Liquid.
Kayak trying its damnedest. You look at him, 17 and 9 on the Sage. It does feel like they're going to be having reses galore throughout this matchup, but it wasn't enough this time around. I'm genuinely shocked at how much he was able to get done with the classic. Just a lot of distraction as he spins on a dime, but ultimately it's Liquid to come out with an all-important pistol round. Well, Lohan at least pumped up. Not much invested. A single Sheriff for Kayak, which, hey, still something you have to fear. You just have to be a little bit worried. We go back to the first half pistol, and that's all you need to know. And it seems like the immediate read, not finding anything off the back of that Dizzy, and because of it, they're hightailing it to B.
They can't give the game away, though. Too much utility seen. Too many players spotted when that wall goes down, and Team Liquid will run back in the other direction. They've got a lot of space, a lot of control. But the Killjoy on the other side is doing exactly the same, pushing up and making it through A. And in fact, there's nothing spotting for this. Team Liquid want to go back, but they have to make it past Alfier. He's looking the wrong way. And Nats, well, he clears his corners. That is going to be a 5 versus 4 and an A site wide open with deep spawn control taken already, and a deep fight won by Serial pretty much cements this round for Team Liquid.
Yeah, the idea from Fnatic, of course, is just try and catch them off guard, but with that perfect lurk out from Serial, there really wasn't much more to be had. Chronicle trying to do a little bit of extra damage, remove a gun or two, but it's not going to happen. Only a pistol loss for Liquid, a very clean round kicking off the second half.
They don't even need shields on most players. They're in a very, very healthy spot economically coming into the next round. And for Fnatic, well, the pressure may be on. 8-6 and a potential leap forward for that attacking side. As we said, you know, that defensive side performance from them is impressive, especially, you know, the scoreline being 6-6 is one thing. The way that they got there is another. They were looking lost, and they managed to find and carve out a significant amount of control in that half, streaking rounds together. Deja Vu not far away from kicking in. They're already 2 in a row here. Fnatic got a bit of an under-2 play. This was a gap that Team Liquid left on their defense, and they're exploiting it immediately, already in Kitchen.
There's a lot of players around this spot, but none of them really being able to deny. It comes down to Boaster to try and do the damage. And well, we've spoken a lot this season about his individual level going through the roof. 2 quick kills, and well, Paditek's sneaky play is not as sneaky as he thinks. Kayak watches him all the way and waits for the swing from Serial. A solid response from Fnatic, more importantly from Boaster.
Yeah, shutting that down before they got too close. That could have been a big problem on the side split as players funnel through Kitchen, but finding the first, second adjusts, and he pre-fires it wonderfully. But Chronicle cleaning up the rest. It was left in pretty safe hands with Kayak. 19 and 10. You know, back in the day, you talked about this matchup, Fnatic and Liquid, going all the way back to first strike, and back then we would have talked a lot about the Battle Sages. Kayak, he is reviving that.
I can't wait if that's the case. Give me more Mazzino on the Sage. He was the king. He was the king. I don't care what you say. That guy was the king of Sage. Ooh, okay. An early dink already. I believe that was Boaster spamming once again. In fact, I'm almost certain, because Chronicle's not close enough and everybody else has a Vandal. Leaves them in a little bit more of an awkward spot. Your duelist, the man meant to take space, so desperately low. But with 4 players already on this side of the map, the gamble really is over on the other side. A res for Kayak, but he can't bring himself back if he goes down. And well, eventually, the man tagged low initially is cleared up. The rest of the players looking to make their way back into A, but you can see the only idea for Kayak is get someone on the cross.
He spotted them. Even just the information's enough for him with the advantage already in their court. An audacious play from Kiko. 10 HP, plays behind a very spammable box. The most spammable spot towards B, and most commonly spammed. And then he takes a fight. Well, they were more than happy to fire right back. Spike given over to Nats. Will be just 2 away from that Viper's Pit in play, as Fnatic happy to play the retake. The res there, Kayak doesn't want to be the one taking contact, but look at this setup on backside. A high-low coming in from Camo and Serial, and it will be disrupted immediately. The salvo's doing well to put them on the back foot in this initial fight. And all Fnatic need to do is trade. Crashies goes down as Serial picks up the double. It's Camo to trade out, and now Fnatic on the back foot. Kayak having to do it all again, but he's got the res to bring Crashies back into play. A valuable player indeed, no ultimate. And no salvos just yet. It's all about the swing, and he's caught wall in hand. Patatek does well, and the defuse needing to be stuck at least a half. Crashies gets him, and within just in the nick of time, he'll take it across the line with a Red Bull clutch.
We've spoken about it so many times within this matchup, but Crashies in these impact rounds have just been absurd. Of course, a little bit of help from Kayak to bring him back from the fray. It's always nice when you get 2 bites at clutching out the round, but what an attempt from both Serial and Camo to turn that round in their favor. And even Panatek towards the end, I'll be honest, I thought he had it with how little time was left on that clock.
Nice!
You know they're pumped up when you have to mute half of what Boaster's saying.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's gonna be the first time I've seen that. He's getting hyped, he's stood up, and he's hyping Crashies up. Ultimate now online for Crashies, but it might not be used here. Look at the weaknesses for Team Liquid. They have kept their credits. This is a play for the next round.
They're good with hero guns.
That, and it's going to be Fnatic back in the lead if they lose this one, but they'll have the money to fight back. That's all that matters.
Okay, a lot of awkward positions to fight from. Alpha up above has already managed to clear out 2.
Rifle down.
Yeah, it will be retrieved by Patatek though, and he's not looking to just sit pretty. He wants to try and clear some ground. In fact, the Viper's Pit's going to be invested. Now, they expected this. 2 Stingers on the other side. Normally, that's an absolute stinker of a buy, but in a Viper's Pit, hey, that does damage.
Oh yeah, they have got some real opportunity, and look how far back Nats is playing, allowing Patatek and Kiko to be the one taking these duels. Ult put into play, Nats falls back, but Kiko still close, gets his Blade Storm, but he won't land the shots. Crashies drops him, but the wrap around from Patatek not expected. They are thinning out the herd, leaving it down to just Nats, but he's up close in the pit. There's nothing more dangerous than this Viper. And he gets his venom into them. The Stinger, the one to close it out and put 9-8 on the board. Team Liquid back in the lead. And you know what? You said it, Tom. Pretty good with the hero rifles.
That was the hero Stinger that brought home the Red Bull clutch. I also think you have to look at the importance of that 1 kill here coming through from Kiko, because it was actually the usage of that Armageddon to force Nats out of the pit. He had to run all the way out of it to get away from the ult, and that extra little bit of time that Kiko bought allows him back into the pit. If he doesn't get that kill, they lose the round. It's almost guaranteed. That one little play, and okay. Well, not the gun I was expecting to get a kill in this round. Kiko down, hero rifles of their own.
Right there.
This could be a response. Liquid have got to be careful.
Inches away from seeing a battle onto Camo as he was recovering his flash. Battle on the side being given up by Fnatic. They're going to play this one very passive indeed. And it's no wonder why. There's a lockdown in play for this squad if they want it. And they're hoping for over-aggression. They're hoping for a pick to be handed over into their favor. Flash, no. That's the ult being held and now responded in by Chronicle, who I think has caught one. Yes, indeed he has, but Panatek is still up close. He's defending his stunned up teammates. The salvos barely avoided. A sliver of health left. Good flash. Patty's blind, goes swinging deep, and they'll get another rifle out of that. When Nat's already tagged low, a real opportunity now. They've pushed them back to belt, but the ranged fight with the recovered rifle, that stands well for them, and the walls blocked them off. At least for now, the Mosh was able to deny, but Camo falling leaves this round in jeopardy. It's Fnatic's with an easy defuse and a well-fought response. They lose to the hero rifle and respond like for like.
Yeah, that was one where you have those bonus ultimates ready to be thrown in, and I think Alfia firstly did an incredible job just being able to sort of hold the line. An opener as well for Chronicle, who's definitely had a quieter game individually. Of course, a role he switched back to after time and time on a Sentinel and Controller, of course. But after a huge victory comes a huge fall. Liquid 9-9, and sure, we talk about teams having 2 bites at the cherry, 2 opportunities to make it in towards that international, but there is no easy road from this point onwards. You get 2 chances. The second one is so much tougher in that lower bracket with teams that they've already gone close with throughout the season, with Foot building up momentum, with BBL down there with them, and even Na'Vi have looked dangerous when going into this playoffs bracket, so there is not really anybody you want to be facing. First time round definitely seems the easier of the lot, and while Liquid, they are going to call another pause. As mentioned, the last one was the start of their 5-round streak. Same on the last map as well. The second one, well, it actually did nothing. Fnatic were able to close out in the end.
But it's a great point you bring up, Tom. Not just the fact that you're 1 game away, but you'll be 2 when you drop down below, but the fact that it's Na'Vi first, and maybe that's the lesser of 2 evils, but then the winner of Foot and BBL, neither of those teams had firepower. And I mean, Foot, again, in the group stages, in the early stages, sure, they didn't look too great the last time either of these teams faced them. They're able to best, but the reality is that last game we saw from them, they hit another level.
Yeah.
They made the changes they needed to, and now that's not going to be an easy game with elimination on the line and victory just around the corner. For Team Liquid, they need this map and another to lock in that international event to avoid the lower bracket run of nightmares. That battle not favorable for Nats.
That's the gun.
They've got the weapon. It's going to be defended by the Mosh pick. Kiko goes deep. He's played so aggressive so far, with a ton of success, even on 2 HP. He will survive, but the rest of his squad has fallen.
Yeah. Kayak styling.
Can't use that.
He is paving the road to what would be his first Masters event, his first international, and one that I think many will look at as not necessarily a surprise, but only a matter of time. I was going to say if they close this round down, but I think the story is more so when. Crassie's position is one of the weirdest spots. I think if Kiko had cleared that, I would have asked them to check him PC. But that is now just 3 rounds away for Kayak to, well, be another one of the Polish alumni that have made it to international events. He's not going to be the first in that case.
No, but one of the most promising, especially stepping into this roster, as you said earlier on. Big boots to fill, but he is doing that and then some. They are bursting at the seams with this man. Coming in on the Sage as well, an unusual pick, and what a way it would be to book in your slot at your first international, far from the first for Fnatic. The potential return to 4 Masters events, not somewhere they've done well recently. Chance to recover on that reputation.
Fnatic again have gone for the full retake. I think what they've been doing with Teo, sort of clearing a lot of these aggressive angles, has helped them out massively.
You should run.
Crashes, in fact, has been huge, but this time they don't have the counter lockdown available to them. Last time out, they were able to buy a little bit of extra space to get into position. Instead, Liquid have used this to get positioning of their own. In fact, look how far forward they sit.
They've got no utility. They have to make up for it with the Brawn already dropping Boaster. That's the Viper's Pit out of play, and a lot of the hope of this round having already fallen. Kayak has a res. He's going to use it. I thought maybe they would let this one slide, but no, they want to battle. Kayak with the self-heal, but he's taken down, and now Crashies with it all to do. It's Nats dancing around on the high ground, and it is over. As we move into round number 21, 10-10, tied up neck and neck.
I like the fact that Liquid really are happy to just fight them up front. I think realizing that the benefits of their comp, you have those extra flashes, and sure, okay, you do have a few nades that can be used to clear angles, but they're using a lot of those for the take. They're using those as the danger is there early. So instead, when it comes down to the late round, they're like, okay, let's set up in their face. Let's not allow Fnatic to have that retake. Let's not allow them to throw in the slow in combination with salvos to try and take us out. Let's make them adapt to the way that we're playing, and when that round at least, the firefights went their way, no clutch to be had. It has been a back and forth throughout. This second half especially has been a lot less about the streaks of rounds and much more just one either side. Both teams' economy on the brink here. Kayak, he's as close as could be, but Kiko and Serial immediately find opening picks. That's a save.
Battling for that third map, and yeah, they've pushed Fnatic to the limits. There's no chance with those immediate fights swinging the other way. And hell, I'll put my money on Kayak in those tighter angles.
Oh, yeah.
In those close fights.
He's got 25 kills. I don't think he'd be mad not to.
He's not doing too bad, is he? But, yeah, he is dropped early on, and that forces the hand. But Team Liquid, they're not happy with just a round victory. They want economic supremacy, looking to push deep and remove some of those weapons, but eventually Nats takes a look at the scoreboard, sees the credits. He will just back off into their own spawn, carrying their own rifles through to the next and allowing Fnatic to reset, because at the end of the day, the lead is back in their hands.
Yeah, that's the main thing. It's been even all the way through. This was a round that really just playing into the contact of that A site, not giving the game away, because Fnatic have been quite happy to play the retake in a lot of these scenarios. This time playing that little bit more aggressively, putting Kayak, the best player in the server currently, onto the contact spot, and Kiko just wipes the floor with him. As I said, when we saw this map historically for Kiko on the Jet, he's fantastic. Like, it's where he's always had these huge individual performances. Wow, if he's coming more alive, I was going to say alive, but he's 17 and 12. He's still having a decent game. Here we go, though. Very aggressive early taken towards middle, but I think that was purely just to break some of the utility and then fall back.
Yeah, put that pressure on, see if there's a response from Fnatic, if there's a head to be ripped off, and if not, settle for the turret. That's an information vacuum for Fnatic. Conscious that players could now cross through that window, move into kitchen, and backstab Kayak on top of the wall. You'll see that angle held by operator players, but they're usually a little bit lower down. Yeah. You can see everything. And Team Liquid, they've lost the opening pick, they've lost camo, and that's a lot of not just the ultimate that was in his back pocket, but a lot of your punchy utility to break through that defense is now left for the next round.
That's definitely a rough start. That's something you might see if a Sage is picked in your ranked games on this map. Kayak just pulls it out in maybe one of the most pivotal rounds in this entire series. A chance for them to level things up again. Ultimates firmly in their favor for this round, and you can see Boaster's only plan is to deny them the plant. But with Kiko managing to get so far forward, and even hearing some of the steps, it all comes down to this fight, and he wins it again. The second time he's managed to eliminate Kayak from this position and give his team the site. The main thing, though, is the time. 17 seconds as they go running in. There's an Armageddon and also the Salvo still online. They could deny this plant.
10 seconds left.
Armageddon's going to win this round. Salvo's already sent through. Here comes Armageddon. It's going to be a deeper plant, but not deep enough. I think it'll actually just about get in, but they're swinging in for the fight. The battle with the knife to close it out for Chronicle. A heavy investment from Fnatic, but one that they are happy to put on the line. He knew that the plant had to be stuck. But taking Steel out there is a bold maneuver.
Yeah, Chronicle bought a knife to a gunfight and won. I think he just ran out of bullets, but even still, what a ludicrous round. But yeah, that was just perfect from Crashies again. Like, we could talk about the kills, we could talk about that he isn't necessarily on the feed, but he forced them to reposition time and time again. Yeah, I think maybe just a bit of a blip.
What am I doing, bro?
What am I doing, bro? He thought he was in ranked for a second. Oh, that's outrageous. At 11 to 11.
Bladestorm brought in. Thrash also available. Kiko is just looking to brawl, and he has Nats alongside him. This is not a sneaky beaky lurk. This is a run straight down mid play. Already it has ended in an even scenario. Straight out with the Thrash, but Serial's the one to give them the advantage. A really good opportunity here for Liquid to take the lead.
Uh-oh. Kayak's being caught. Luckily Chronicle hasn't, but while he's busy defending his teammate, there's a flank all the way around. I'm not talking about Crashies. I'm looking at Kiko on the other side as Crashies falls. This round is very much in jeopardy. Up the steps he goes, his timing perfect, his position unpredictable, and he's not gonna go for the knife kill. Neither the ult nor the third weapon in his inventory, as Chronicle is left his own devices, looking to just carry this weapon through to the next at this stage. The round's already gone. Team Liquid have landed themselves at 12th round, and they want to take the weapon out of his hands. 12 to 11, overtime guaranteed for Team Liquid. They're looking for a third map.
I think with the weaponry being removed as well, ultimates being expended quite a bit over the last couple from the side of Fnatic, this definitely puts them in a good spot. And well, they're going to see that pause being called by Milan to try and bring a little bit of semblance back into this one. Of course, your map choice and the decider of Fracture, clearly a level playing field for either side. I also have to say I love the call from Liquid. 11-11. You're on your opponent's map choice, a map you've struggled on, a map that you've not reached 10 rounds on so far this stage. Run it down mid.
Yep.
Bladestorm put in, Nats just sprinting through his own Viper Orb. And the fact that that ends up being what takes over the round, Serial having a decent performance there as well. They're playing ballsy, and I have to respect it. Like, this is, again, as I said, like, this is a map that you have had a horrific time on. There's so many that you look at throughout the pool for Liquid where you go, okay, this is where they come in with an advantage. This is not one of them. This has come down to just the sheer grit of the players that are on the other side. They do not want to head into that lower bracket. They do not want to risk Toronto. They want to get it done today.
Well, the timeout pulled in for Fnatic, and worth mentioning as well for Scut and Milan. I think this is obviously one of the higher stakes matchups that they've faced as well. The pressure on in the background and the emotions will be high watching this game. And have had their last chance to sit down with the boys. Course correct. We move into the final round of regulation. Viper's Pit online for Boaster, one away from Alpha Yair's lockdown, and then another aggressive play from Team Liquid, just going straight in towards B. No mid-split this time, expecting perhaps an adaptation from Fnatic, but Kayak's got a play of his own, up on the wall. He won't find the pick, but they do deny the plan.
That's definitely going to make things a lot tougher. It's not like the other side where there's a Sage wall or something to respond. The response that is there is the usage of those lockdowns. Plant will be found. Viper's Pit sent through, and while Camo is going to be caught, there's not really anything that can be done by that. It's just whether or not they can punish him.
That's the thing. I mean, they can definitely get up there, but they're being slow about it, and there's a player already waiting for that swing. Camo comes out of the ult, no longer detained and able to take down Alpha Yair. A problem brewing. Crashies finds one, Viper's Pit, but they're on him, straight on him with the shorty. It's denied as Kayak tries desperately to pull this back, but the position of Kiko is too much to handle. Chronicle with it all to do. A 1v2 and a Viper's Pit decaying it down. From the grave, Serial claims the map, and we go all the way to Fracture.
It's a battle of the Titans. Two teams that are having a fantastic time over in this stage, and it is only right we head to 3 and we head to Fracture.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than
What a brilliant comeback there from Team Liquid. That means we will be heading to a map 3 in this series. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by a full house on the desk here, Kakuka, Gorilla, and Billy. Let's just dive straight into the comps because nothing, no changes on the side of Team Liquid, but we do have something here. Currently wrong. Alpha did play this game. He does exist. Can't probably
Oh my
believe.
God, yeah.
He does exist.
But
no one else in the world runs this. We haven't seen a Sage here before. Did you guys like it? What were your thoughts?
Absolutely love it. All the TikTok walls that we were seeing round after round, it looked like Kayak had quite a repertoire of everything that he could do with that wall. And in many occasions, Team Liquid did not expect it. So I kind of like it.
I think Kayak was definitely taking a page out in the Tanks book.
Yeah.
Hopefully we see him back for stage 2 at one point. But yeah, I like the stage. I think it was quite nice.
I like it. I love the battle stage. The way that he was able to get so aggressive with the amount of walls that he was doing. Yeah, I like Kayak on the stage.
I love the Gecko as well. You know, maybe the stats won't cry there for Kron, but we understand the idea. But all of this could have maybe worked a little bit better if it weren't for Nats, because Nats is just having one of the best performances we've seen him have. He's so comfortable on all of these maps. These are just Nats maps.
At some point, we need to get him back into the conversation of one of, if not the best player in the world, because to me, the fact that he can still perform at this level with the amount of pressure against the teams that he's playing, calling at the same time, in this high-pressure situations, it doesn't matter. He's always minimum good for 2.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned it on the pre-map as well, like throwback to classic 2021 Masters Berlin Nats lurking through B, and this time, it was kind of Serial doing more of the lurking, but Nats still having the impact.
And I mean, he said it himself. He said once he makes that first global event, he doesn't miss the rest for the rest of the year, and he's wanting to make sure that that continues. And being able to pull his team through to the 3rd map, he's certain that he's wanting to make it to
He's won them so many rounds as well. And Billy, at some point, maybe we want to see a similar expectation of Fnatic knowing what Nats does, right? Because on Split, they were catching him out a little bit more, but here, Nats was just doing Nats things.
It's just Nats being a nuisance, and we know this. He's been doing this for the past 5 years, so yeah, definitely could have been punished a lot more.
There was also in one of the replays, we see this round where Team Liquid does not have the best economy, and they decide to go for this quick push onto B and just use the ultimate with all the stingers playing in, and you feel like Nats has to run around, and it doesn't matter. He's so comfortable. He knows exactly what he's doing.
He does. That's what I mean. Split, Icebox, they're Nats maps. But before we head on to the next one, let's talk a little bit about this Apex. I guess technically reunion, but not really because they never played together.
Yeah, exactly. This is what Apex does to you. So if you do not remember, at the start of last year, we were speaking super highly about Kiko, how he was picked up after being a brilliant duelist on Apex. And this year, we had the same conversation, but about Kayak. And this is the first time in history that these two have gone up against each other. And I love the fact that this is going to a third map, and we're seeing this performance coming out of the two of them.
Yeah, that's why I was just bidding at the School of Apex. I mean, it's so nice to see these two youngsters come up against one another. But I mean, Kayak on the Sage, Kiko on the Duelist, it's almost like everything just kind of switched around. But yeah, I mean, it was a delight to watch nonetheless.
It was. I love how the rookies have been performing, right, just this entire split. But for the side of Fnatic, you gotta see players like Chronicle and Alpha step up, Gorilla. They can't just rely on Kayak and Crashies the entire series.
Yeah, Chronicle had a really rough game. Like, it happens. Hopefully, like, you know, he's an experienced player. Hopefully he can bounce back for the next map, because honestly, like, qualification map, like, he needs to step it up.
I wonder what we're going to see now coming on to the last map, right? We understand that the pressure was very high. I love the fact that this map was so back and forth, because so many times we see Icebox and it gets very repetitive and it gets a little bit boring. But this was not the case at all. And we were hyping up how this is one of the best matches that we have in EMEA in history. And so far it is delivering. And coming on to Fracture, knowing that the teams have not played it in quite a while, that it was something that we were seeing early on the stage, and maybe we can expect some changes in the compositions now that both of them have been, you know, thinking a little bit outside of the box.
Yeah, because we could have gone to Haven, we could have gone to Lotus, but both of them denied us those maps to go to Fracture.
I'm not going to forgive the Lotus.
Yeah, and just with how Nats is performing, and look how vocal he is in these moments, Billy, how do you anticipate Fnatic at least being able to recognize that this man is going to be on North side with an Outlaw or an Op for pretty much the entire time?
He did it during kickoff, he did it during stage 1. If they don't find a way to punish that, I'm honestly going to be so frustrated, especially when you look at Fnatic's composition, right? They usually have Kayak on that Neon, they have Kron on that Breach, right? They have so much explosivity that they should be able to set up these sort of crunch plays to be able to punish that push out coming up from Nats.
Is that how you beat Liquid?
Oh, on Fracture?
Yeah. How do you beat Liquid on Fracture?
I think you just don't peek Nats. I do hope he swaps back to the Cypher though. I mean, I can't remember the exact date, but I think the last time he played the Vise was pre-nerf. So I'd be interested to see if he actually decides to swap back, because it's been so long we've seen Fracture, and I think honestly he had way more impact on the Cypher than what he does on the Vise.
Yeah, how are we going to see him push with a cage and the operator otherwise?
Yeah,
you know,
all the way up, hey mate.
Yeah, exactly. So you can. That's the only way that you can not dodge Nats, and is when he's peeking onto you with an operator in hand. And speaking on the other side, someone that has been delivering today on the clutches and everything else has been Crashes. With him going on the Deco, if that happens, if we see Nats on the Cypher, I want to see this head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting carried by an import. They're getting carried by an import today. That's why we got to see some of the other players step up if they want a chance for Masters Toronto. Let's take a look at agent select, and we will not see any changes. Does that make you feel a little bit concerned at all for Liquid?
Not at all. I think Vise is still like quite strong, especially going into Neon with the Vines. Yes, they're a bit shorter now, right? But honestly, I think that they might, Fnatic might struggle getting onto site versus it. But no, I see no issues.
With Fnatic starting here on the defense, we were speaking about Chronicle maybe not having the best showing on Icebox, but if we go back to like the way that they've always played this map, the retakes have been so effective. So Team Liquid is supposed to know this, and Fnatic is supposed to reinforce it or maybe play around it.
Yeah, I think as well, something that we need to keep an eye out for is Fnatic on that attack. How many times have we seen them let the clock run down and have to rush in onto site? They can't be leaving Kayak to be the one that just is the one running without any sort of supportive utility. However, in saying that, they have been very synergized today. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting stuck into this one.
We started with a 13-10 into a 13-11. I smell an overtime to close out this match, because the winner, Mitch and Tom, will secure their spot for Masters Toronto.
It all comes down to this. Fracture, the final map in the series.
Final frontier.
And we're going to see Team Liquid and Fnatic go at it one more time. One team about to book flights. The other, a couple fights before they can worry about that. A stacked lower bracket awaits the loser. Let's see who that's going to be. As we get into Fracture, Tom, where are your expectations at for these squads?
I think both teams, last time they played, were stronger on that defensive side, but I want to highlight two players in those performances. I think the desk already mentioned one of them with Crash. He's almost like hard carrying the last time out, 26 and 17 with everybody else negative. But actually the same thing happened versus BBO. It was Paddy. Paditech over on that breach had an unbelievable individual performance on this map, so I want to see if he can keep that up. Of course, Nats is always Nats. He was there alongside him. But the early setup looks to be a punish, potentially even a counter. Fnatic are so ready for these players pushing towards Dish.
Oh, Kayak certainly is off to a flying start. Not just on the Sage where he shows up, the pistol rounds are his territory. That's a triple with one from Alfier. It's all on Serial, and it's off him very quickly. In zone, flawless to kick off Fracture.
That's 3 triple kills in pistols in a row.
Yes.
Like, even though they lost one of those pistols, Kayak is just so consistent with how much damage he's able to do in this round. But as said, I think Fnatic had the perfect read in this scenario. They had a full setup ready for their opponents to go into Dish, and if you're talking about teams and doing their research, it doesn't get any better than that.
You heard Gorilla ask the question as well, something to keep an eye on as the game goes on, about Nats with the nerf coming in onto Vice, whether he would still be playing or whether it will be back over to the Cypher. Certainly a comfort zone for Nats looking at previous iterations of the game. This is Kayak being forced back the wall, just about saving the life of Camo, who desperately wants a close range battle. It's Nats on the Classic to pick up that kill, and the Bucky, well, it got onto site for just a second. Look,
you're gonna try and use a Bucky against Fnatic? They basically invented that strat back in the days before time, before they were Fnatic.
You think the Bucky is your ally?
Wow, well placed. Doesn't really want to give too much away. Of course, only with a pistol in hand at this stage, and the rest of his team still on the other side of the map. He's also not necessarily the player you'd want to garner the additional orbs when you look at who else is left standing. Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike, or Armageddon would probably be the ultimates of choice. Instead, though, just on a retrieval mission. The ultimate orbs, the goal.
30 seconds left.
And, well, likely just running into their deaths.
Cage trigger. Very much should be 20 seconds left. You definitely don't want to survive in this situation unless you're thriving and winning the round, which, as you can see, is an improbability at this point. Salvo's on their way, and maybe just try to find Alfier, let him take you down. 5 seconds. Time for Paditech to go running forward. Death awaits, and he almost drops Crashies. But in the end, 2 players on low HP. Potential for damage was there, but Fnatic secure a solid second.
Yeah, he's probably the guy you really didn't want to give that ultimate orb over to as well, because that Armageddon, fantastic for retakes, fantastic for plant denial. Like, it's such a high impact art on this map where you look at the sites and how tight a lot of the positions that you're able to plant in, because everywhere else is so open, you don't really want to take that gamble. What this means is, okay, you still have a sniper rifle on Boaster, which honestly at this point in his career isn't even that much of a surprise, but everybody else having their rifles available to them, still a huge opportunity. And in fact, even a few weaknesses here and there for the side of Liquid. They're going to want to get an early response here.
North side push is being watched and waited for with a high-low setup. Camo and Serial, they've got this as Fnatic swing through. It's into heavy traffic. Kayak
goes through down. What?
5 HP. I think light shields on his friend there, who was very much in the ground. Poor Chronicle didn't even get to see them. He has been dropped. A solid opening duel.
Remainder looking to try and make their way through sand. Althea seemingly caught sleeping at the wheel. That one's all too easy for Nats, and Sure, Crashy still survives on the site, and Kayak clings to life, but they need quite a lot here. Camo clears out the site, and the remaining players, yeah, look how low they are. The only decision is to just hold on to the weaponry. For Liquid, that's as good as it gets in terms of what they bounce back with in this third round, and very sort of patient play. It was clear they knew what the plan was from their opponent, and well, as they walk around the corner, they execute them.
I like seeing Boaster's cam there as well, because you can see he is waffling away the entire time that they're rotating off that site, using this as a mini timeout essentially to try to pad those gaps. This is a learning opportunity. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Not anymore. Not anymore. He's on his way home. But for Fnatic, this is somewhere 2-1. They came in with weaker weapons. They go out with 2 rifles, presumably. That's a great position to be in. And I think it's a good learning opportunity to see how Team Liquid were approaching that side hit. Get ready for that camo instant blitz out, something you're going to have to be wary of, especially when you've committed heavy to that north side crunch. South is going to be that little bit weaker. And if they unfortunately push the site where your Cypher isn't, camo gets a lot of free real estate. Something they'll look to combat coming into round 4. Those 2 rifles help them out a ton.
Yeah, from a single kill in the first 2 rounds to not a single death in round number 3. Already seeing that continuation of the back and forth. Fnatic have got to be sat there thinking, okay, we could have closed this on that previous map, on our choice of Icebox. We also could have taken it somewhere else. We've seen the depth of map pool. They were the ones that chose to batten out Lotus, not wanting to take it there, a map that's been incredibly strong for them. Now ending on Fracture, where it really does feel like an even playing field, as if the last 2 maps haven't already. That pace is not stopping though.
Liquid certainly not coming in cold after Icebox. A dangerous position for Camo, but he's safe in the corner. Yeah, they can't spam him out from there, and Alpha are not quite safe to go swinging in. The box is in his way. Camo gets a second lease of life. Normally players would be down and out in this position. And the Molly, well, that's forcing him into an awkward spot. The spam's avoided again. I mean, he is in a number of situations where he should be dead to rights. Third time lucky for Fnatic, not quite. Camo's the one taking that. Now coming through the smoke for a little bit more, and he'll catch Boaster. A phenomenal round. He'll finally meet his maker, but around the side is Nats. That double signed, sealed, and delivered the round as Team Liquid neck and neck with Fnatic.
The funny thing is that's always the problem with this Liquid squad. You feel like you're dealing with the problem when you take out Camo, but your problems have only just begun, because while you're dealing with this maniac running around through smokes, Nats is sitting waiting for the perfect moment to strike. That 1-2 punch takes the round home, and already you can start to see the economic damage that has done. Boaster down to a Bulldog. The opposing side of Nats even realizing the situation. Every single player on that defensive side is currently sat with light shields. And guess what gun he's brought into play?
There. Good old Outlaw. Old reliable. He's been able to make it work so far. Scoped in, looking for a target, but they're not going to be peeking. They've got traps and a camera, a smoke down right after that. I mean, gifts away that destruction. Alphier, though, very sneaky spot. He's looking the wrong way, but he still grabs one. That's all that you can write home about, though, as Team Liquid run riot over the site. Find themselves a plant as a result, a man advantage to play with.
If the plant goes the way of Serial as well, that'll be the Armageddon. I said that ultimate impulse plant is utter filth. He's not in the greatest position for it, but it might not even be needed. Crashes with the trade. As said, he carried them last time around, but not this time. It is Patatek, the man mentioned on the other side of the screen. I genuinely, he just looks so comfortable on this map. It's one I almost want to see Liquid play more just for his individual ability. Work does the stopper in this round. Anybody trying to find space met Patatek. And while for Chronicle, his doppelganger, it has to just be the save again.
This time they're not being so forgiving. Not letting him carry that weapon through to the next. They go hunting towards the spawn for just a moment.
Paddy's got almost 6k, why not?
Yeah, run it down. I think they're a little too late though. That north side push, so weapon carried forward to the next. But that's the lead to Team Liquid, and we've already seen it. Once they get going, it's hard to slow them down, streaking together rounds that ultimately made the difference over on Icebox. Fnatic, they don't want that to be the case yet again. They've seen this story play out before. And it will be an early timeout as they attempt...
Is it your map?
think it is. I think it is. One and the same, one brain.
We're on the same wavelength. Is there more to come? Okay, it's like listening in and just get a little camo giggle at the end.
Get to see how the pros adjust their in-ears.
I don't mind.
That's good to see.
But hey, we're into a pause anyway. 3 rounds in a row, and I do wonder if it's more the manner in which they've gone. Liquid have decided, like, you know that your opponents are going to take space, you know that they're going to get aggressive and try and feel out the map and work out where you're going. So the last few rounds have been really pacey, like just going direct into the site, not waiting for any of these lurks, happy to try and challenge Alpha Year's setup, which, I'll be honest, thus far hasn't really held them at the door. And you already look at the credits that are really starting to build up on their side, and the fact that Fnatic now come into this one with what is likely a light buy. Liquid really are starting to run away with this one a little bit. The coaching staff of Fnatic looking to get them back on track.
Get it in early on. As we said, we've seen that from Team Liquid before. So far on the attack side, once push comes to shove, once they make that push towards the site, there is very little to slow them down. It looks like the adjustment from Fnatic will be in north side, not necessarily crunch, just a push from Arcade. 3 players going to take that space. Team Liquid faking out control towards A main, leaving their Vice wall behind to clear that out. And a slow creep through to this B site that's been left mostly open, with Crashies trying to grab a bit of information. It comes with a heavy cost. Kayak's on site. This could get dangerous. The smoke has left the planter isolated, but it's Kayak to pick up Kiko. They've now found themselves in a decent spot. The Chronicle's only got a classic. I realize what I'm saying. Chronicle with a classic, it's as dangerous as anyone with an op. And with Alpha Year in a sneaky spot, if he got that, the round flips on its head, but instead it is Nats on the Vice. You can question the pick, but he's good with the rifle, I'll tell you that. 4-2.
Yeah. The saying is about fooling someone once. Unfortunately, with Nats, you can't really fool him once, so the saying is kind of null and void. Like, even hiding in the corner, he's always going to check, and I think the round kind of died with Kayak. It was that attempt with the rifle, an explosive play, but it's still going to be Liquid that stabilize. And normally we'd talk about, okay, they did some damage in a low purchase round. The credits for Liquid are already in a fantastic spot. They're not really thinking about money at this stage. And Kayak, you might see the SMG. That is because he's running it down already. Looking to try and get in behind them. In fact, it is a double up both times. Both teams, in fact, doing exactly the same thing. And Alfia is kind of just stuck in no man's land, but just hiding, hoping he gets his gun back.
A Boaster getting destroyed. Right past one goes Camo, and he will be dropped in the end as Alfier finally gets his reward, but they don't know about Kiko, and they find out the hard way. It's Crashies alone, spotted as well, and a 1 versus 4. He is not fancying his chances. Pause all you like. Team Liquid, they stick to their winning ways.
Yeah, they stick to the paciness as well. It was the second that overdrive went through for the defense, Camo went, well, anything you can do, I can do better. Immediately threw that in with the Steel Garden, which, well, if you're up against a laser beam with a classic, you're not winning that fight. And for Alpha, yeah, well, I think there's got to be a level of frustration, because not only has a player got past you, but they've managed to kill one of your teammates before you even get the trade out. That is I think that was, as well, that was Chronicle, right? That was a lot of your util.
Man, Chronicle had a really tough time as well, because he's the second man on that main push. Yeah, Boaster getting shot in the back, not ideal. He's the second guy in the main push, and he gets blocked off by the Vice wall. So he's already had to wait that out. Then goes running in like, okay guys, I'm finally here. Here comes a stun. Bam, he's shot in the face by an angle that his teammate's covering. That's got to be so frustrating. It comes down to the position of the smoke, but also the aggression coming out of Team Liquid. They are playing this like they are by far the better team. And you know what, Tom? What we're seeing so far here on the attack, it looks like that might be the case. A big challenge on the cards for Fnatic and a big investment. They've got to make a change now.
Yeah. I talk about the idea of if you troll your scrims, it normally means you've been running it down in scrims. Liquid are running it down in the match.
Trolling their qualification
look at it as well. They are grouped up, all 5 players in one spot. They're not lurking, they're not playing across the map. Sure, they've got utility down to watch for that, but they are just looking to send it in as a unit, pressure together. Camo stunned up, but he's up against an operator. It needs to be the quick pick, and Kayak gets absolutely nothing. He's found the opener for the squad once again. The stats might not be pretty, but he is doing his job every time.
And even Boaster went for a jump peek to even confirm that they were there, down to 36 HP. Basically out of the main fight. A spam had take him down. And Team Liquid, 5 versus 4, they're playing aggressive. I'm not sure I like this. It could be a bridge too far. Camo's picked off another though. Now there's no need to go aggro. They'll let them play into their own hands, or Fnatic go and save. That might be the call. I don't know how Chronicle's gonna get out of there. Smoke's gonna fade. Player already pushed past, Nats is dead to rights. It's a clean kill for Chronicle. A second, but he'll fall, and the round still falls into the hands of Team Liquid. And the same old story. Crashies left to save this weapon as the round fell apart almost before it begun.
This pace, this confidence from Liquid has been an unstoppable force so far, completely isolating Kayak, who was ready to try and find a pick, but they have been just pressuring the same position again and again, really struggling to hold on to the arcade. Even when there's been like Cypher utility, whatever, they are immediately destroying it and running straight through.
One enemy remaining.
It is a Polish bulldozer.
Boys, good job, nice direction.
It's coming straight through onto that site.
And we know what to do, boys. They haven't.
Well, 6 rounds in a row, no response. They even used, I think it was the Armageddon in that round. Crashy's trying to find a semblance of something. I won't lie, I don't even think I noticed it go through.
It's been a shaky start, to say the least. 2-0 up, 6-2 that they find themselves in now. Fnatic called a pause. No solutions being put into practice, at least. Try as they might. Nothing's worked. They'll throw this at the wall and see if it sticks. And speaking of the wall, the Vice wall has to be bypassed. I'll go through it on south side as 3. But the A site's already been lost. Trapwire, activate.
Okay.
Good kill for Boaster. They've dodged the ult. Already a decent trade out to start this. Nico under pressure, but he's got support. Never mind, he doesn't have any support anymore. That's the rifle putting in work.
Finally, we've seen Crashy's in a position where he can do some damage. They've managed to avoid him throughout. Camo, though, still looking to fight, spots out Chronicle and makes it look easy. From a 4v2 to a 2v2, and he's looking for that little bit more. They line up, but he doesn't get anything. Now it's left all on to Panitek, and it's Crashies to drag them through, kicking and screaming. This has definitely felt like a solid map for him, but he needed to dig deep to win that round.
Yeah, man, I mean, the only rifle coming into it, he's able to trade out the first in main, but from that point forward, he is at a disadvantage in every fight. He's tagged up, but it just doesn't seem to matter. Boaster does well at the start, but in this 4v2 that Crashies brought them to, with that initial fight, dodging the trade and then taking them out as his teammates fall.
Boys, let's go.
That might put the win back in the sails of Fnatic, and damn, you better hope it does. 6-3 at the moment, and that's the first round in the last 7 that they've been able to pick up.
Look at the scoreboard, 11-4 for Crashies. He seems to be the man at the moment. Well, Kayak has done well. There's so many ults being thrown through. They left them in a trap. Well, the pace this time has been stopped. That's the other thing. We talk about the mentality for Fnatic, but if they can stop their opponents from running and gunning and making their way into the sites with ease, this can become a very different half. Already a 2-man advantage, but site looking to fall. Well, Nats is always careful, but Kiko wasn't. And now Serial, all that remains.
Alpha, you're doing well too. I mean, there's been a couple of sneaky positions that he's just been rooted out of, dropped in early on before he can have the impact. This time he's right on that horse. Serial being burned out of that position, and he's double flanked on main as he's waiting for these players to overpeak in front of him. They're just waiting for their teammates to come up behind. And yeah, it might seem like a lot of commitment towards main. Ultimate's thrown through, everybody swinging in, but just like the start of Revenge of the Sith, the opening scene, you got to throw the kitchen sink at it. Try to connect those rounds together, get the win back in your sails. And now, looks like good tidings for Fnatic. If they can equalize this at the half, they can forget about the streak from Team Liquid.
I love that bit in the film where they win round 9 and 10 back-to-back.
Yeah,
that was my favorite bit.
That's an epic moment.
6-4. Liquid's still in the lead, but we've seen this already. The same for Liquid in the last map. It took a big round for them to get back into the game. Nat's under pressure, but still seemingly thriving within it. It's only going to be the one, but the trade immediate on the other side. Camo once again dancing in towards the opponent's spawn. Chronicle, he's tucked in. Panitek is completely unaware. That will be a plant for Serial. Bear in mind, that is his ultimate online. Well, at least it will be once he's no longer suppressed.
But Serial, he's not backing off to play the time to play the ult. He's sitting on the side. He's tanking that utility down to 70 HP. Blinded up as well, and his teammate not quite close enough to the smoke to help out. He'll drop after just one to pressure on to Kiko, but he delivers right when he needs to. One picked up. Chronicle trying to stick it to half. In fact, he's going to get it all the way there. Forces the fight with Kiko. Kiko sees he's not defusing, running this clock down. The time on his side. The Red Bull clutch found. Team Liquid guaranteeing themselves a lead at the half.
Maybe a necessary one, but we've mentioned it before, their defensive side prowess when they played versus BBL. Of course, we know that Fnatic can be a different beast, never down, never out, but we've seen those huge moments from either side. Kiko moving away from the duelist we saw on both previous maps onto the Brimstone, still having that impact. Fnatic will want to try and put that distance from their opponent just that little bit lower. Kayak finally in the right place at the right time, but stunned up, and immediately two teammates make that him as well gone. Panitek again, and even has a little help from Nats. Alpha, yeah. Well, he's a man of many moments, Mitch, but
not this one.
Are you sure?
Rolling Thunder, Armageddon online. And they're just sending it. There's no waiting around. They are going to blitz him with utility. And Panitek throws himself at it to 8-4. Talk about a lead at the half. Team Liquid have worked wonders. They lost the pistol round here, Tom. But it was almost flawless from that point forward. A bump in the road, but that's all that Fnatic could put up. Let's hope the second half has a bit more promise.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Mentioned Fnatic, they only managed to play 2 games of a Masters going back to last year. Somewhere that they haven't had their finest performances of late. It was a time where you think of any international event, you think of Fnatic. But that's faded away, and now they're on the cusp of losing out on this qualification match. They'll have another chance, but 2 wins in a row needed in an elimination lower bracket run with teams that are leveling up coming into this stage of the tournament.
Wow, there was a year where EMEA had one team. That one team was Fnatic. Nobody else was there to be remembered. Now Liquid look to break a streak of best of 3s. Within the VCT, Fnatic has never lost a best of 3 to Team Liquid. And the first time it might happen would be to send them to an international event. Liquid to make both back-to-back Masters appearances, something that the organization has been building towards for such a long time, with superstar signings, heavy investments, even picking Nats out of what was one of the greatest rosters of the early Valorant years to now lead this team. They are 5 rounds away from making history in this matchup. And while making the owners of the org very happy indeed, who stand in their way are the masters of the comeback. Fnatic looking to try and turn the tide, and maybe a Kayak 3K will help them out.
Winners of stage 1 last year on the ropes, 4 rounds, and a disadvantage here in the pistol. Kayak, he'd been putting up 3Ks, 3 in a row, but now he's put to bed early. Damage onto Alphier in this 2 versus 2. Oh, he's almost finished off by Nats, but the wall gets in the way. Still a chance for Fnatic, but time is ticking. They need to force the fight, and Alpha successfully takes Nats out, leaves it onto Serial. He's had a rougher performance so far, but this could be his round to bury the hatchet in the backs of Fnatic, but Alphier bails them out on 15 HP. The pistol for Fnatic, 2 for 2 on this map, but they're still trailing by 3.
Yeah, they needed that. They really needed that. Bring the energy back up, but more importantly, just the distance that would have been built between them and Liquid at that stage might have been enough to put this to bed. Instead, a heroic play on low HP and not much to be thrown into this round. I'm looking at Panatek investing into the light shields. Clearly confident he can do the damage with the classic alone. And a very aggressive early stack up in towards A. Looking like they're gonna wrap around the world, potentially picking up orbs as they go. Just hunting for where Fnatic currently lie, but after the trip has been broken, information has been sent. Dish completely under their control. This is a very open A site.
The Cam only saw 1 before it was destroyed. It was Camo who was spotted. Fnatic, they're not fully aware of just how many numbers have been committed on that side. The drone sees nothing on B, but luckily they still make the call to move into this A site. Wide open. Free real estate. It's Team Liquid. They're going to be forcing the fight, actually. The salvo is putting them out in the open. There goes one for Nats. Not like this, surely, as Camo falls. The weapon to be recovered up top is nothing really to write home about. Alphier again, bailing them out of a bad situation with a quad kill. Fnatic secure this round with relative ease, and you can thank this man for both of those.
I think back to this man's debut playing for Fnatic. He definitely was not on the Cypher. He was playing the Raze on this map. I think it was where we were firmly within that chamber meta, and he took over that duelist spot and was frying just the same.
3 out of 5.
Red Bull goes it. The funny thing is as well, he had 6 kills in that first half. I believe he's had 6 kills in the second half already, and we're only a couple of rounds in. All of them utilizing that trusty Ghost as well. Nats up top. Guardian in hand, and Crashies was well aware of the potential of that peak. The defense already fighting firmly towards that south side. Taking a lot of control, but it's the same setup as before, just leaving Cypher utility, grouping up, ready for some sort of pressure.
Look to Serial to either find one or at a minimum survive this engagement. Spam, not the best idea. 3 players ready to fire right back and confidently swinging into main. Boaster, another player with a slower start when it comes to this map. They've just heard the walk-up as well from Nats, and he will be dealt with ease. That's it, Team Liquid. They even be calling the save at this point. Panatek can even get out of here. Smoke to try to get him back. Problem is, Alphier feeling very confident indeed. He's just gone to get the rifle that runs right back out. There was a chance there. He saw Panatek toying with the idea of a peek, but that rifle, much more valuable, carried through to the next.
Yeah, I think Alfie had that moment of realization of, well, I could run in while having a Vandal, but the Bulldog was willing to be sacrificed. They actually gave him a Guardian so he could run in. The man is just hitting right now. And if there was anything that was going to bring Fnatic back from an 8-4 deficit, it's Alfie hitting peak form.
Yeah, feeling confident like that.
He's now top, by the way.
The fact he's ran back, said, I wanted to push, but I don't want to give him a Vandal. And they go, oh, I got a Guardian, mate. Sure. Not even a moment's thought. He's on their tail. 8-7. And Team Liquid, well, this is the real danger, isn't it? We've seen these timeouts change the course of the game throughout this series. And they've called another one now, panic stations with 3 in a row for their opposition. And coming into this round, it's not like they'll have a ton to work with, but Tom, you said it on Icebox, I laughed in your face, and I regretted it immediately. They're good with the hero rifle.
Yeah, the thing is they don't have any ults to supplement. That's the only thing that makes it a little bit harder. Like, you go back to having a Viper's Pit on both of the previous maps. Yeah, it's like, and it's in Nats.
2 stingers.
Nats is probably one of the smartest players in terms of when to use it. When he knows he'll have enough to win them around. In this case, there's not even anything particularly close. Sure, there's a lot of orbs on this map, but for Patatech to claim 3 of them, and even then, it's like, okay, how much can you then do with the Rolling Thunder when Alphayer is hitting headshots every time anybody walks into his crosshair? It makes no difference. It is cosmetic at that point. For Fnatic, it's more about momentum. I think that's why we've seen Lohan call the pause. I don't think it's necessarily to do with strategy. It's more so, okay, one of the best players of their amazing 2023 run, if not the best, is currently popping off. I'm going to take a pause so he has to sit there for a minute and cool down.
Exactly. Whether that's going to have effect or not is another thing entirely. Early on, salvos and drones sent in to clear that A main, to stop the push. Fnatic waited out. They were very much expecting that to be the play. The main thing here is you don't want to see individuals taking fights. You don't want to see Kayak running through sand and looking for battles, because there's a lot of weaknesses, and that's why they are taking this together slowly. The thing is, they don't have a ton of control behind them. They'll probably commit to this A site.
Yeah, we've seen both teams kind of do that, knowing that the opposing side has that opportunity for aggression with the Neon, so they are grouping up a lot more regularly. Liquid were definitely a lot more direct with their hits, and while Boaster patiently waiting, it's not the prettiest, and in fact, the Aftershock does the damage. The headshot machine still continuing his run of form, and Patatech, well, it's a nice shot, but it's only the one. Fnatic from 8-4 down have already brought it back level, and we're only 4 rounds into the second half.
Yeah, and the timeout doing nothing for Team Liquid, but this could be the round they planned for, with orbs to play for, with a Rolling Thunder online for Patatech, an operator coming into play as well, or at least the possibility of it. This is where the defense can look to have a real impact. Change the tide. Right now,
thank you, bro.
It is very much favored to Fnatic. Wind in their sails, attack side heated up, players coming online, Alphayer hitting shots. All of these things need to be put to a stop if Team Liquid want to lock in that Masters slot here and now.
Yeah, either side will be taking a rookie, taking a player that will be there for the first time. Although based on performances throughout the season, you'd not be foolish to be surprised by that factor. Especially Kayak, but he's having a quieter game so far. Luckily, Fnatic have had players to step up. That's not the man you want to lose, though. Boaster, the smokes are gone. Definite opportunities on a map like this to try and take those firefights, but they now have to try and make a decision of where they want to go, and it's straight back into the operator again.
The only thing that they can do to cut that off is put up those flaming walls of Kayak, and they don't last very long. You got to be very precise about where they're put into play. And look how passive Camo's playing. Even around the site, you see the pings go through. Perhaps that's where salvos will land. Indeed it is, but he's got an angle around it. The stun hasn't landed on him, and the shot fired with great success. Rolling Thunder gives him a third, and he's forced into the open. Eventually, he will fall, but Patatech's here to pick up the pieces. This is his map. Chronicle, try as he might to pull this back. The ult won't be put through. 11 HP. A gust of wind will take him down, and a bullet through the wall will do just the same. Team Liquid, 9-8 now. They've got the lead back.
Oh, yeah, Camo did incredible work. Like, he looked at the operator being brought up in the last half for Kayak, and I think he dreamed of having a round like this.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely being able to isolate fight after fight. The early pick onto Boaster, the second one on a player sliding through, and okay, eventually He needed a little bit of help from the Rolling Thunder from Patatek, but with how much he's been frying, that ult gets turned up quite regularly. The same, though, can be said for the other side. Once more, the combo breaker is there for the side of Liquid as they'll reclaim the lead. Now looking at what Fnatic have planned. It seems like, again, a much more direct approach. The B site open and Rolling Thunder, anybody on the site would be in trouble. This might just be an attempt to sell a bit of a ruse. Definitely checking on their back, definitely nervous. Maybe someone's pushed up.
I think all that control on the south side of the map and the noise being made, it's an attempt to get this little bit of a push coming through in to Alfiair's waiting hands. But it hasn't come in because the operator's the one holding it. Now that the push comes in on the other side of the map, though, the mistake could be made. Nats could go walking forward as we should see Camo start that rotate to the other side fairly soon. Ultimate already committed, but it will be returned on. Armageddon from both sides. Nats actually catches Alfiair with the late lurk. His patience wins out that opening duel, but it's traded out quickly with Patatek down and a Rolling Thunder committed to the site. You have to rely on that cross being held by Camo, and he's doing a wonderful job. A double, make that a triple to put double digits on the board for Team Liquid. One step closer to an international appearance.
Wow, the second one. The second one
this year.
And while Camo, he has been the reason they have 2 rounds in this half. The last with the operator surviving on the site. This time his teammate gets mowed down by a bunch of utility, but he's not there. He's waiting to try and wrap back in, moves himself to the top of the board for his squad, and well, Fnatic now are going to pull in a pause of their own. They used the Rolling Thunder, they used the Armageddon in the last round, and now their credits also start to be called into question a little bit more.
Nats was on this roster in Stage 1 and Stage 2 last year when they lost the matchup to Fnatic. That was the first time that they faced them in each of the stages, and that was what ended their run. Fnatic buried them. One time Nats was under an IGL, the next he was the IGL, and both times losing out. You can only imagine how good this feels to just about take the lead here, to be so close, but he's not losing sight of the round-by-round play, a game of inches, but they are inches away from taking it across the line.
I don't think this man is ever going to doubt the resilience of Fnatic.
No,
we recently had our record beaten for most rounds in a matchup, but one that was definitely up there was a Mech versus Fnatic split, which I think it was down to a literal millisecond, the difference between...
0.05, I think, was it?
I don't even know. I think it was literally like 0.001 or something stupid. Like, it was as small as it could possibly be. Well, Camo is not looking to stop. Back-to-back 3Ks, back-to-back rounds. He is stuck in the mud, but he has some support, or at least did, now completely isolated. The utility is enough to finally find him.
Nats left on 8 HP too. Fnatic with a good chance, a solid early fight. The wall tripped, baited out to start this off. Kayak's got a big battle up in heaven, and he's won it too, with Nat still clinging onto life. Look at the north side though. Look at the push coming through from Serial. He almost caught the spike, but it has managed to evade him. It just now went on the rope to south, but Patatek cleaning up Kayak brings this back into the realm of possibility. Nats popping the ult, he's 8 HP though. Even the pistols could take him down with ease. He has to be careful, but what he has done is bought time for Serial to reposition, to set up, to deny this main aggression.
That was the goal. Doesn't want to allow them to cross. They're not going to do it when they don't have the guns.
30 seconds
30 seconds, they're now going to make their move. Nat's incredibly low, already dealt with. Panatek isn't much healthier. It feels like a lot of this is going to come down to what Serial can do on this cross. First goes his way, but he's also tagged. The HP firmly in the favor of the Fnatic players as they finally make their way towards the site. But as one of them is planting, the swing is going to come out, but nobody connecting. In fact, Crashies will find both. They might have been injured, but he had to correct so quickly. But again, he's there when Fnatic need him most.
Oh, a huge fight. They knew that the plant had to be stuck, most likely would be. So you've got a 2v1 there, and they even try to bait out the bait and switch, doubled up but it doesn't work. He's able to adjust for both kills here. Down to 51 HP in the end, but it's enough to bring them one step closer to Team Liquid, 1 round away.
It was Boaster he was defending. Of course he was going to win. We should have known that. The bromance in full force. He was never going to let Boaster fall.
He sprayed it. He didn't say it. I'll tell you that.
10-9. It has been a back and forth series all the way through. Well, see you later, Nats. The anchor of this B site, with his utility still down on the ground, is going to find absolutely nothing. Kiko has primed that orbital strike. The stun in as well is perfect. Can Boast get out? No, he can't. A lovely combo of the Brim and Breach. That'll be enough to make things even.
KAK has ulti.
Planted.
I don't know if we'll see it. The rifle should be enough. Camo's looking for an opportunity, a pick to be had, but nothing offered up. If he had his ulti, it would be popped. But he's gonna have to do it with the operator instead. Crashies on another one. It's a wall bang through to Kiko. Serial does well with one. And the tap there, putting pressure on. Someone has to swing, and it's Alfier to do it, but now the picks go the other way. It's all onto Chronicle. The clutch needed, and it will not be found this time. Team Liquid fight right back round for round as they go up to 11. Desperately close to taking this across the line, but Fnatic's economy won't be broken just yet. They're not out of the woods on the Team Liquid camp.
How does Camo manage to do the things he's doing? Like running into the site with an operator, finds a player running towards him, dives in to steal the rifle, and then flips back and gets the last kill as well. He is having a game and a half.
Nice! Let's go!
And I think, well, Padatek might be very excited at the potential of joining his ex-teammates in Heretics. They're the squad to make it through earlier in the day. Already. Oh, what? There's just a few pieces missing, but it doesn't seem like it. An immediate pop of the ult wasn't even the party piece of the round. Alfier has popped 2 heads, and that's it. It's done. 10 already for Fnatic.
That is a blink and you'll miss it round. The attempted push of B main out of the defensive side is met with an immediate shutdown.
Alfie, I thought we forgot about him for a second. That was what it was. He was like, did I just hear the word camo?
Oh, man. It's going to be a tight margin. Serial under pressure.
My ultimate is ready.
Trying to defend this weapon. And
they need it.
Yeah, we mentioned that, oh, well, Fnatic, they won't be down and out of it economically. The only player that had a disadvantage was KAK, but he had his ult to fall back on. That might not be quite the Blade Storm, but in his hands, it might even be better, being able to slide around and laser beam you. And for Team Liquid, it's not the same boat. If they lose these weapons, that's going to be a big disadvantage for the next round. For now, at least, they're holding on tight. The stun already subsided. They won't go down to the utility. Now it's just a formality. Weapons carried through, a full buy possible for Team Liquid, and one final hold for this squad. That is nasty.
I barely caught it the second time. Well, Liquid, the pause comes through once again. I feel like a broken record, but it really is ludicrous how much impact we've seen from the coaching staff on either side in this series. It seems like the game can spin on a dime. The second these pauses are called, Liquid managing to have an incredibly effective first half, even after the early start that was there for the side of Fnatic. Oh, well, there hasn't been a player within the server that hasn't had a round. It really is a hard-fought victory, whichever way this goes. And that is the sort of terrifying prospect, is you then talk about the turnaround time, the immediate reset that whichever team that loses needs to have to head into that matchup versus Na'Vi. And you better bet everything you have that the Na'Vi players are sat there watching, taking notes, picking apart everything you're doing. Angel and Happy as the 1-2 punch of the big brains along that team. So it really is a brutal thing to be what could be 1 or 2 rounds away from Toronto straight back into a series versus a squad known for some of the wackiest stuff you'll ever see in VALORANT history. Toronto awaits for one. the other still has a fight.
And remember, like you brought up, Tom, Team Liquid never able to take a BO3 off of Fnatic.
In VCT.
In VCT. Don't worry, it was coming. It was coming. What a time it would be to reset it in a match like this. It's not quite elimination. It's not quite revenge for stage 1 and 2 last year. But it will taste just as sweet to lock in those flights ahead of Fnatic and watch them play that double lower bracket matchup.
So Liquid didn't actually buy. Like, it looked like they had the credits to do so with the 2 guns saved, but they've taken a lighter purchase. But they do still have one ultimate online and the other close. Immediately straight through the ultimate. Well, that's about as easy as a killer's ever gonna get. That was a bit of a mistake. That was Crash's ult that he tried to get through, didn't make it. Look, because Serial's about to throw his into the mix. Basically executed his own teammate, sent him to his death, and handed Nats a rifle, who's now chasing after Boaster, looking to run it down. Crash's has to rectify. Manages one. Serial wins a battle with the Classic. This could be match point for the side of Liquid. They barely invested. There was only a few guns into this round, and at this stage, there's nothing that Chronicle could do. Just goes to try and fight, but it's too little, too late. 12 to 10, Liquid, 1 away.
Match point.
What have I just witnessed? That round was a crazy idea from Fnatic to get aggressive like that. Kayak looked like he was surprised there's a player there. Well, he's not going to be in the ult, is he?
It's more the fact that
my wall worked when it has to work now. It's perfect timing.
I guess getting cramped behind it, and he even chases him down. That was the thing. He knew that the player was isolated because of it. But that's a mistake in a round that could massively cost them. I don't know if they were playing off the element of surprise, but the only person who looked surprised was Kayak. Maybe the direction of the ult caught him off. Maybe he thought they were going to be pushed towards him. I'm not sure, but we have to move on.
Even tanking the damage, getting
Here
through
we go.
The surprise could be worth it.
But this time, Kayak has been able to find the opener. Crashes in the corner, though, caught off. The ultimate doing the work. Chronicle immediately trading things out. And although the weapons were weaker, he's now found an upgrade.
Javier, this is his moment to step up. He's found one, but not ready for the second. Kiko drops him. The fallback from main a little quicker than expected. And the 4v2, the almost certain victory, now put into question. They fake the steps. No, it's a full rotation to the B site. No, they're going to trip the wall. That's the idea here. Give them fake information and then go on the rotate back, and it's worked. Nats is already leaving. Kiko is sitting on the site. Either way, it's going to be an isolated fight, but he's realized, great read from Nats. No one's there. This is a fake.
Yeah. Kiko, the man, the MVP
30 seconds left
of kickoff. It's going to be under pressure. Still plenty of flashes, stuns, a Molotov as well. An orbital strike, 1 away. If Boaster gets the kill, it feels like the round is already sealed. As Kiko sits in this back corner, it's not necessarily checked on, but even still they dance past. And it will be effective trading from the side of Fnatic. 1 round the difference, OT or Toronto for Liquid.
Well, previously in some of these rounds, Tom, you've seen Fnatic win and get loud. Boaster's being stood up, shouting across the stage. The vibe different now. They're sweating, realizing that this is slipping out of their grasp.
Good job, boys.
Through
Let's
their
focus
fingers.
on for the last round. They have too low money, boys.
And that's exactly it. Focusing up for the final round, knowing that Team Liquid will be a little bit shaky. There's weaknesses here. They'll look to exploit them. Nats' ult could bridge the gap.
Yeah, and more so Camo's. I think that's why Camo has the rifle. 1 kill, he gets his ult. Maybe he can juggle that off. Instead, he's going to be up front, even setting up a stun. They're looking to try and just put him into position. But after the initial denial, nothing found by either side. A stalemate.
Yeah, but this disadvantage goes to Team Liquid here. They're keeping 4 players towards this side of the map, and Fnatic have to re-aggress. They're going to do so with less of that punchy utility. Deep flash, orbital strike put into play, though. That's going to force them forward. It forces Camo into their waiting arms. He couldn't get out of there and had to go in deeper. The stun is perfect from Kayak. Sets himself up for success, and the round should be theirs. Serial, he had a shaky start to this map, and a chance to recover it all. It's just Nats, 1v2, an ult to be used, to be put into play right in the final round. And that's going to delay the push.
Yeah, they have time. They didn't need to run it down into the site. They didn't need to take the fights without their weapons. Maybe he thought they were more committed than they were, and because of that, they're able to fall back and look to refight this.
All still in play. Razorfine's still there.
They've known it's there, though. They've known it's there every single time. But Nats has already repositioned. Chronicle's going to get isolated, though. Maybe thinking it was a little bit deeper, and now 15 seconds. There's not really any time for Boaster to run it back, but he will land the shot anyway! IGL v IGL. Boaster keeps them in the map.
What a time to step up to the plate. The time could have solved the problem for them. The Razorvines, the walls set up perfectly. And he was there just in time to catch them. Serial gave them that chance.
Yes, come on,
Oh.
You've not seen that side of Boaster for some time, if at all. Fnatic, they've dug deep when they needed it most. And now, overtime locked in.
You would have bet your house on Nats from that position. Boaster stuck behind a wall. You look at the scoreboard and you'd believe that that was it. That was Liquid going to Toronto. Instead, it's OT. The climb back from 8-4 down, the climb back from 12-10. Fnatic have been on the back foot all the way up until now. But this is where they do their best work. Both players stunned. Actually, a somewhat isolated Kayak. He has support from Boaster, but it's a little bit further behind. Needs to find a fight, and he gets it. That's Nats gone.
Leaded from the round, indeed. Coming from the smokes, though, is Kiko to level the playing field. Chronicle manages to answer back north side. Late flank coming in. Very late indeed, and that's why Fnatic pumped the brakes. They've got the advantage, and they're going to let these players, Crashies and Alpha here, try to carve out some control of their own. Not wanting to go up the rope and into heaven. They're waiting for a peek. They're waiting, knowing Team Liquid will look for information, and knowing their utilities coming online soon. Both come into play at exactly the right moment. And with Panatek falling, the round is there for Fnatic. Boaster's on his feet again. They were just moments, seconds away from defeat, from watching Liquid break the curse of BO3s in VCT, book their tickets to Toronto. And instead, it's Fnatic who are close to filling out those forms.
It is one round away. And while if there wasn't... If there wasn't already a back-breaking round throughout the entirety of this map, it seems like maybe round 24 was the one. One round is all that Fnatic needs to book that spot. It's been a turnaround since kickoff. Not the performance they were looking for. Crashy's rise to prominence. And Kayak, no doubt, becoming one of the best duelists we've seen in the league. But Liquid still stand in their way. Let's not be silly. This has been a back and forth series all the way through. This is not done until one wins by 2.
It's far from over. Team Liquid still have 5 players standing, most of which towards this A site, but they're sending 2 back to B. Fnatic have pumped the brakes to great effect. They've baited out the wall. They didn't push on the back of it. 50 seconds on the clock. Rotate comes back in. 4 players here to work with. Stuns go through. So do the salvos, but Nat still has a safe angle. They might not expect that. They've seen him now. Boaster and Chronicle finding 2. This could be it. The final domino set to fall. Team Liquid dig deep with Panatek on 1, but he's immediately traded out. It's Camo who has to find success. The spike right in front of him, and now on the floor. Alphayer has to move back to get it. Camo in his way, but it will fall! A Red Bull clutch from Alphayer to send Fnatic to Toronto!
Right from the depths of defeat. We have talked about this roster and their resilience throughout the history of this squad. 2023, they made their name. Go back to Lock-in where they were dead and buried and came back to win a title. In this series, there's been multiple moments where it looked like they were done. It looked like the bleeding was too severe, with Liquid pushing them all the way to the limit. And I'll give credit to Yinsu. She said, well, it was a 13-10 or 13-11. This one has to end in overtime. God damn it, she was right again. There's a reason she's on the analyst desk, but dear Lord, I think everybody on that stage was sweating. The problem for Liquid is they now have to get back up tomorrow and do it all again.
That lower bracket run is going to be tough, and knowing they were seconds away from success, Fnatic faced defeat. They stared it in the eyes and managed to bounce back as only Fnatic could in a series, in a round. Everything can change when Fnatic are on the stage, and they've done it again.
I think as well, you look back for the coaching staff, the changes that were made by this roster, the gambles that were taken, putting the assistant coach into the main role, bringing in a new guy, bringing in a guy from across the pond as well. But everything has paid off for Fnatic. They are back on the international stage where they belong. And now look to fight versus the rest of the world. And that's the thing, with the resilience they've shown, with the pauses taken at the right moments, and still that extra little bit of flair. And then add into the fact that you have their IGL winning them rounds. Well, that is all from us for today. Still plenty more to come back tomorrow, but we will be going off to the post fun as they'll take you home.
That's got to be one of the greatest qualification games we have ever had in VCT EMEA. Now, FNS, do not turn off your stream. Boaster and Crashies will be joining me and Kakuka in just a moment. And I just want to make sure he doesn't miss this. But of course, Kakuka, that you have to feel sorry for Team Liquid, but that series, I think we almost manifested it. It always delivers, and it continues to deliver.
I absolutely love what we saw today. I think that up until the last moment, you could feel that any of the teams could win. The resilience that we've seen from Team Liquid, bringing it back on Icebox. The same thing comes for Fnatic. They have a brilliant start of that second half on Fracture. Things starts going on the Team Liquid side. We have massive plays by Camo, by Zero, by Nats, who had an incredible series all throughout. And then when it matters the most,
oh my goodness,
Boaster stands up and Alpha is the one saying, sit down, we need to defuse, defuse, defuse.
I like that strat. It's like,
I'm literally shaking.
Honestly, if Alpha has to defuse every time, then he cannot stand up. Therefore, they cannot throw the next round. I do think, we spoke about some of the players that needed to step up. It was the Kayak and Crashy show all day.
Yeah.
And like you said, when it really mattered, Alpha and Boaster, they're like, hold on, let us have our moments as well. I don't know what we're going to get for the rest of playoffs, but
I don't know how we're going to top this.
We've actually peaked.
Like, honestly, this day, like the performance that we saw from BBL and from Heretics has been brilliant. I think this might have been one of the best days of the year so far here in EMEA.
We are going to get Boaster and Crashies in just a moment, and I honestly never thought that one of the things that will make me most emotional in my entire career is watching Crashies qualify to Toronto from an EMEA team. That is, I feel like, I don't think anyone expected him to qualify for another event ever again, let alone the one in North America.
And especially if you think about and we look back at what was happening at kickoff, right? Like many questions, how is this going to perform? But all throughout the stage, he was getting better and better. And now into playoffs, the clutches that he was part of today, this 2v2 on Boaster's lane, he gets the 2 kills. I'm like, shut up again. Like we're trying to build a pack and the pack is going to be 2 hours long.
Yeah, I know Tom was joking about it, but when Boaster was planting and Crashies just got the 2 kills he had to get, and Tom's like, well, he's not going to let his boyfriend down, He's got him. But I couldn't believe he actually did that. Shout out to all the fans, by the way. We're starting to fill in a little bit. Thank you for staying. We will be joined by Boaster and Crashies in just a moment. Don't know where they are. Usually they're not this late.
I mean, probably, I think it's been a long series.
Yeah.
Toilet.
Hugging.
Yeah,
and I'm going to cope really early, like giga preemptive cope. But the last time, before
here they are. Okay.
Please sit down. Why are you not sitting next to me? What is this? What is this? Holy moly. Oh my God. Okay, before I ask you guys any questions, I just want to give you the floor. Bloody hell, that was really fun for us to watch, but there was a lot of emotions from you guys towards the end. So just tell us right now, I hate asking this question, but how do you guys feel right now?
For me, it was like, so this year I didn't put any expectations on winning or like qualifying for events. I just wanted to enjoy playing the game again. But when it got to this game, man, I really wanted to qualify for Toronto. I played like an absolute dog. I was like so much energy, I didn't know what to do with it. But yeah, I mean, I feel good. I'm qualified. I'm back at Masters, baby. FNS is home city.
Yeah, FNS is home city. I think he's watching still, but Crashies, honestly, I don't know if you felt the same way, not expecting to win this year. And I touched on it earlier. I don't think anybody expected you to make it back, first of all, from an EMEA team, second of all, to an event in North America. So has this smashed your own expectations?
Yeah, definitely, especially how kickoff ended. It was pretty rough for us and me in general. I just reflected a lot and just really went into deep thought about what I could do better to make this team succeed, because I know how talented they are and they deserve to be at these events. So a lot of emotions I'm going through right now. I'm super happy that I was able to qualify with this team. I love them, they're like my brothers, and an event in North America obviously means a lot to me. So yeah, I can't wait.
Well, you got carried by an import, Boaster. How does that feel?
I get carried every year, so it doesn't matter to me.
How was it? I mean, I assume that the tension was very high in that last map, especially those last timeouts you're having when the pressure is on, when the clock's ticking, when you're having a team that is performing really well in front of you. What were those two last timeouts like? Do you remember them?
They were stressful.
Yeah, that's for sure. I just remember
a lot of thinking.
There you go. You want to go?
Yeah, but just a lot of thinking. Credit to our coaches, Balan and Scott. They've worked really hard to also make us succeed, and their timeouts today were really good as well. And yeah, it was just like a lot of emotions in those timeouts, trying to stay composed. And yeah, I mean, just crazy, honestly.
We are used to seeing you guys, vibe out, sometimes weird out, you bring us that. But I don't think I've ever seen you on that stage give it seriously. There was no smiles. There was one round where Bear and I looked at each other, we were like...
It was angry Boaster.
Yeah, why was Boaster so angry towards the end there?
They're a team that's like very good, but they also have the most annoying comps on like Ascent and Lotus, and it really like angered me when I was watching it back, the anti-strats, and I was like, these guys running these annoying comps, and they're just a team that obviously got to Bangkok as well, and so I wanted to win because I felt like they were gonna win. So then I wanted
They were the favorites. They were the favorites. Yeah.
And I don't know why I went into Angry Boaster. Like I said, I think I've been bottling it for this whole kind of season. Like, just if I'm the calm, positive Boaster, then like we can make it. And today I just couldn't keep the calm, positive Boaster. I think it was the energy balls. Roberto's balls are too good.
Honestly, I've never seen him that energetic. He was like screaming at them and just hyping us up. Like, he played a really important role today, keeping our like confidence and energy really high. So
and
yeah,
Audrey, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry,
okay.
sorry, my intrusive thought.
Shout out Boaster.
You were mentioning the Lotus. When we were coming into today, both of you had the same band, the same pig. Did you see any surprises? Was exactly how you expected when you see them be, choosing Team A and banning the Pearl and picking the split, kind of like doing your thing for you?
Nah, we thought that we would be Team A, and then they'd like wonder if we'd ban Pearl or not. But I guess they didn't want to take the risk, and so they ended up banning Pearl, and then they picked split, and I was like, I know that Yautzin guy tweeted that he's never lost on split ever, but like to play us on split, like I've liked split since the start.
So was Nats though.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was happy that they picked that, and then we chose an icebox, a little bit of a spanner in the works, but it was looking okay in scrims. Like, we're looking pretty juicy, but in the officials in real time, like when the heat is on and the pressure's on, it's like little things can make the biggest difference. And we look like noobs stacking. Like, we were on B behind yellow on attack side, they've probably fully rotated. Like in scrims, we've got an insert, we've got lurkers. In official, we're just like, let's all cuddle. Like,
yeah,
what's
but
going
what
on?
about Kayak? Like Kayak was giving it on the stage.
He
we
was,
absolutely
he
love
was.
it.
We do have the comms real quick just to remind people if they forgot, because that felt like so long ago. I have never seen, you know Kim Serov, who works with us. I have never seen one of our producers so excited about anything in Valorant in his entire life. He was in our ear the whole time saying, they're geniuses, I've waited my whole life to see a comp like this, I love it so much. So whose brainchild is this?
Not mine.
I think it was like there was an old comp that had quite a good win rate, which was like Sage, Killjoy, Viper, Gecko, and one other agent. And so
Sova probably?
when Teo, yeah, probably Sova. But so when Teo came out, we just thought, we were actually running the old school chamber comp once upon a time, the G2 one. But I don't know, we wanted to change it up because we felt like we didn't have enough initiation.
Who's we? Whose idea was this?
Ben, Milan, and myself. Like, I really wanted I wanted a Sage for sure. And then Ben and Milan and me got to the drawing board and we ended up making this one. And then we saw G2's comp and Sentinel's comp and it was kind of similar. So we were like, oh, maybe we did cook. It was just, yeah, it was just today. Normally it was looking juicy, but today it was nerves. First time. But Kai played really well.
Who gave him the walls? Was it his own?
I think it's his own,
His own
right?
ideas?
He's cooking.
The Jenny wall.
There was so many different ones. I was like, damn,
He just plays it so loose. It's so funny to watch him play Sage.
Yeah, we made him duelist because we're like, Kron, you're planting with Gecko. Kayak, you could do whatever you want. Just peek however you want. Just sometimes for retake, we might need that wall, so sometimes hold it and stuff like that.
This pistol round, by the way, was incredible.
He played that to perfection. You know, this is how you want your Sage to be playing around. He plants and then gets the kills. Yeah, how good does it feel as we watch Kayak basically have the live round that we always expect him to have?
His first international event.
Yeah, that's what I mean. How good does it feel to qualify with a player like Kayak, who, admittedly, I mean, you've all been through it, but you're veterans. You know what it's like to go through it. But yeah, you know what it's like to go through it. But Kayak, particularly, even before he played a first official, was kind of going through it. The community weren't the kindest when he first joined. So how great is it, do you think, for him to prove everybody wrong and also to go to Toronto with him?
So from my point of view, it's just like amazing to play with him. He's such a good kid. He's so wholesome. He works really hard. He's just a great teammate overall. And like he had a lot of pressure going into this year, just because of the narrative of like the stage stuff. And during kickoff, he proved that like he's here to compete and play with the best. So I'm happy I can compete with him and go to a LAN, his first international LAN as well. So it should be pretty hype for him.
I'm gonna elephant in the room and look ahead a little bit to Masters Toronto. Now, Austin, Billy is gonna be there. The man next to you has one of the best records, I think, against Billy out of every team. I believe you always top frag every time you play Billy.
2 live games against Billy.
So how
Please save me.
Yeah. So on the off chance you do end up facing them, because I think that's what the fans want for multiple reasons. I'll ask the both of you, how are you feeling about this potential matchup?
Keep them away from me.
Let them come to me. Let them come to me. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
But surely you want to avenge, you know, your teammates a little bit as well.
I'm good. They can have that.
No,
Keep them away.
You don't want to, like...
I mean, maybe with Boaster on my team, he might have the secret sauce. Maybe we could beat him. Maybe avenge that, what year was that, 2023?
Yeah.
It's already forgotten for him.
I forgot. It's a way past my brain, but yeah. It's whatever.
You'd rather not play Billy?
No.
Oh, they're going to be
So
heartbroken.
what team would you like to play that is going to Masters?
Definitely G2 and Sen, just because I come from that region. So I think it'll be a fun, stylistic matchup against those teams.
What about you, Boaster?
Me, yeah, Sentinels, they knocked us out of champs, so I want to beat them. It's obviously not same roster, but them. Paper X is there.
Yes.
My boy.
Go on, send Jason a
What's up,
message.
Jason?
Is that it?
I can't get personal.
Oh, you
My
can.
son.
You can. We're not gonna stop you from doing that.
My son, you know, I said to you yesterday, actually I said to him after every game, you got this, you got this. I'll see you there hopefully tomorrow. And then now is obviously today. And I will see you there. So don't forget, bring the Korean skin products. I need some.
All right. Thank you for that. So is it Paper X then? That's who you want to play?
Yeah, I like playing Paper X.
That's a
They're fun.
banger.
That is a banger. I mean, Benji also said Paper X. You're gonna have to get in line here.
Well, with all the internationals they've been missing.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get in line. You're gonna have to get in line.
Actually, Gen G. Because if we get to send Gen G home, then Texture's not screaming down the halls anymore in the hotel rooms.
Wow.
Keeping us up.
Wow. Okay. Texture gets mentioned a lot on our show. I think our players really love him.
Almost as much as FNS.
That's just me, I think. I think I'm the only person that brings them up. Will you meet up with FNS in Toronto?
If he comes to Toronto, maybe I'll let him in. Oh, I can let him in the venue.
Yeah, you let him in the
Make sure you ask me for permission, huh?
Gotta get lanyard in for him to come in.
Oh no.
But to be fair, I might give him a little message, you know, ask for some cheeky date ideas for me and Crashies to go on, you know, no joke.
All right.
Wow. I mean, if he didn't turn off his stream before, he's gonna definitely turn off his stream now. One other question, because there is still a possibility that you face some of the teams in the lower bracket, even though you're through. So I'll start with your immediate matchup first. It will be a rematch against Team Heretics. What things are going to be different this time around?
I think just the energy in our team. Like when we played them the first time, it was very obvious to us, and I feel like everyone watching that we didn't really play our game. It was just something different that day, and I really think that we could beat them this time. They're obviously a very good team, probably the best team and the best core that's been in EMEA for a while now. So yeah, I mean, I think it'll be a good game.
Who is the final boss? I mean, they have very, very good players, but who is, in your opinion, the final boss in Team Heretics?
Neilzinho. Sorry. What are you gonna say, Neil?
I can't say the player because I don't want to big him up, but I think he knows. I think he knows. The player knows.
We want to know. We need to build the desk.
Oh, okay. Well, I always think Rians is good. Yeah, I really
hear that a lot.
He's a class player.
Do you think he's better than? Trent?
Trent.
I think they're very similar players. Playing against Rians and watching him play, and also like seeing Trent's career kind of come to fruition. They remind me a lot about each other. So I think I don't know who's better. I think it's very close, but they're very like definitely similar players.
I think he is. Yeah,
I'll take Trent then.
You're the second person today to say that.
I felt Rians on the server, and I've played Trent twice
Didn't
now.
need to know that.
Oh, you'll feel Trent again.
I feel like Leaf is the one I feel normally for that team.
Can you define what that means by feeling them on the
I know,
server?
they're like, oh, this guy again, getting a double kill, getting an annoying kill. Like, Trent is good, obviously, and he's like a class initiator, probably one of the best in NA as well. But I think, I just think, obviously, I played Rians more as well, and it always seems to be like, if we're gonna win, then Rians just does something. And I'm just like, this guy again, why does he always have to play well against us?
But Crashies has been doing that for you this entire day and this entire
It's his map, Fracture. Don't worry, it's my map. It's my map, guys.
What did I say? I have us on Fracture.
I got you on Fracture.
Yeah. What maps do you have your team on?
I was gonna say Icebox, but I didn't. So I've run out of maps now.
Haven.
Sunset.
Haven.
No, Sunset.
You got your ace on Ascent. Does that count?
Yeah, but I haven't done anything. Did I get an ace on Ascent? I did, yeah.
You've only got him one.
Yeah, we'll just say Ascent. You better watch out, everyone. Oh no, Pearl.
Oh, yeah, wink, wink,
Yeah,
wink,
yeah,
wink. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, because again, you might face one of these teams next week. We got BBL taking on Foot and Liquid taking on Na'Vi. So very quickly, with the Foot map vetoes, did you feel like they gave you the win just through map vetoes? Because everyone is saying that they trolled, but they kind of stand on business and say that they did not.
I mean, I'll take if they're gonna pick Lotus, I'll take that every day of the week.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with these teams. They keep picking their strong maps against us.
Today.
Yeah. And how do you feel about that Turkish derby?
BBL versus Foot. You know what? BBL's not qualified for an event. So I'm kind of going for Wuttigen and co. You know, and we practice them a lot. They're really annoying to play against, but I think they show really good passion. I'm not saying Foot don't, but I just feel like BBL, I like the kids.
But Sociable's 29, but yeah, I understand.
I like the kid.
Technically, to you, still a kid. And Crashies, what about you?
Yeah, I agree. BBL have been very good scrim partners to us. I think their gameplay is pretty crazy, and I think they play really well together. I also enjoy playing Foot. I think like their core is enjoyable to watch and also enjoyable to play. But my heart says BBL.
All right, and obviously the other match, Liquid versus Na'Vi. We're rolling back the years. Yeah. Liquid Na'Vi.
Liquid should win, I think.
Yeah, I think if they can reset and rest
if they
up,
can reset,
it's really like they got so much adrenaline going into this evening, and it's going to be hard to sleep. I couldn't sleep after our, what was the game we just, Foot game. Like I couldn't sleep, so it really depends on how much they recuperate.
Do you like the double sentinel stuff that they've been doing this past days? I don't know if you've seen that Angel going on the deadlock and whatnot.
Yeah, that Lotus is going to be absolute mayhem.
Yeah, because I think Liquid does that too, right?
Yeah, they have the same comp, but just with Euro, I think, or Jet or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, they're going to be running around, aren't they?
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Liquid got the Whaley, but I think what do Na'Vi have? The Rays.
Do they have a? Do they? Yeah, it's Carl on the Rays.
Yeah, that's going to be
I believe.
absolutely mental. I don't have a like when I was thinking about how I was going to play the comp, the Deadlock, Teo, and a Cypher. It's just like we got to watch out for traps. You got to watch out for they've walled. Okay, we have to break the wall. Oh, we've lost our lurk timer. Yeah,
You decided for
definitely.
Good choice.
Yeah, I mean,
about.
I think I'm still a little bit, my brain is not braining from that fracture. I don't know how you guys are doing this right now. But thank you very much for joining me. Thank you, Kakuka, as well. We normally end this pretty weirdly. You want to give us a dance? No, I'm not going to ask you to do that.
No.
You're going to... Okay.
You already kissed me on the forehead.
What, did I? I did do it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You didn't hear that,
I think you need
though.
some sleep.
I don't care. Yeah, I think Poojan is the one that's going to care a bit more.
Oh.
All right, then. We will... I look forward to the TikToks you're going to be making in Toronto. Yeah. Thank you very much for joining me. We will be back with more games tomorrow, and everything's going to be on the line with elimination. So make sure everybody have a great night's sleep. Thank you to everybody coming out today here as well. And we'll see you back here tomorrow, starting with the Turkish derby of FUT versus BBL.
There is little to be done in that, it felt like. Even in all that chaos, Heretics still looking like they're in control.
Oh my god, that was a bit stressful, but all good.
Oh, come off it. Easy, Tiger. Benji again finds Profek. It's all down to Yappy who falls. Heretics, you can pressure them. You can get the map close, but it doesn't mean you're going to win it.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
What in God's name is that?
I'm so fucking good at this game.
Flash through the wall, it's all on this. Survive or die, Rien's tips them forward. Yappy the last to fall as Heretics carry on their road for revenge.
Could spell out doom for Team Liquid if they can't find a solution. Down a double in the elbow. Camo out of that dimension and out of the map as 13 to 10 is locked in.
Nice. Come on, man. Sit down, brother. Sit down, brother.
One enemy remaining.
Bro, what am I doing, bro? I'm gonna smash the screen now, bro.
Chronicle with it all to do. A 1v2 and a Viper's Pit decaying it down. From the grave, Serial claims the map.
So much was going on, and we know what to do, boys. They have no idea what to do.
One enemy remaining.
Good, Michael, good!
Nice. Come on.
Nice. Just defuse.
Camo in his way, but it will fall. A red ball clutch from Alphair to send Fnatic to Toronto.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today.
Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly